Good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of the Rowing Victoria State Championship Regatta here on another fantastic day at the Ngambie Lakes Regatta Centre. And we have a big day of racing ahead of us once again. 89 races today to go with 101 on yesterday's program, beginning in 10 minutes' time with the male B-grade Coxed Quad Scull Heats. Umpires in position, ready to commence racing. Be underway in just a few minutes' time. The lifesavers also heading out to ensure the safety of the course. So all is just about in readiness for a start of our first race, scheduled to be in 4 minutes' time at 8 a.m. precisely, the first heat of the male B grade Cox Quad Scull. Welcome to those people too watching us on the live stream today. Just be aware it is a single camera live stream today with a shot across the finish line. So for those few people already logged in, that's the view you'll see today, but you'll be able to hear the audio commentary too throughout the entire day's proceedings for the second day of the Rowing Victoria State Championship Regatta. And just a note to those who were here at the Nagambie Regatta 2 weeks ago, especially on the Sunday, you may recall there was a late change in the schedule there and a number of medals able to be handed out in the day was not quite adequate to meet demand. So the Nagambie Rowing Club have ordered the replacement medals. They haven't yet arrived. It was hoped they'd be here for this weekend, but that's not unfortunately the case. But all those crews still awaiting medals from the Nagambie Regatta from 2 weekends ago. Please be assured those medals are on their way, and as soon as they arrive, they will be distributed to you, or in some cases available for collection at other regattas coming up in the next few weeks. But Nagambie Regatta medals are still on their way, but once they arrive, they will be awarded to all those crews who claimed medals here 2 weekends ago. Easy Or Cafe also open for business here, serving breakfast this morning. The volunteers from the Nagambie Bowls Club once again in charge of the catering in the Easy Or Cafe. So plenty of coffee and cold drinks and bacon, egg rolls and other food available from there right throughout the day today. So head along to the bottom level of the finish tower, and the Easy Or Cafe is open for business. They're underway in the first race of the day in race 102 of this regatta overall. The first heat of the male B-grade Cox Quad Skull. Over 1,000 metres of all of our racing is at the second day of this state championship regatta. 5 boats here on the course. 3 will go through from this first heat to the final of the male B-grade Cox Quad Skull. Corowa racing in lane 2. That's Corowa Rowing Club. We, of course, had here yesterday both Corowa the club and Corowa the school. This is Corowa with a C, the club from just on the other side of the Murray River in New South Wales. So Corowa lane 2, Melbourne Rowing Club in lane 3, Mercantile in 4, Essendon in 5 and Richmond in lane 6. With interest that Mercantile led the medal tally at the conclusion of yesterday's racing ahead of Melbourne University. See if that's still the case at the conclusion of today. A few other clubs, of course, will have designs on a lot of medals in today's racing as well. And, 5 crews in this race heading into the final 300 metres now. Corowa on the far side, certainly one of the qualifying spots. That's Simon McFarlane, Liam Fitzgerald, Bradley Pearsall, Lockie Seymour and Harvey McFarlane, coached by Wes Canny and Dermot Ballum. And then it'll be 2 crews on this side of the course. Probably next best placed, I'd say Essendon from Richmond, ahead then of Melbourne and Mercantile. Some interest, but certainly in 3rd place. Essendon looks safe as well. Brandon Kennedy, Mitchell Jacker, Nicholas King, Tyler Fitzpatrick and Lauren Facciolo. And then the race for 3rd, Melbourne certainly moving now. And along with Richmond, I reckon we'll find out that final qualifying spot ahead of the crew from Mercantile in the centre of the course. But certainly Corowa on the far side, set to take out the first race of the second day of this regatta as they're within about 2 or 3 strokes of the finish line. Essendon will be there with them in 2nd place. Melbourne and Richmond going for 3rd. That's important in terms of qualification. Corowa win, Essendon 2nd. Oh, Melbourne and Richmond very close on the line. I reckon Melbourne have just got that on lane 3. But we will have to wait for official confirmation of that result. Richmond then I think 4th and Mercantile in 5th place. So certainly Corowa have gone through in race 102, the first heat of the male B-grade Cox Quad Skull. 2nd place to Essendon. And tight photo for 3rd. We had a few of those late yesterday afternoon in the schools racing especially. But no doubt about our top 2 there. Corowa and Essendon will go through to the final of the male B-grade Cox Quad Skull from Heat 1 as we await the commencement of Heat 2. Result confirmed by our judges upstairs too. So the placings in race 102, 2, 5, 3, 6 and 4. So it's Corowa from Essendon, 3rd place to Melbourne, Chet Yilmaz, Joe Murphy, Gregor Theinschnack, Damon Mills and Natalie Webb. So just ahead of Richmond 4th and Mercantile 5th. Tight first race there, especially as far as the qualification for the final is concerned. The final will be race 114. Not too far away on today's program. That's at 9 a.m. precisely. In fact, the final of the male B-grade Cox Quad Skull, so just under an hour from now. Heat 2 underway, Barman lane 3, Hawthorn lane 4, Banks in 5 and Mercantile in 6. So 3 of these 4 crews will qualify. And the crew in danger at this stage of proceedings looks to be Banks lane 5. They sit what seems to be a length or so behind the rest of the field. Tight at the top. Hawthorn probably narrowly from Mercantile or Bar on opposite sides of the course. They're very close, but in terms of race position. But the race being led certainly by Hawthorn on lane 4. Simon Watts, John Rashke, Dan Stute, Emil Stigter And Guy Besley begins a busy day in the cock seat with steering this Hawthorn boat down the course in the second race of the day. Mercantile Lane 6 would be next. Michael Kelly, Thomas Berglund, Austin Locke, Jack Harrington and Isabella Wayne, coached by Anthony Berglund. And now Banks have made a move on Barwon too. The Barwon crew in danger of being rowed out here too on the far side of the course. Banks have certainly got moving through the middle stages and look from here to have got up into third spot. That's the crew of Samuel Doble, Connor O'Donovan, Jack O'Donovan, Angus Rose and Charlotte Watts, coached by Blair Baggett. And Barwon now with the work to do. Carter Dingle, Drew Kent, Archer Verstegen, Cooper McLeod and Alia Adesava, coached by Ben Kent. And they sit now a length or so behind the crew from Banks as they close in on the finish here. The Mercantile crew certainly coming home strongly, has assumed the race lead in the last couple of 100 metres, and they now sit a length clear of a Hawthorn in second place, but both will comfortably qualify, as it seems, with the crew from Banks in between those two on lane 5. So our lead crews head towards the finish line here. The closing strokes of Heat 2 of the male B-grade Cox Quad Scull will be a win to Mercantile by Clearwater in the end. So they've finished off quite well there, Mercantile Lane 6. They go through first, Hawthorn second, Banks in third, and then a gap still of almost 2 boat lengths back to Barwon, who will finish in 4th place and miss out on progression through to the final, which is race 114, coming up at 9 a.m. Racing now in heat 1 of the female B-grade Cox 4, the first of 2 heats of this event as well. Top 3 from each will go through to the final, which is race 117 on the program, and that's being raced at 9:15 this morning. Good representation here of Loretto Ballarat crews across these two heats of the Cox 4 with 3 crews in total, 2 in this race in lanes 4 and 7. Also Richmond Lane 2, Carrum Lane 3 and Banks Lane 6. They're the 5 crews in this race. So 3 will go through on the far side. Richmond and Carrum locked in a fairly tight battle at this stage. Probably Carrum just has the advantage over Richmond. Then back a little is one of those 2 Loretto Ballarat crews. Banks Lane 6 look to be in a qualifying spot as well, and Loretto Lane 7. Again, with a bit of work to do, so the club crews at this stage in the ascendancy over the school crews. It's a big day yesterday, of course, for Loretto College Ballarat, competing in a large number of the school events. But the Carrum crew from here looks to maybe be narrowly in front. Kelly James, Angelique Everett, Jess Fishman, Sarah Hayward, and Jessica Cuddy, coached by Drew Holman. And alongside them, the crew from Richmond, Lillian Irons, Amy Catlin, Beth Rosenberg, Phyllis Barter, and Sam Lincoln. And then on this side of the course in bright sunshine right now, a bit difficult to pick up the crews in lane 6 and 7, but Banks, I think, still have the edge on the first of those two crews from Loretto College Ballarat. So Banks lane 6, Emily Rouse, Matea Black, Emily Carruthers, Kiana Baines, and Dayara Jayatissa, coached by Blair Baggett. And now the Loretto crews, but two get moving, especially lane 7. Abigail Cartledge, Eve Watson, Eden Templar, Marley Constable, and Danielle Grafmans in that boat, who are right alongside Banks now. And Loretto lane 4, thereabouts as well. Jessica Main, Annabelle Patuch, Neve Griffiths, Bronte Malloy, and Kate Hudson. This race will get interesting late, I suspect. Carrum still in the bright colours are in pole position here, but a great race behind them. Richmond, two crews from Loretto. Banks as well, going for probably two remaining qualifying spots behind our race leaders from Carrum over towards the far side of the course. Carrum still by about half a length from Richmond, who is still there in second. Loretto charging down the far side of the course as well. Carrum will go through. Richmond second, and Loretto, I think, will take it on the inside lane of the course. Just lane 7 has got up over Banks lane 6, and Loretto lane 4 will finish 5th, but there was about 2 lengths of field there in the first heat of the female B-grade Cox for a very, very tight race between them all. Carrum certainly got the job done with the win, and Richmond and of the Loretto crews, lane 7, the Marley Constable stroke crew will have gone through to the final as well. They'll race again. In fact, it's top 4 to the final, I should say, having just checked the draw there. It is going to be an 8-boat final in the female B-grade Cox 4, so apologies to Banks. They will qualify as well, and in fact, just the crew from Loretto will miss out the lane 4 crew from Loretto College Ballarat. So Banks do get through in 4th spot. They'll have an outside lane in the final of the female B-grade Cox 4 coming up at 9:15 this morning. So pretty much exactly an hour away. But a good win to Carrum there to open their account for this regatta as well. Racing now in Heat 2 of the female B grade Cox 4, a field of 6 in this race. And again, it will be the top 4 going through, so we'll have some more 8-boat finals coming up later on today, as we did yesterday. A few times we had 8-8s on the course over 2,000 metres, which was a great sight to see, and good to see all the lanes being in use again at today's racing. So Mercantile sitting in lane 2, Gippsland Grammar School in 3, Ballarat High School in 4, Loretto College in 5. That's Loretto, Ballarat again there, Richmond in 6, and Essendon in 7. They are the 4 crews, the 6 crews on their way, looking for 4 qualifying spots. The 2 Ballarat crews in the centre of the course have had a pretty good start, particularly I would think Loretto College in 5, Ballarat High beside them in 4, and Mercantile over in lane 2. Also got away pretty well through the first 250 metres of this race, but I reckon the race lead might be narrowly with the crew from Ballarat High School. In fact, this stage, lane 4, Elizabeth Kite, Adrian Harris, Imogen Emerson, Isabel Colletch and Meg McBride, coached by Paul Carnes and Astrid Jolly. Mercantile across on the far side, Carmel Locke, Lucinda Gardner, Amritha Sidhu, Felicity Batten and Abby Wolfe. And in probably Reddo or Gippsland Grammar School in a battle for 3rd and 4th, the Gippsland Grammar crew, Anna Taylor, Kate Edgar, Catherine Bloomfield, Sorrel Fraser and Grace Millington, coached by Nick Bartlett. And Loretto's crew, Chelsea Templar, Imogen Mann, Charlotte Halsall, Ella Cartwright and Sage Sosinski. Same crew from Loretto picked up a bronze medal yesterday in the Division 5 Cox 4, a race, in fact, which happened a few times yesterday. Loretto taking up 2 medals in the same race. They also claimed a gold medal in the under-19 8 Loretto. So a very successful day indeed for a school that also dominated events at the head of the lake on Lake Wendouree on Tuesday's racing as well. But a good battle here continues down the course between especially our top 4 crews, and just a bit of a gap back to lanes 6 and 7. Richmond and Essendon, the Richmond crew, Madison Harrington, Emma Cummins, Louise Roberts-Bailey, Sarah Horton, coxed and coached by Ainsley Raggett, and the Essendon crew of Zoe De Silva, Abba Wickham, Annika Siritic, Bronte Basil, Jade Williamson and Alyssa Mirabelli, the cox of that crew, which is coached by Rhett Spiller. And this is the same Alyssa Mirabelli, I assume, who won the lightweight women's singles scull yesterday for the Essendon Rowing Club, beating home an armada of bank sculler, now coxing also for her club here in the lane 7 bite, but a bit of work to do for those couple of crews. It's still Mercantile the far side. Loretto have gone past Ballarat High now, certainly, and Gippsland Grammar School. They're in the top 3 as well, and it's getting a bit messy, in fact, for Ballarat High School. They're dropping back rapidly in the course at this stage. That's losing a bit of timing, that combination. And now a chance, certainly, for Richmond or Essendon to come through and claim 4th spot, and with that, at position through to the final of this race. So it looks to be Mercantile from Gippsland Grammar School and Loretto. 3 likely qualifiers and 1 more spot still to be decided here in race 105. Mercantile clear by over a length, so they'll win this, and they'll win it well in a couple of strokes' time. Gippsland Grammar School and Loretto will be very, very close in 2nd and 3rd, and maybe Essendon just sneaking home on the finish tower side of the course. So Mercantile get the win. Gippsland Grammar School and Loretto College will qualify. Very tight for 4th. It'll come down to the final stroke, and Essendon will get there. Essendon, Richmond, Ballarat High within half a length for just 1 qualifying spot, but it goes the way of Essendon, edging out Richmond, and then Ballarat High School, lane 4. Lane 4 will finish in 6th place. So our top 4 there will go through. Mercantile, Gippsland Grammar, Loretto College in lane 5 and Essendon in lane 7. The 4 qualifiers from Heat 2 of the female B grade Coxed 4. And that race coming up in just under an hour's time, as our finals will commence just before 9, in fact. So we'll have presentations again coming up to our winning and place getting crews once the finals begin. Our first final at 8:55 this morning. First of two heats on their way in the female C-grade double scull. Fields of 6 in these two heats, and it will be again the top 4 from each to go through to the final. Banks Lane 2, Corowa in 3, Essendon in 4, Hawthorn in 5, Corowa the school in 6 with a K, and Hawthorn again there in lane 7. So the two Corowas again here appearing in the same race. Fortunately a few lanes apart across the course, but I reckon they're probably sitting first and second too, the two Corowas here. So Corowa the club, lane 3, Charlotte Packer and Indy Hogan, coached by Wes Canny and Dermot Ballum. And Corowa the school, lane 6, Madeline Milton and Charlotte Agars. They certainly are both in qualifying spots, and not much between them two across the course. Maybe Corowa with a K just ahead of Corowa with a C. Third place also in a qualifying spot, Essendon lane 4, Matilda Cowell and Emma Stevenson, coached by Barry Gardner and Glenn Buttrell. And then fourth place looks to be Hawthorn down lane 7, Poppy Page and Bridget Tan, the combination coached by Tristan Kristevsky. But they've got about 130 metres now to race. Certainly is the two Corowas first and second. Essendon and Hawthorn third and fourth. Banks the far side fifth. Leona Wadsdell and Freddie Donnelly. And the second Essendon crew, lane 4, is back in 6th place. That's Matilda Cowell and Emma. In fact, that's the second Hawthorn crew, I should say. Christina Urici and Alana Hunter. But it's going to be Corowa from Corowa here in this opening heat of the female C-grade double scull. And Corowa the school racing in lane 6 will get this by a bit over a length in the end. So Corowa girls school first lane 6, Corowa the rowing club second lane 3. Third and fourth will be tight as well. Hawthorn and Essendon both will go through, and it will be Hawthorn, Page and Tan next across. Essendon, Cowell and Stevenson finish fourth. Fifth will be Banks on lane 2, and sixth will be the second of the two combinations from Hawthorn. So those two missing out. But the top 4 go through to the final of the female C-grade double scull. Again, that final coming up a little bit later on this morning's program. The finals commencing with our 8:55 race. And the female C-grade double coming up at 9:30 a.m. Second heat underway in the female C-grade double scull. A field of 6 once again going for the 4 qualifying spots. Wendouree Ballarat lane 2, Melbourne Rowing Club in 3, Hawthorn in 4, Essendon in 5, Bairnsdale in 6, and Corowa in lane 7. So already one crew through for the Corowa Rowing Club in heat 1. And this heat they've got Imogen Ragg and Phoebe Packer coming down lane 7, looking to move 2 boats through to the final. Bairnsdale alongside them, appearing for the first time at this regatta. Belinda Pownell and Joe Campbell, the crew there from the Bairnsdale Rowing Club. Next to them is the Essendon crew, Polly Jean Butterfield and Gemma Williamson. Hawthorn lane 4, Ella Diallo and Lola Page. Melbourne in 3 is Sarah Fry and Prudence Dwyer. And Wendouree Ballarat over in lane 2, Claire Hedger and Tracy Robinson. Four crews here will go through to the final. Sun back out with a vengeance at this stage, reflecting off the course. I think the doubles in the middle lanes are probably best placed here. In fact, one double is back a bit on the course. I think that might be Hawthorn, who are out of contention. The other 5 crews, but as they come into clear review now with 350 to row, are having a great race down the course, especially on this spectator side. Corowa lane 7, Bensdale lane 6, and Essendon lane 5, very closely locked together. And our 4th and final qualifier should come from the other side of the course. At this stage, probably Melbourne over Wendouree Ballarat. But have a look at the race here between our top 3. Centre lane in the final up for grabs here with maybe just Bairnsdale going for a push now ahead, certainly of Essendon, and Corowa still there as well with their other double scale already safely through to the final. But it's Bairnsdale who are pushing hard here in the closing strokes of the race. Belinda Pownell and Joe Campbell from the Bairnsdale Rowing Club, who are holding a narrow lead from Corowa, and Essendon trying to come again too late in the race. And Wendouree Ballarat, Hedger and Robertson coming home quickly on the far side of the course too to put some pressure on the Melbourne crew of Fry and Dwyer. But I think Melbourne should hold on for 4th spot. It's going to be Bairnsdale, who've taken a length almost late in this race on the crew from Corowa, who come across and take the win here in Heat 2. So Bairnsdale first, Corowa second, Essendon third. Those 3 all close together on this side of the course. And 4th place, still by a length almost, will be the combination from Melbourne, who'll go through to the final as well, ahead of Wendouree Ballarat in 5th place and Hawthorn in 6th. So a good race there in the female C-grade double sculls second heat, especially amongst our top 3. They're all guaranteed to qualify pretty much for the final, given their lead over the rest of the field. But certainly every place important, as it'll be Bairnsdale who secure the centre lane. It'll be alongside the Corowa Girls School double scull in the final of that event coming up at 9:30 this morning in race 120 on our program. We go right through to race 190 at the end of the day. Our last race scheduled for 4:30 this afternoon. Here comes the Hawthorn crew also to complete their race in 6th place. Ella Diallo and Lola Page across the line now as well on lane 4. So the female C-grade double scull 2 heats have been concluded. And the male A-grade single will be our next series of heats. 3 heats, in fact, required of this event. So a good field of entries here. The first of 3 heats underway now in the male A-grade single scull, race 108 on the program. 3 heats here, so the progression a little bit more cutthroat here. Just first and second from each heat will go through to the final, which is race 121. So that'll take place at 9:35 this morning. And again, an hour or so, or pretty much exactly an hour away, in fact, for the rollers at least in this first heat of the male A-grade single scull. William Katnack of Damascus College is in lane 2. Xander Bailey of Corio Bay in 3. Jack Courtney from Gippsland Grammar School in 4. William Gilbert of Wendouree Ballarat in 5. Max Curry from Hawthorn in 6. And Joshua Matheson of Wendouree Ballarat in lane 7. A number of these rowers here raced yesterday as well. See, both the Bailey brothers are listed across these 3 heats. They won the schoolboys doubles scull yesterday. Taj and Xander Bailey combining for Western Heights College, and also raced down to 21 single scull. And these Wendouree Ballarat scullers involved in a number of races across the course of yesterday as well. But a clear top 3 here in this race, but only 2 are going to go through to the final. It looks to be the lane 3 sculler from Corio Bay, Xander Bailey, who's coached by Jeff Watt, who'd be one of those leading 3. And then across to this side of the course, Max Curry of Hawthorn emerges from the bright sunshine with, I think, his boat narrowly ahead of William Gilbert from Wendouree Ballarat, and then back to Joshua Matheson of Wendouree Ballarat here in the male A-grade single scull. So it looks like we've got 3 clear chances to go through here. It is Xander Bailey the far side, William Gilbert and Max Curry on this side of the course. Xander Bailey today, of course, rowing in the Corio Bay colours, racing yesterday in the bright orange of Western Heights College. And Hawthorn's Max Curry is well placed here with but 2 Wendouree Ballarat scullers chasing him down the course. So Max Curry, coached by Tristan Kristevski, is currently in a qualifying spot, but he's under siege from both William Gilbert and Joshua Matheson. Gilbert especially has the rating up now late in this race. Just 2 scullers will go through here. Xander Bailey on the far side of the course and Max Curry from Hawthorn on this side. They look to be our top 2. The chase from William Gilbert is running out of steam, I suspect, and Joshua Matheson there in 4th place as well. But it's going to be a very tight finish on the line for first place. They'll both go through. The win will go, I reckon, narrowly to the green boat of the Hawthorn sculler. Max Curry just edging out Xander Bailey there, but they'll both go through to the final, so largely academic. 3rd place, William Gilbert. It was a strong late charge from him, but not quite enough to get up on our top 2. 4th, Joshua Matheson, who's across the line now as well, and those 4 cleared out on the rest of the field. 5th place will go to Jack Courtney of Gippsland Grammar School, there on lane 4, and 6th place to William Katnack of Damascus College from Ballarat, the sculler coached there by Linda Skidmore, rowing Victoria's own Linda Skidmore at Damascus College in Ballarat. Oh, great first heat of the male A-grade single scull. Xander Bailey and Max Curry for Corio Bay and Hawthorn, the first 2 scullers through to the final of this event. Good field assembled here in Heat 2 as well, which is underway. Max Mason from Wendouree Ballarat there in lane 2, who had some success yesterday, mainly rowing in the colours of Ballarat Clarendon College, but also did race the single scull and claimed the medal there early yesterday in what would have been the under 21 single scull, so racing here in the male A-grade single as well. Jeremy Lang of Footscray City is beside him in lane 3. Jordan Roberts of Mercantile in 4. Reese Davey from Essendon in 5. Samuel Reynolds of Gippsland Grammar School in 6, and Taj Bailey of Corio Bay racing in lane 7. I think I've got the pronunciation right now. I was saying Tig at previous regattas, but believe the official verdict is Taj Bailey, so hopefully now that is correct. My Gaelic pronunciations are not always what they should be, but in any case, he's certainly up there in the mix. But trailing a bit, I'd reckon, from the scullers in the centre of the course, Jordan Roberts and Reese Davey look to be our top 2, and also Max Mason on the far side from Wendouree Ballarat with his long loping strokes continuing on his way down the course. I reckon from here he'd be 3rd, but certainly not outside with a chance of getting a qualifying spot. But it's a good race in the centre of the course. Reese Davey from Essendon, who's coached by Bill Nugent, and Jordan Roberts alongside him from the Mercantile Club. And Max Mason, but from Wendouree Ballarat, does look to be making up some ground down the boardwalk side of the course. I reckon our qualifiers will come from those 3. Taj Bailey looks to be 4th. Jeremy Lang 5th for Footscray City. and Samuel Reynolds of Gippsland Grammar School behind him. But Roberts and Davey side by side, but they're going to be left behind, I reckon, now by Max Mason from Wendouree Ballarat, who's our state champion. He's ahead of the Lake winner from earlier in the week as well, and he's going to be the first sculler through here from Heat 2 to the final of the male A-grade single scull in the colours of the Wendouree Ballarat Rowing Club. So the race for second is critical now. Davey and Roberts stroke for stroke as Max Mason comes across and takes the win for Wendouree Ballarat, and it will be the Essendon sculler who gets the better of the battle for second and third, and by about a third of a length, Reach Davey goes across in second place. He's through to the final, just edging out Jordan Roberts of Mercantile Touch. Bailey will finish in fourth place for Corio Bay. Fifth will go to Jeremy Lang of Footscray City, and sixth to Samuel Reynolds of Gippsland Grammar. Again, a good race there in the male A-grade single scull. And it's Max Mason, the schoolboy from Ballarat, and Reece Davey of Essendon Rowing Club, who go through to the final from the second of three heats. Third and final heat underway, a field of five this time around, so two of the five will go through, three to miss out. We have Angus Murfitt from Wendouree Ballarat in lane 2, Lagan Joshi of Gippsland Grammar School in 3, Noah Brandy of Corio Bay in 4, William Hexter of Hawthorn in 5, and Hagan Cook of Gippsland Grammar School in 6, and the sun has finally gone behind the clouds, so a clear, unobstructed view down the course for a change shows I think four scullers in a pretty good line across the course. I reckon Noah Brandy of Corio Bay and Angus Murfitt of Wendouree Ballarat, probably the better two-place scullers at this point. Not far back to William Hexter from Hawthorn. And then the two scullers from Gippsland Grammar School, Hagan Cook and Lagan Joshi, with a little bit of work to do still. There is what seems like a clear top two. I suspect it is the Corio Bay sculler, Noah Brandy, and also Angus Murfitt from Wendouree Ballarat, who's just gone past the yellow marker buoy, the 1750 marker, or as it is today, the 750 metre mark on the 1,000 metre course. So 250 out from the finish in any case, a quarter of the race remaining. A bit less than that now, in fact, because they're moving pretty quickly in these male A-grade single sculls, and it continues to be Angus Murfitt and Noah Brandy, the leading two scullers here. So Corio Bay looking to qualify two scullers through to the final. Noah coached, of course, by a fairly good sculler himself in Jeff Sykes, of course, from the Corio Bay Rowing Club in lane 4. But it's Wendouree Ballarat, Angus Murfitt, who also will look to qualify two scullers here, with Max Mason winning the previous heat. And it's going to be a similar story here playing out in heat number 3. Wendouree Ballarat sculler comfortably clear now. Still Noah Brandy of Corio Bay. A wall of scullers coming behind at him. Lagan Joshi of Gippsland Grammar School really flying home, as is Hagan Cook. It could get interesting for third or even second place, but Angus Murfitt takes the win for Wendouree Ballarat. And Noah Brandy, now he's timed his run to perfection. He gets across with a 2/3 of a length lead, and he qualifies comfortably enough in the end. Lagan Joshi really did make it interesting, but late in the race, he gets across in third place. The second Gippsland Grammar School sculler, Hagan Cook, will finish 4th, and 5th then will go to William Hexter of Hawthorn. So the second race in a row won by Wendouree Ballarat, who've qualified two scullers for the final of the male A-grade single scull, as have Corio Bay. Also Max Curry of Hawthorn, who run the opening heat, and Reece Davey of Essendon, who was second in heat 2. They'll all meet again in the final of the male A-grade single scull coming up at 9:35. But we go on to our next event, the female under-17 single scull. A field of 5, and I spoke too soon about the sun going behind a cloud. It was a rather small cloud, and it's back out with a vengeance now, reflecting right over the first 500 metres of the course, so a little bit tricky from here to pick up exactly what's going on, apart from the fact that 5 scullers are coming down in heat 1 of the female under-17 single scull. So there'll be 2 heats of this event. First 4 from each will go through, so just last place to be eliminated here, and the remaining 4 scullers will qualify. Alexia Kafasis for Yarra Yarra is in lane 2. Elizabeth Drew Finn of Essendon in 3. Molly Walker from Hamilton in 4. Annie Higgins of Wrighton in 5. And Millie Mason of Wendouree Ballarat in lane 6. Not sure if she's related to Max Mason, who took out a couple of races ago, also from Wendouree Ballarat. The race lead does look to be with Elizabeth Drew Finn of the Essendon Rowing Club across on the southern side of the course, coached by Barry Gardner and Glenn Buttrell. And a good race for second between Molly Walker and Millie Mason. So both of those two look to be in qualifying spots. And then a little bit back, but not too far, to Annie Higgins and also Alexia Kafasis. So it may come down to Wrighton and Yarra Yarra for the final spot here in the final of the female under-17 single scull. But still, there's part of 300 metres to go for those scullers as they work their way into the final quarter shortly of this race. The female under-17 single scull. 2 heats here and then a final at 9:40. And a clear lead certainly to the Essendon sculler here, Elizabeth Drew Finn, who maintains that comfortable margin. Molly Walker coming through strongly for Hamilton in the centre of the course. And Millie Mason of Wendouree Ballarat back to third now. Still a length or so clear of Annie Higgins from Wrighton. And Alexia Kafasis of Yarra Yarra has got herself up into the top 4 as well. So at this stage, the Wrighton sculler, who needs to do some work to qualify for the final, but out in front comfortably is the sculler from Essendon, Elizabeth Drew Finn on lane 3. Very clear lead here. The Hamilton sculler coming through strongly, also in the centre of the course. So Molly Walker there for Hamilton Rowing Club, who's in second place. Then Yarra Yarra and Wendouree Ballarat either side of the course, going for 3rd and 4th. They're fairly close together. Both look set to go through, but the race is won by Essendon's Elizabeth Drew Finn. She wins it by about 3 lengths, so a good win indeed. Hamilton second with Molly Walker. 3rd will go to Alexia Kafasis, and 4th to Millie Mason of Wendouree Ballarat. And 5th place then, the Wrighton sculler Annie Higgins. Second heat of the female under-17 single scull. Field of 5. Molly Sawyer of Carrum racing in lane 2. If I recall correctly, he raced here at the Nagambie Regatta 2 weeks ago in what was only her very early time in the boat at least, and won some medals at the Nagambie Regatta regardless. So it was a good introduction to the sport at the Nagambie Regatta 2 weeks ago for Molly Sawyer of Carrum, coached by Drew Holman, part of that strong and growing program at the National Water Sports Centre, where unfortunately they can't train right now because of an algae outbreak on the National Water Sports Centre. But hasn't affected Karam so far. We saw their four take out a good win in a heat earlier today. And Molly Sawyer well placed here in a qualifying spot as well across in lane 2. Melandra Barnard of Yarra Yarra is beside her in lane 3. Millie Delaney from Essendon, Arabella Ashley of Wendouree Ballarat, and Rio Smith from Corio Bay. And she is our race leader, the Corio Bay sculler here, who competed in the single sculling events yesterday as well, over 2,000 metres. So I suspect enjoying the drop back to 1,000 metre racing here today. The sculler coached by Jeff Watt at the Corio Bay Rowing Club on the Barwon River in Geelong. So she certainly is comfortably in front here. Molly Sawyer of Karam doing a good job too on the far side of the course, and Melandra Barnard of Yarra Yarra. They'll all go through reasonably comfortably, you'd think. Then Arabella Ashley of Wendouree Ballarat and Millie Delaney of Essendon with some work to do there in the centre of the course, lane 4. She does trail the 4th place sculler by around about 2 lengths and is starting to run out of water. But Rio Smith from Corio Bay, this female under 17 single scull. Molly Sawyer of Karam, Melandra Barnard of Yarra Yarra. A very good race for 2nd and 3rd, certainly it looks like it will be. And Wendouree Ballarat's Arabella Ashley still fairly comfortable there in 4th place as well. So our qualifiers just about set. The order not completely confirmed yet, but Rio Smith here is rowing pretty smartly down lane 6. And she's going to take out the win here by just over a length, it would be. And Melandra Barnard moving into a clear 2nd place now as well. So Corio Bay first on lane 6. 2nd goes to Yarra Yarra, and 3rd will be Karam. Those 3 scullers all comfortably through to the final. And then it will be Wendouree Ballarat, who just needs to watch the steering there. Arabella Ashley. She safely navigates the line. The boys and is across the finish line now in 4th spot. So Arabella Ashley also through to the final of the female under 17 single scull, and Essendon's Millie Delaney will finish in 5th position. So 2 heats complete there in the female under 17 single. Final coming up at 9:40 as we head towards our finals here today. In fact, our very next race will be a final. We have got a little ahead of schedule here at the moment because that was the 8:50 race which just concluded right on 8:50. So our next race is still officially 5 minutes away, which is the first of our finals, the female A-grade cocked quad sculls. All is in readiness too in the presentation tent, where gold, silver and bronze medals will be handed out to our place-getting crews in all the finals at today's racing, beginning with race 113. Presentation tent will be front and centre too for those watching on the live stream. Welcome to all of you viewing it from wherever you are watching. Just again, be aware it is just a single camera live stream here today with that finish line shot, so you can see the conclusion of each race and also the presentations that will take place on the presentation pontoon. So we hope you can enjoy today's coverage. And I mention the medals once again, while there is a slight gap in racing, remind all those who were here at the Ngambia Regatta 2 weeks ago, particularly on the Sunday racing, that the medals that weren't available on that day have been ordered. They have not yet arrived, but the Ngambia Rowing Club do expect that they'll receive those medals in very soon, and they will then arrange to distribute them to all winning crews from the Ngambia Regatta. So do not fear if you raced here 2 weeks ago and won a medal. Those will be distributed as soon as possible once they're received by the Ngambia Rowing Club in coming days. Underway in the first final of the day, the female A-grade Cox Quad Scull race, 113, right on time too at 8:55 a.m. with a field of 8 entered in this event, so there were no heats required. It was straight to the final for all 8 crews, so every lane occupied here at Nagambie Lakes, and a good field it is too. Corio Bay in lane 1, Damascus College in 2, Essendon in 3, Loretto Ballarat in 4, Wrighton Girls in 5, Loretto Ballarat again in lane 6, Gibson Grammar School in 7, and Mercantile Racing in lane 8. And they are through the first 350 metres, in fact, now of this race, the 8 Quad Sculls. And Essendon doing the best, certainly of the crews on the far side of the course. That's the crew on lane 3. Sophie Robe, Rachel Hatherley, Zara Mason, Jessie Freestone, and Alessia Siritic, coached by Rhett Spiller. They've certainly got themselves ahead of all the crews closest to them. Back to this side, but we have Gibson Grammar School and also Mercantile in contention here. The Mercantile crew down lane 8, Amy Florence and Ellen Pinnicky, Lindsay Calvert, Freya Axton and Erin McCarthy. Gibson Grammar School beside them on lane 7, Lily Canfield, Tara DeHood, Scarlett Tavaski, April Harrison and Lucy Hodges, the Cox. The crew coached by Nick Bartlett. And Scarlett Tavaski and April Harrison from that crew already have 4 gold medals after yesterday's racing for both Gibson Grammar School and Mercantile. So it's been a very successful regatta for them so far. They're a chance here of another one, but it's going to be hard to get up into the gold medal spot. Also in there, Wrighton Girls, lane 5, Valencia De Begossian, Ruby Draper, Saya McIntyre, Letitia De Begossian and Olivia Michelini. But it looks like the 2 club crews, Essendon and Mercantile, battling this one out ahead then of Gibson Grammar School. Wrighton's still there. 2 crews from Loretto Ballarat, both of them contested, I think, divisions 4 and 5 of the quads races yesterday afternoon here as well. And over on the far side, Corio Bay and Damascus College, pretty tightly locked together, but sitting in about 6th and 7th position. But it is Essendon still. And Mercantile on this side really winding up late. These 2 crews almost on opposite sides of the course, but going for the gold medal in the female A-grade Cox Quad Scull. Essendon lane 3, Mercantile lane 8 here on the finish tower side of the course, maybe with a narrow advantage now with a few strokes to go. The Mercantile crew have their boat ahead of Essendon going for the first gold medal of the day, and it will go to Mercantile, who will maintain their spot and extend their lead on the medal tally for this regatta. Mercantile first, Essendon finished second. Third will go to Gibson Grammar School, so yet another medal there for Scarlett Tavaski and April Harrison in that combination with the rest of the Gibson Grammar crew. Wrighton Girls, who got a bronze yesterday, 4th place today it will be in the A-grade Cox Quad Scull, and then on the far side of the course, very tight for 5th place, Corio Bay just edging out Damascus College, and then 2 crews from Loretto Ballarat, lane 4, will finish ahead of lane 6. But it's a gold medal to Mercantile. In the first of our finals, the crew of Amy Florence and Ellen Pinnicky, Lindsay Calvert, Freya Axton and Erin McCarthy are across the line with a good win there over Essendon, who will finish with silver, and bronze will go to Gibson Grammar School. Presentations to come fairly soon, once those 3 crews return to the presentation pontoon, which is currently being freshened up in preparation for their arrival. But in the meantime, another race is already on the course. The male B-grade Cox Quad Scull is on its way, the 9 a.m. final. We had the heats of this race as the opening 2 races of the day. So now the top 6 contesting the final. Melbourne Rowing Club lane 2, Essendon lane 3, Mercantile in 4, Corowa in 5, Hawthorn in 6 and Banks in 7. The Corowa crew leading here on lane 5, Simon McFarlane, Liam Fitzgerald, Bradley Pearce or Lockie Seymour and Harvey McFarlane, coached by Wes Canny and Dermot Ballum. And they've got a lead of a length or so. It would be on Essendon in 2nd place, who might claim their 2nd silver medal in the space of about 5 minutes here. That's the crew of Brandon Kennedy, Mitchell Jacker, Nicholas King, Tyler Fitzpatrick and Lauren Facciolo. And in fact, Essendon maybe not content with silver. They're making a bit of ground too on the Corowa crew. And then Mercantile look to be narrowly 3rd. Michael Kelly, Thomas Berglund, Austin Locke, Jack Harrington, Isabella Wang, coached by Anthony Berglund, and also Melbourne on the far side of the course with Banks on this side. They're about 4th and 5th, but not far off the pace, and Hawthorn there in 6th place. But it looks like the Coral Rowing Club from New South Wales will take out the gold medal here in the male B-grade Cox Quad Scull. They're only 2 strokes out from the finish line. Essendon second, very tight still for third, but Coral will certainly get the win on lane 5. Essendon will get the silver medal, and it might just be Mercantile who'll pinch the bronze plate. They will indeed. Mercantile third, and Melbourne 4th. 5th then will go to Banks, and 6th will be Hawthorn in the final of the male B-grade Cox Quad Scull. Call for Craig Smith from Loretto College, Ballarat. Craig Smith from Loretto, Ballarat. Can you please come to the bottom of the finish tower and meet with the Regatta Secretary? Craig Smith from Loretto, Ballarat. Can you please come to the finish tower urgently to meet with the Regatta Secretary? Male under 17 Cox Quad Scull is now the race on the course. The first of our presentations is happening down on the presentation pontoon. So well done to our place getters in the female A grade Cox Quad Scull, the first of the finals. Gold to Mercantile, silver to Essendon, and bronze to Gippsland Grammar School. Congratulations to our place getters there. And some more place getters about to be sorted out here in the male under 17 Cox Quad Scull. Albert Park College racing in lane 2, Hawthorn in 3. Hamilton Alexandra in 4, Albert Park College again in lane 5, Wendouree Ballarat in 6, and Essendon lane 7, and it would be Wendouree Ballarat. The red colours showing out, I think, narrowly ahead of Albert Park College. Those two, lanes 6 and 5, look to be battling out for the race lead here. The crew from Ballarat is Cameron Belville, Oscar Henderson, Liam Shaw, Hamish Quigley, and Jared Morrison, coached by Paul Blanchfield. He's also in charge of the live streaming of this weekend's regatta in his spare time. Second place, Albert Park College, Leo Stepancic, Sam Crawford, Daniel Simpson, Sam Roberts, and Daisy Merritt. And then across to the southern side of the course where it looks like Hawthorn now have gone clear of Albert Park College, the second crew from Albert Park there at least. So Albert Park currently second and 4th, Essendon 5th, and Hamilton and Alexandra. In fact, those two close together, still racing out for 5th and 6th spot. But the win in the male under 17 Cox Quad Scull looks like it'll shortly go the way of the combination from Wendouree Ballarat. They're a length and a half clear now over Albert Park College and also Hawthorn. So it's going to be Wendouree Ballarat on lane 6 who take out the male under 17 Cox Quad Scull. Albert Park second at lane 5, and third will go to Hawthorn. Pretty close between those two, in fact, in the final analysis. Hawthorn, Thomas Perrinet, Hunter Penman, Luca Mikas, Lucas Davies, and Malinka Truskowski, the crew coached by Tristan Krustevski. They'll get a bronze medal. 4th will go to Albert Park College on the far side. 5th will be Essendon lane 7, and 6th place to Hamilton and Alexandra. Just again a call for Craig Smith of Loretto College, Ballarat. Craig Smith from Loretto, Ballarat, can you please come to the finish tower and meet with the Regatta Secretary urgently, please? Presentations underway for the male B grade Cox Quad Scull. Event won by the Coral Rowing Club, have just received their medals from Kieran Mayer of Rowing Victoria. Silver medals to the crew from Essendon and the bronze to Mercantile. The next race, mixed Cox 4, has been removed from the program. So we're waiting on the women's B Cox 4 will be the next event. Time to start at 9:15. About 8 minutes until our next race is officially time to start. Although on evidence so far this morning, they might be underway a couple of minutes early. But at this stage, I can see the crews across the course at various angles. So we're not quite ready for a race start yet in our next event, race 117, which is the women's B Cox 4 final. Congratulations to our place getters in the male under 17 Cox Quad Skull, who've just received their medals. Gold medals to Wendouree Ballarat, silver to Albert Park College, and the bronze to the Hawthorn Rowing Club in race 115, the male under 17 Cox Quad Skull. And looks like we are underway now. Again, a couple of minutes ahead of schedule, and the final of the female B grade Cox 4. So it's repeating race 116. The mixed events was removed from the program, and we go straight to race 117, the final of the female B grade at Cox 4. And these crews came through heats in the very early part of the day. In fact, the second and third races of this morning's regatta were the two heats of the female B grade 4, so they are seated now with the heat winners into the centre lanes. And a field of 8 in this race. Banks Lane 1, Loretto Ballarat Lane 2, Richmond Lane 3, Mercantile Lane 4, Carrum in 5, Gippsland Grammar School in 6, Loretto Ballarat 7, and Essendon in Lane 8. And Mercantile and Carrum were the two heat winners. Mercantile Lane 4, Carmel Lock, Lucinda Gardner, Amrithu Sidhu, Felicity Batten and Abby Wolfe. And Carrum Lane 5, Kelly James, Angelique Everett, Jess Fishman, Sarah Hayward and Jess Cuddy. Crew coached by Drew Holman. Those two way well along with Gippsland Grammar School in 6 and Richmond over in Lane 3, who were the two second place getting crews in that event as well, in the heats at least. Loretto College out in Lane 2, Loretto Ballarat in the mix there as well. And also Banks in Lane 1, so plenty of chances here remain as they come up to about the halfway mark here of this final of the female B grade at Cox 4. Carrum narrowly from Mercantile. Richmond still there as well. And the crews on the far side looking to remain in contention as well. Banks and Loretto side by side there, certainly ahead of the two crews on this side of the course in lanes 7 and 8. The second crew from Loretto Ballarat and also Essendon on lane 8. Got about 350 metres now to race in this final of the female B grade Cox 4. Still tight between those three crews at the top. Richmond there as well with Lily Innes-Irons, Amy Catlin, Beth Rosenberg, Phyllis Barter and Sam Lincoln, the cocks of that crew. He's also dabbling in rowing in recent seasons as well, Sam Lincoln. I'm not sure if he's racing the single scull today, but he may well be doing that as well as coxing these Richmond boats down the course. But Carrum and Richmond now have looked to have moved ahead, certainly of Mercantile. But Banks the far side, the crew to watch here as well. In the shadows of the boardwalk there over in lane 1, the crew of Emily Rouse, Matea Black, Emily Carruthers, Kiana Baines and Dayara Jayatissa, coached by Blair Baggett. So Banks, Richmond and Carrum, the top three crews. Loretto Lane 2 still there, along with Mercantile in 4, and then Gippsland Grammar School racing in lane 6, but certainly Banks over on the far side have doing a very good job of there in lane 1 with the race lead certainly in there, keeping now with about 60 metres to go. Good race developing between Loretto and beside them the crew from Richmond for probably the bronze medal now. Loretto coming home quickly. Carrum too will need to work late in the race to keep themselves in medal contention as well. But it's going to be Banks, and Banks easily in the end. They'll win this race by 2 lengths to Banks crew on lane 1. And Loretto Ballarat are going to sneak up into second place with a great final surge by a canvas. Loretto second, and beside them then Richmond third. So all our medalists in the end come from the far side of the course. Carrum just miss out there in 4th spot on lane 5. Mercantile finished 5th. 6th will go to Gippsland Grammar School. And 7th and 8th close together on this side of the course. Essendon Just will finish 7th. Loretto Lane 7 will finish in 8th place. But the Banks crew has done it down lane 1. And it's a convincing win in the end to Emily Rouse, Matea Black, Emily Carruthers, Kiana Baines, and Dayara Jayatissa, coached by Blair Baggett. And then the Loretto College crew will take second spot ahead of Richmond. Straight on to our next final. It is the female A-grade pair with a field of just 3 it is now. One crew have scratched their Mercantile Lane 4, so 3 boats remain, which I expect means it'll be gold and silver medals only for this particular race, so plenty to race for these crews. On their way down the 1,000-metre course, it's Loretto College Ballarat again out there in lane 3. Meg Lynch and Isabella Rosato, which is half of their head of the lake winning Division 1 4 from Tuesday, racing here in the pair as well and doing a good job, it seems, there out on lane 3. Racing a little bit on their own with an empty lane on their bow side now where the Mercantile crew were originally listed. Carrum then lane 5, Jackie Deeble and Anya Lloyd-Smith, and Richmond lane 6, the crew of Kate Dybel and Helen Pearce, who've been busy already at this regatta. Of course, they are, as I mentioned a few times yesterday, the reigning national champions in the club double scull, but also racing the pair to this regatta. They picked up a silver medal in the women's club pair yesterday and a bronze in the double scull as well. So a successful regatta already for Kate Dybel and Helen Pearce, but they're in a good race here with Carrum and also Loretto Ballarat, the 3 crews into the final 300 metres now of this race. They are fairly spread out across the course, so expecting to see 1 vacant lane, but there's another one there on the course as well, down what should have been, I thought, Richmond's lane 6. But regardless, they continue on into the final quarter of the race, and looks like the gold should come down to a race in 2 between Loretto and Richmond, who are on opposite sides of the course. The Carrum combination behind them sits about a length or so further back in 3rd place there, Jackie Deeble and Anya Lloyd-Smith, coached by Drew Holman. But, the yellow and black of Richmond, Kate Dybel and Helen Pearce on the spectator side of the course, and the bright yellow and blue of Loretto Ballarat, we have Meg Lynch and Isabella Rosato, who are doing a good job over there in lane 3 and really challenging the reigning national champions in the club women's double scull, and the silver medalists from yesterday as well in the club women's pair. But Loretto Ballarat look to have their boat maybe narrowly ahead here of the Richmond crew with 5 or 6 strokes to go in this female A-grade pair as they approach the finish line. Still Richmond are responding and lifting once more, but it's going to be Loretto in a couple of strokes' time who comes across and takes the win in the female A-grade pair. Loretto win it by a length over Richmond in 2nd place, and 3rd will go to the combination from Carrum, a couple of lengths further back there in the fluoro green colours. So Meg Lynch and Isabella Rosato win gold for Loretto Ballarat in the female A-grade pair, ahead of Richmond and also Carrum in race 118. On the course now in the male B grade pair, race 119, the next of our finals on today's racing, the second day of the Victorian State Championship Regatta for 2025. Powerhouse racing in lane 3, Richmond in 4, Carrum in 5, and Gibson Grammar School in 6. And the Richmond crew would have probably a narrow advantage over Carrum there. Clearly, those two at least have gone very well clear in the middle of the course. Richmond lane 4, Charles Wallace, Benjamin Wardle. Carrum lane 5, Stuart Gilbert and Drew Holman. And we get back to the race for third place between Powerhouse and Gibson Grammar School on either side of the course. The Gibson Grammar combination, Connor Howard and Stuart Ray. I think right earlier today in the single sculling events as well. And Powerhouse over in lane 3, Nicholas Andrew and John Atchison there for Powerhouse. But it's Richmond from Carrum at this stage with about 150 to go in the final of the male B grade pair. Charles Wallace and Benjamin Wardle there for Richmond. Stuart Gilbert for Carrum along with the head coach of the program there, Drew Holman, in the boat there also for the Carrum Rowing Club, but sitting about linked or a bit more, in fact, now behind our race leaders from Richmond. So it looks likely to be a gold medal coming up here to the Richmond Rowing Club in a few strokes' time as they continue to lead Carrum into the closing strokes of the male B-grade pair. Back in the battle for third place, Powerhouse and Gibson Grammar School. But Richmond pulling away here late, extending their lead on the Carrum crew. And Richmond will go across almost 2.5 lengths clear of Carrum in second place. So Charles Wallace and Benjamin Wardle take out the male B-grade pair for Richmond. Carrum will take silver. And bronze looks likely to go the way, I think, of Powerhouse on the southern side of the course. The crew there of Nicholas Andrew and John Atchison, who will beat home Gippsland Grammar School. Female C-grade double scull, the next of our finals on the course, race 120. About 4 more finals to go for this early morning session of racing before heats commence again at 9:50 in about 20 minutes' time. But this is the final of the female C-grade double scull. Melbourne lane 1, Essendon lane 2, Corowa in 3. Oh, this is all the Corowas in this race. So Corowa the club in lane 3, Corowa the school in lane 4, Bairnsdale in 5, who also won their heat. Corowa Rowing Club again lane 6, Hawthorn lane 7, Essendon lane 8. Particularly good start, I reckon, by the Essendon crew there of Polly Jean Butterfield and Gemma Williamson over in lane 2. I saw a final one from lane 1 before, so certainly proves you can win from anywhere here at Nagambie Lakes in these conditions today. And then we've got the various Corowa combinations. So from Corowa Rowing Club, lane 3, Charlotte Packer and Indy Hogan, and lane 6, Imogen Ragg and Phoebe Packer. These two crews, I think, are combining in a quad scull race in about 20 minutes' time as well. So it's a busy period for those girls from Corowa Rowing Club. Corowa Girls School, lane 4, Madeline Milton and Charlotte Agars. Just trail a bit, but from Bairnsdale alongside them, Belinda Pownell and Joe Campbell, who are doing the better of the two heat winners there in lane 5, the combination from Bairnsdale, but they're in a good battle with Ragg and Packer of Corowa lane 6. Corowa lane 3 still there as well. Essendon lane 2. So it looks like our medalists will come from those 5 centre lanes, but far from certain the order they'll finish in here now with 250 metres still to race. But the Bairnsdale combination does just seem to narrowly have the edge on Corowa beside them in lane 6. It's the West Canny and Dermot Ballum coached combination coming down the Finish Tower side of the course. Essendon still there in contention too. Certainly in a medal spot now, just about. But I reckon Corowa Girls School coming through strongly in lane 4 as well. Milton and Agars there for Corowa with a K in the centre lane, who have got a pretty good finish on them, it appears, as they move up on our top 3 crews. So it's still Bairnsdale just lane 5. Essendon the far side. Corowa lane 6, Corowa lane 4, Corowa lane 3. They're all a chance here in the closing strokes, and Bairnsdale need to hang on to maintain their lead. They've been sitting in the provisional gold medal spot for most of 950 metres here, but Essendon are coming late, as are Corowa, all the Corowas, but it might in fact be the Essendon crew now on the far side of the course. Polly Jean Butterfield and Gemma Williamson tight with Bairnsdale, and Corowa again, they'll hit the line almost locked together. Essendon, I reckon. Essendon will get it just from Bairnsdale and Corowa lane 6. A brilliant finish there in the female C-grade double scull, and then lanes 3 and 4, or 4 and 3 I think it was, Corowa Girls School and Corowa Rowing Club, who've just missed out on the medals, but not by much. Melbourne will finish in 6th place on lane 1. It'll be Hawthorn finishing 7th and Essendon in 8th, but what a finish there in the female C-grade double scull, and I reckon that Essendon have got it done on the far side of the course in lane 2. We'll confirm those results very shortly. Result confirmed in race 120. It was Essendon lane 2, the winners. Bairnsdale second, lane 5, and third to Corowa lane 6. So they are our place getters, lanes 2, 5 and 6 in the female C-grade double scull. I've got the margin in that race I'll go through shortly, but here comes first of all the male A-grade single scull with a field of 6 here. Xander Bailey in lane 2, Angus Murford in 3, Max Mason in 4, Max Curry in 5, Reece Davey in 6, and Noah Brandy in lane 7. They've only got about 250 to go, and the two Maxes having a great battle here. Max Curry of Hawthorn in lane number 5. Max Mason of Wendouree Ballarat in lane 4 alongside him. He was second in the under-21 single scull yesterday, but trailing here from Max Curry of Hawthorn, who's got the boat lead by about half a length or so. Xander Bailey of Corio Bay currently sitting third on the far side, just ahead of Angus Murfitt, the second of two scullers here from Wendouree Ballarat. Then back to Reese Davey of Essendon and Noah Brandy of Corio Bay. But it's the battle of the Maxes out in front, and it's Curry leading Mason still with under now 100 metres to go, and it's hard to see if Max Mason can overwhelm the race leader here in the form of Max Curry, who's really battling on strongly, the Hawthorn sculler, ahead of Max Mason from Wendouree Ballarat, and Xander Bailey joined by Angus Murfitt in the race for the bronze medal too. But it will be Max Curry of Hawthorn, almost a boat length clear, who'll get across and take the win in the male A-grade single scull. So Hawthorn first, Wendouree Ballarat second, and they'll take third as well as Angus Murfitt finishes over the top of Xander Bailey of Corio Bay in the end on lane 2. But a great finish once again between the top 4 scullers in this race. Reese Davey of Essendon, who won the schoolboys single scull this time last year, now finishes 5th in the male A-grade single, and Noah Brandy of Corio Bay will take out 6th place. But Max Curry of Hawthorn, the gold medalist there in the male A-grade single, silver to Max Mason of Wendouree Ballarat, bronze to Angus Murfitt of Wendouree Ballarat as well. Well done to our scullers there, and congratulations to our place getters in the female C-grade double scull who are receiving their medals. And it was a gold to Essendon Rowing Club, Polly Jean Butterfield and Gemma Williamson. Second to Bairnsdale, Belinda Pownall and Joe Campbell. And third to Corowa, the Lane 6 crew, Imogen Ragg and Phoebe Packer. I can tell you that Essendon won that race by 0.38 of a second. And then there was 0.35 of a second to the third place crew. So that was Bairnsdale over Corowa by 0.35. And then from third to fourth, a further 0.38 of a second between Corowa Lane 6 and Corowa Girls' School on lane 4. So an incredibly close finish there. Barely 1 second between our top 4, in fact, top 5 crews, with the other Corowa crew being very close in lane 3. So some great racing in the female C-grade double scull, and good to see crews receiving their medals there. I'm pretty sure the Corowa crew has a quad scull race to come very shortly as well. They'll be well warmed up after that race there in the double scull. But well done to Essendon for getting the win on lane 2. They won it by 0.38 of a second. Male A-grade single scull presentation coming up shortly as well. But first of all, we have on the course the final of the female under-17 single scull. Another chance for an Essendon medal here as well, in fact, with Elizabeth Drew Finn racing in lane 5, Rio Smith of Corio Bay in lane 4, 2 of the heat winners from earlier today. The full field from lane 1, Millie Mason of Wendouree Ballarat, lane 2, Alexia Kafasis of Yarra Yarra, lane 3, Melandra Barnard of Yarra Yarra, lane 4, Rio Smith, lane 5, Elizabeth Drew Finn, lane 6, Molly Walker from Hamilton, lane 7, Molly Sawyer from Carrum, and lane 8, Wendouree Ballarat, Arabella Ashley. So the two Maxes battling out the previous race. Got the two Mollys in this race from Hamilton and Carrum in lanes at 6 and 7, but a little bit off the pace being set, I reckon, by Rio Smith of Corio Bay, who's our top place sculler at this point, about halfway through the 1,000-metre race. So Rio Smith, who's coached by Jeff Watt on the Corio Bay Rowing Club in Geelong, and she's opened up a pretty handy lead, I would say, on the scullers either side of her. Melandra Barnard from Yarra Yarra, Elizabeth Drew Finn of Essendon, who's coached there by Barry Gardner and Glenn Buttrell. And also Millie Mason from Wendouree Ballarat across on the far side. Alexia Kafasis of Yarra Yarra, lots of red colours there on the boardwalk side of the course. And then back to the finish tower side, Molly Walker of Hamilton, Molly Sawyer of Carrum, and Arabella Ashley of Wendouree Ballarat as the state championship title in the female under-17 single scull will be decided in the next couple of minutes as these scullers head up with about, in the case of our race leader, a third of the race to go. Rio Smith from Corio Bay with a growing margin too. It does seem to be her lead over the field here in this race. Here comes Rio Smith of Corio Bay. Had a successful day here yesterday, winning the under-21 double scull along with Beatrix Hearn in the Corio Bay colours. Also raced the final of the schoolgirls single scull, but here in the under-17 single, she's comfortably clear of Melandra Barnard of Yarra Yarra. Elizabeth Drew Finn of Essendon. Looks like she'll get the bronze medal, and maybe Millie Mason of Wendouree Ballarat in 4th place, or also Molly Sawyer, the Carrum sculler, coming down this side of the course. But the win will certainly go to Rio Smith, the sculler from the Corio Bay Rowing Club. She comes across and takes out the female under-17 single scull. So her second gold medal of this regatta for the sculler from Geelong. Second place goes to Melandra Barnard, and third it will indeed be Elizabeth Drew Finn of Essendon, about to come across the line now. She'll finish with the bronze medal. Fourth will indeed be tight, probably the far side, Wendouree Ballarat, just Millie Mason in 4th, Molly Sawyer in 5th. 6th place will go to Alexia Kafasis, 7th Molly Walker, and 8th Arabella Ashley. Reminder too of the various vendors and catering opportunities around the regatta course here today. I mentioned earlier the Easy Your Cafe here on the finish line with the volunteers from the Nagambie Bowls Club in charge. But as was the case yesterday, we do also have the Boost Juice truck parked near the finish line. Those looking for a cold drink on what will eventually become a fairly warm day here at Nagambie. And also Oliver's Lane Coffee in the boat park, located in the same place they were yesterday. So the coffee van open for business too, up in the boat park from Oliver's Lane. Also have in the boat park a number of vendors there. Perfect Balance Rowing, Wintech, and also Laszlo Boats, all on display in the boat park area. And a little bit closer to the finish line, we do have Pontoon 776 BC, and of course the regatta shop all open for business today as well. So please, as you get around the venue, support the various vendors who have had their time to be here today. As we do see racing continue here out on the course with the female under-15 single scull. We've just seen a gold medal to Corio Bay, and a good chance there'll be another one coming up here with Sky Quirk, the Corio Bay sculler in lane 4. Our race leader, coached by Ian Bridgeland, as is Eden Smith, also of Corio Bay, racing in lane 3. And the third sculler from the Hamilton Rowing Club, Murray McDonald, racing down lane 5. But it certainly is a Sky Quirk who looks to be fairly comfortably in front here into the final third now of this race. Race 123, the last of our finals for a little while. We go back to heat racing soon with the female C-grade Coxed Quad Scull heats over the 1,000-metre course. But firstly, we'll have the conclusion of this race. The female under-15 single scull with Corio Bay, and unfortunately Eden Smith of Corio Bay has come unstuck on the far side of the course. I can see a boat without an athlete currently sitting in it, so our officials will go across to assist her. But that does make it an even more straightforward run to the finish line now, certainly for Sky Quirk of Corio Bay. Mary McDonald of Hamilton now certainly guaranteed a second place finish. And the lifesavers quickly into action too to assist Eden Smith of Corio Bay. But her Corio Bay clubmate out in front. We saw Rio Smith for Corio Bay take out the previous race, the female under-17 single. And it's going to be Sky Quirk now in the Corio Bay colours. I think he'll be one of the head of the schoolgirls' favourites too in the one of the single sculling races in a couple of weeks' time. But she comes across and takes here the state title in the female under-15 single scull. So the Ian Bridgeland coach sculler, Sky Quirk, gets the win in the female under-15 single. And second will go to the Hamilton Rowing Club sculler, Harry McDonald. With a few strokes to go to complete the course, she'll be across in second position shortly in this female under-15 single scull. And it does look as if The second Corio Bay scull has just been assisted into the Lifesavers boat, and her boat will be taken back to the boat park as well. So hopefully all okay there for the young sculler from Corio Bay. Presentation taking place. Speaking of Corio Bay, to the place getters of the female under-17 single scull. So a gold medal there to Rio Smith from Corio Bay. Silver to Melandra Barnard of Yarra Yarra, and bronze to Elizabeth Drew Finn of the Essendon Rowing Club. So well done to our place getters in race 122, the female under-17 single scull. Still a few minutes before our next race. In any case, we're just waiting for that single scull to be cleared from the course. And once the officials and rescue boats are all back in place, racing will resume. Our next race scheduled for 9:50. In fact, the first heat of the female C-grade coxed quad scull. Congratulations to our medalists also in their female under-15 single scull who've just received their medals. Gold to Sky Quirk of Corio Bay. Silver to Marion McDonald of the Hamilton Rowing Club in race 123. We have now race 124, the first heat of 2 in the female C grade at Cox Quad Skull. Field of 7 in both of these 2 heats. The top 4 will go through to the final, which is race 137 on the program to take place later on this morning. It will be at 10:55 a.m. the final of the female C grade Cox Quad Skull. Corowa lane 1, Wrighton in 2, Loretto Ballarat in 3, Richmond in 4, Melbourne in 5, Loretto again lane 6, and a crew from Hawthorn racing in lane 7, or should be. They've gone very wide in the course. I think it is the Hawthorn crew. Actually coming down lane 8 at this stage. So looking for the top 4 in this race. Certainly Melbourne well placed there on lane 5. Crew of Abby Astridge, Clark, Courtney Hill, Alenka Slepetsky, Yongli Zhu and Natalie Webster. Across a few lanes to Wrighton in 2, Gigi Zapp, Isla Carpenter, Isabella Heath, Isabel Nelson and Peggy King, coached by Cameron McCarthy. And in between those 2, first of 2 crews from Loretto. Lane 3, Annabelle Donald, Piper Drew, Isabel Wise, Emma McConchie and Chanili Jayasuria, the crew from Loretto. The first of 2 crews at least from Loretto. Still looks to be Melbourne and Wrighton, the top 2 here. Corowa the far side of the course, Charlotte Pecker, Caitlin Nixon, Indy Hogan and Imogen Tomlinson, who have done well, that crew who rode the double scull. It seemed like about 15 minutes ago into the quad, and they're in a qualifying spot here, I reckon, ahead of with the crew also from Loretto, who'd be in 4th. So our top 4 have gone clear here regardless, so they'll be the 4 to go through. It'll be Wrighton in the end, edging out Melbourne or Corowa, and then Loretto College lane 3 from Ballarat will be the crew to go through ahead of Hawthorn lane 7. But it's going to be Wrighton girls with the bright yellow blades and the yellow caps who'll come across and take the win on lane 2. So they win heats 1 of the female C grade Cox Quad Skull. Corowa will indeed finish in 2nd place. And then Melbourne Rowing Club lane 5 in 3rd. Loretto lane 3 will finish 4th. Hawthorn next on lane 7, and 6th place is going to go to Richmond ahead of the 2nd crew from Loretto Ballarat. Second heat now well underway in the female C grade at Cox Quad Skull. Again, first, second, third and fourth will go through to the final. From this field of 7, Richmond in lane 1, Hamilton lane 2, Loretto Ballarat in 3, Hawthorn in 4, Essendon in 5, Corowa in 6 and Wentworth in lane 7. Once again, as we saw on the previous hit, the lane 7 crew looks to be coming down lane 8, so they've got a bit wide on their run towards the finish. Rowing, you'd think, a bit of extra distance, but still in the mix there regardless, the crew from Wentworth. But Corowa, a couple of lanes across them, look to be our race leaders on lane 6. That is Ellie Taylor, Gretcha Brunsma-Wozniak, Susan Scott, Elizabeth Sando and Hunter Mills. Coached, of course, again by Wes Canny and Dermot Ballum, the Corowa combination. Essendon alongside them. Good race for second place with Loretto Ballarat and also Richmond on the far side of the course. You'd think our qualifiers would come from that group of 4. The Richmond crew, Emma Higgins, Marissa Arakelian, Harriet Ganest and Miranda Clark, coxed by Leonardo Novelli. Loretto's crew, Sophie Sims, Zara Schiltz, Sienna Templar, Megan Simpson and Emily Gunn. And Essendon lane 5, Emma Stevenson, Elizabeth Drew Finn, Polly Jean Butterfield, Gemma Williamson and Elliot Stephen, coached by Barry Gardner and Glenn Petrell. Those Essendon rowers, well, some of those at least already experienced some success earlier today in the smaller boats, now into the Quad Scull as well. But it is the Richmond crew having a good job over on the far side of the course, up against the boardwalk here at Nagambie Lakes, and leading it from Corowa on this side. Both crews looking set to comfortably qualify. Then Essendon and Loretto Ballarat, and also Wentworth in lane 7. So they have back into contention, that Wentworth crew. Christine Sullivan, Isabella Sejan, Hannah Doherty McMillan, Dana Hill and Deb Spring, the cocks of that crew for Wentworth, who sit probably in 5th place now, but not too far away from a qualifying spot. The first 2 of those will go to Richmond and also Corowa. The crews on either side of the course, lanes 1 and 6, as Richmond take the win. Corowa soon to cross in second. Now it gets interesting. Essendon, Loretto, and also Wentworth down this side might be about to come over the top of the Loretto College crew. Third will go certainly to the crew from Essendon. Fourth will be tight. Loretto or Wentworth. Oh, they hit it very close together. And that's tight. Maybe just Loretto Ballarat, but we'll wait and see in that photo finish against the Wentworth crew late, looking for 4th position in that race. 6th will go to Hamilton on lane 2. 7th will be Hawthorn, lane 4. But a good win to Richmond there in the second heat of the female C grade at Cox Quad Skull. It will be Wentworth going through there. Deb Spring's got a crew home by 0.17 of a second in 4th spot. So Wentworth finish in 4th spot. Loretto Ballarat just missing out on lane 3. So Richmond, Corowa, Essendon and Wentworth, the 4 qualifiers from the second heat of the female C grade Cox Quad Skull. A very close finish indeed there, with crews all over the course, hitting the line close together. But here comes the heat of the male C grade double scull, the first of 2 heats of this race. A field of 7 here. A couple of crews from Horsham City over on the far side of the course. Richmond and Hawthorn, the next 2. One of those crews right at the back, I think that's Hawthorn, it looks like, who are out of contention here. But Richmond doing well there in lane 3. Vinicius Salazar and Sam Lincoln. So he has gone, Sam Lincoln, from the cock seat to the double scull now, racing in this event and close to the lead too. But on this side, Melbourne, Joe Murphy and Gregor Theinschnack, coached by Joe O'Neill. Alongside Essendon, Dion Mitchell and William Drew Finn, coached by Lisa Gandolfo. So Richmond, Melbourne, Essendon look to be three of our qualifiers, and the two Hawthorn crews will have to fight for one remaining spot. I reckon the white boat on the far side, Christian Eberson and Nivan Suval, would be ahead of Lachlan Lindorf and Cadell Hawken there in the yellow boat in fifth place, and all they catch a crab too, as I mentioned their names, so that will make certain, I think, of a fifth place finish. Have a look at the go for the win, but here, Melbourne sticking home down the inside lane, and have just got there. I think Murphy and Theinschnack go through first, Salazar and Lincoln second, and third then Mitchell and Drew Finn. So it'll be Melbourne from Richmond and Essendon, and then Horsham City Lane 1, Eberson and Sewell will finish in fourth place ahead of the second. Horsham Combination Lane 2 will finish fifth. Sixth place will go to Hamilton, Alan Clarence and Paul McDonald. And seventh will be the Hawthorn Double Skull of Jared Lynch and Talia Singh. But it's Joe Murphy and Gregor Theinschnack who will take that race out by a narrow margin on the line. They got up just at the right time. Melbourne from Richmond, Salazar and Lincoln. Bronze to third place at least to Essendon, Mitchell and Drew Finn, and Horsham City in lane 1. They four are all through to the final. Second heat coming down quickly after the first as well. Another crew I can see here from Horsham City over in lane 2. The Melbourne Argonauts making their first appearance at this regatta racing in lane 1. And Horsham City, Richmond in 3. Wendouree, Ballarat, Hawthorn, Essendon and Hamilton and Alexandra. And just crossing the line now too, Lynch and Singh, the Hawthorn combination from the first of the two heats. So that race now concluded, and the second heat is only about 400 metres out from the finish line, looking for our top 4 once again to go through to the final here. And Horsham City, Jeremy Matheson and Joseph Shepherd well placed here, coached by Ray White, the crew from Horsham City. Beside them, Richmond, Will Golding and Jason Ludwig, coached by Ainsley Raggett. And a few lanes across to Essendon, Matthew Jones and Ben Stevenson. Certainly all in our top 3. And the Melbourne Argonauts, Logan Kelk and Samuel Krutop on the far side of the course. The red of Wendouree, Ballarat in a battle with them for 4th and 5th, I would think. That's Liam Shaw and Hamish Quigley of Wendouree, Ballarat, coached by Paul Blanchfield. And a couple of crews back behind them, Hamilton, Alexandra, and also Hawthorn amongst them. So probably 5 chances now for 4 qualifying spots to the final of the male C-grade double scull. 11:10 is the final time for this race. So again, pretty much exactly an hour away for these rowers to go back to the 1,000-metre start and race down again for the medals. But Horsham City looking pretty dominant here on the far side of the course. They'll qualify 2 crews through to the final, it would seem, with the 4th place finish in the previous heat, and now looking set to take a win. In Heat 2, Richmond in 2nd place, just ahead of Essendon, and the Melbourne Argonauts look to have that 4th qualifying spot in their keeping now with under 100 metres to race. But certainly for our leaders, race just about done and dusted. The Horsham City Rowing Club, Jeremy Matheson and Joseph Shepherd will take the win in race 122nd, just over 2 lengths back to Richmond, Golding and Ludwig, who'll finish 2nd. 3rd looks like Essendon just ahead of the Argonauts on the far side. They'll both go through Essendon lane 6, the Melbourne Argonauts lane 1, and then a few lengths back to Wendouree, Ballarat, who will finish 5th on lane 4. Next home will be Hamilton and Alexandra, the lane 7 crew, and 7th place will go to Hawthorn on lane 5 in the male C-grade double scull. On now to the female B-grade single scull. A big field here as there was in the male A-grade single earlier today. So 3 heats required here in the female B-grade single, and just the top 2 from each will qualify for the final. Corio Bay have a couple of scullers in this race on either side of the course. Always strong in these sculling events. Matilda Murray in lane 1 and Clementine Tyrrell in lane 7. Louise Barker of Essendon in lane 2. And a Taylor from Gibson Grammar School in lane 3. Eve Gray of Banks in 4. Julie Underwood of Corowa in 5. Elkie Karstnitz of Mercantile in lane 6. And Clementine Tyrrell again there from Corio Bay racing in lane 7. So top 2 only to go through. Louise Barker from Essendon certainly has the lead of the scullers on the far side of the course, and a couple of lanes across from her, Eve Gray of Banks and Julie Underwood of Corowa look to be her biggest challengers. So a line of 3 across the course there, and not far back also to Elkie Karstnitz, the sculler from Mercantile, and also Matilda Murray, who's doing the better of the 2 scullers here from Corio Bay, coming down lane 1 on the far side of the Nagambie Lakes Regatta Centre. So we're going to have 4 or 5 chances here for 2 qualifying spots from the first heat of the female B-grade single scull. Still, it does look like Louise Barker, Eve Gray and Julie Underwood just in pole position for now, but only 2 of those 3 can go through, and not far back to Elkie Karstnitz and also Matilda Murray from Corio Bay on the far side of the course. But only about 120 minutes to go for our race leader, who is Louise Barker from Essendon. The Banks sculler looks to be in 2nd spot now. Matilda Murray making a move, but her up into 3rd ahead of Julie Underwood and also Elkie Karstnitz. So going for home, it's Louise Barker of Essendon, and really winding up Matilda Murray on the far side of the course. Eve Gray from Banks needs to move now because the Corio Bay sculler is coming home with pace, but she's doing that and responding is the sculler from Banks. The win will go to Louise Barker of Essendon by a length, and holding on to 2nd place, Eve Gray from Banks gets across half a length clear of Matilda Murray. Corio Bay in 3rd. 4th goes to the sculler from Corowa there. Julie Underwood finishes 4th. 5th goes to Elkie Karstnitz. 6th place will be the 2nd Corio Bay sculler. It's Clementine Tyrrell on lane 7. And 7th will go to lane 3, Anna Taylor from Gippsland Grammar School. But Louise Barker, a hard-fought win there in Heat 1 of the female B-grade single scull. Good field assembled here for this event. The 2nd heat's already underway as well. The final coming up later on today at 20 minutes past 11. Final of the women's B-grade single. Field of 6 in the 2nd heat. Sarah Tottenham from Horsham City in lane 2. Emily Harridge of Powerhouse in 3. Melandra Barnard from Yarra Yarra in 4. Laura Ahern from Corio Bay in 5. Louise Roach from Banks in 6. And Leanne Martin from Wendouree Ballarat racing in lane 7. The final 3rd of the race now, and it does look to be Emily Harridge, the sculler from Powerhouse on the far side of the course, leading here from possibly in 2nd place, Louise Roach of Banks, Leanne Martin of Wendouree Ballarat beside her, and Melandra Barnard, who we saw on the course earlier today, taking a silver medal in the under-17 single scull, now racing here in the B-grade single as well. She sits in the top 4, just ahead of Sarah Tottenham from Horsham City and Laura Ahern from Corio Bay. So the field relatively compressed here, although our race leader starting to get away now. Emily Harridge, the sculler from Powerhouse, across in lane 3, so towards the far side of the Nagambie Lakes Regatta Centre in that dark silvery grey boat for Emily Harridge of Powerhouse. 2 lengths clear of a really good race behind her for 2nd, 3rd, 4th and the 5th, stretched right across the course. Leanne Martin, Louise Roach, Melandra Barnard, and also Sarah Tottenham from Horsham City, who's just a length or so off the pace being set But only 4 can go through here, so some work to do very quickly, I would suggest, for the Horsham City Sculler on the far side, but it may be a bit late for the placings to change here now as Melandra Barnard goes for a strong push too and almost gets herself up into second place. Emily Harridge, a powerhouse, will certainly take the win here in Heat 2. Still Leanne Martin just for Wendouree Ballarat. Very tight it will be on the line between her and Barnard of Yarra Yarra, but both will go through. I think Leanne Martin just second, Melandra Barnard third, and fourth to Banks. That is Louise Roach across the line now. So our top 4 all through, but only 2, of course, can qualify for the final here of the female B grade single scull. Sarah Tottenham in 5th place, and 6th will go to Corio Bay. So we will have to confirm second place there between Leanne Martin and Melandra Barnard. Emily Harridge through to the final, and we wait on confirmation of second place in race 129, the second heat of the female B grade single scull. And result confirmed in race 129. First, Emily Harridge of Powerhouse. Second, Leanne Martin of Wendouree Ballarat. And third, Melandra Barnard from Yarra Yarra. So with just 2 to go through, it's Emily Harridge and Leanne Martin who qualify from the second of the heats. 0.41 of a second it was between second and third. But it was Leanne Martin who got up for that all-important second place behind Emily Harridge in the second heat of the female B grade single scull. Third heat just underway as well from the 1,000 metre start, the third and final heat of the female B grade single. Banks racing in lane 2, Kat Eakins-Dorks. Corowa in 3, Alex Conway. Nagambie lane 4, Lisa Yates. Gibson Grammar School in 5, Emma Kewish. Essendon lane 6, Annika Siritic. And Corio Bay lane 7, Molly Clark-Fernandez. And all 6 scullers well and truly on their way through the first 250 already of this race, and heading up towards the halfway mark now as we look again for just the top 2 scullers to go through here from this third and final heat. In the early stages, it will be the Nagambie sculler here on her home course, Lisa Yates, alongside Alex Conway from Corowa. And then back towards this finish tower side of the course, Molly Clark-Fernandez of Corio Bay. I reckon Alex Conway from Corowa actually has the advantage now over Lisa Yates of Nagambie. Lisa Yates coached here by Susan Andrews. Alex Conway by Wes Canny at Corowa. And Molly Clark-Fernandez, the Corio Bay sculler, as well down lane 7. Annika Siritic of Essendon next to her. The Gibson Grammar School sculler still not too far off the pace either. That's Emma Kewish there in lane 5. She's coached by Nick Bartlett. And Kat Eakins-Dorks of Banks over on the far side of the course. But I start to spread out a little bit more now in the third 250 of this race. Corowa's Alex Conway looks to lead the way in this third and final heat of the female B-grade single scull, with the final coming up in about an hour's time. Race 142 on the program. So it's Corowa from... it'll be an interesting race for second place, certainly. Corio Bay and Nagambie in contention there. And then a little gap back in the field to the remaining 3 scullers. Essendon and Gibson Grammar very close together in 4th and 5th. and the bank sculler on the far side of the course as well. But 150 metres to go for our leading scullers here. Molly Clark-Fernandez of Corio Bay on the finish tower side of the course, and also Alex Conway from Corowa across on lane 3. Those two at this stage are in the 2 qualifying spots. Both rowing fairly comfortably here, but they'll have to keep a watchful eye out certainly on Lisa Yates of Nagambie there in the centre of the course, who no doubt knows these conditions particularly well, training out of the Nagambie Rowing Club up towards the start line of the 2,000 metre course. But we've got a line of 3 almost now. Certainly Yates has made up some ground on Conway beside her. Molly Clark-Fernandez still from Corio Bay on this finish tower side too. Will need to go quickly now, I would think too. Still the Corowa sculler. Alex Conway just ahead of Nagambie on the middle of the course, and Corio Bay this side. They'll hit it locked together, but it's going to be Corowa then Nagambie who go through. Alex Conway first, Lisa Yates second. Third, just missing out, is Molly Clark-Fernandez from Corio Bay. Incredibly tight also for 4th and 5th. Maybe just Emma Kewish of Gippsland Grammar School ahead of Annika Siratic from Essendon, and then Kat Eakins-Dorks from Banks will finish in 6th position. But great racing once again in the heats of the female B-grade single scull. A fairly cutthroat progression system with 3 heats, just 2 can go through from each, and it was Alex Conway of Corowa and Lisa Yates of Nagambie who did so in heat number 3, who were through to the final later on this morning, and that should be a great race given the form these scullers have shown in the heats so far. We continue on with our heats now. The male under 17 single scull is the next race on the course, heat 1 of 2. Seven scullers in this first heat. We go back to a top 4 progression system now as well, so the first 4 scullers will move through from this through to the final of the male under 17 single, race 143 later on this morning. Austin Locke from Mercantile in lane 1, Lucas Davies of Hawthorn in lane 2, Cameron Belleville from Wendouree Ballarat in lane 3, Thomas Perrone of Hawthorn in 4, Jasper Jones from Albert Park College in 5, Lachlan Bird from Essendon lane 6, and Xander Bailey for Corio Bay, who rode the A-grade single final not too long ago, is racing here in lane 7, coached by Jeff Watt, the sculler there from Corio Bay. And clearly in our top 3, Xander Bailey on the other side, then Austin Locke and Lucas Davies. And then the race for 4th looks interesting between, I think might be the Albert Park sculler there, Jasper Jones, and Wendouree Ballarat, Cameron Belleville, and also Essendon's Lachlan Bird, not too far away from that pack either. But Xander Bailey doing a good job here down the finish tower side of the course in the Corio Bay colours here in the first heat of 2 in the male under 17 single scull. He won the schoolboys double yesterday with his brother Taj, who's appearing in the next heat. And looks like they'll race each other once again in the final here for the title in the male under 17 single scull. A good race on the far side. Austin Locke of Mercantile and Lucas Davies of Hawthorn side by side for 2nd and 3rd. Both but should go through. And then tight between Albert Park College and Wendouree Ballarat. The race for 4th and 5th place. Probably Cameron Belleville at this stage. The Paul Blanchfield coach sculler sits in 4th place, but the win will certainly comfortably go to Xander Bailey of Corio Bay on lane 7. He wins it by about 3 lengths. And then easily in the end, Hawthorn's Lucas Davies pushed away from Austin Locke of Mercantile, who I think was content to keep his powder dry for the final to come. And then Cameron Belleville from Wendouree Ballarat moves through as well. Essendon and Albert Park have been close throughout this race, and it's going to, in the end, be Lachlan Bird who finishes in 5th, just outside the qualifying spots. Jasper Jones will finish 6th, and 7th to Thomas Perrone of Hawthorn in the first heat of the male under 17 single scull. Second heat well underway as well in the male under 17 single scull. Hawthorn lane 1, Luca Micus. Essendon lane 2, James Drew Finn. Corio Bay lane 3, Taj Bailey. Mercantile in lane 5, I should say, Thomas Bergelin. Essendon lane 6, Louis Siritic. And Hawthorn lane 7, Hunter Penman. So it is a field of 6 here. 4 will go through. Looks like it might be a Corio Bay double here as well in these 2 heats of the male under 17 single. We saw Xander win the first heat. His brother Taj in heat 2 looks to have his boat in front by probably a similarly comfortable margin too, actually, as was the case in the previous heat. Luca Micus of Hawthorn looks to be second. And also the Mercantile scull there, Thomas Bergelin in lane 5 is part of the top 3. And interesting behind them, but 4th, 5th and 6th is fairly tight. Louis Siritic, Hunter Penman and James Drew Finn there on the far side, or towards the far side of the course as well. But certainly a comfortable lead here to the Corio Bay sculler Taj Bailey, who looks like he'll not just join his brother in the final, but they'll be side by side in the centre lanes when they race down an hour or so's time in race 143. So it'll be a battle of the margins here too. I think Xander won his heat by what looked to be about 3 lengths or so. Taj has got a bigger lead now and is really powering to the line as well. So making a bit of a statement here is Taj Bailey from Corio Bay. He'll be back racing in an hour or so for the title in the male under 17 single scull. But he wins his heat and wins it comfortably. The sculler coached by Jeff Watt at Corio Bay takes out heat 2 of the male under 17 single scull. Luca Micus of Hawthorn will finish second. Now 3 lengths back to Mercantile's Thomas Bergelin. He's coached by Anthony Bergelin. Luca Micus by Tristan Kristevsky. And here's the race for 4th, but with Louis Siritic of Hawthorn just ahead of Hunter Penman from Siritic of Essendon, I should say. Penman of Hawthorn going stroke for stroke, and Penman getting the better of this battle late. Hunter Penman of Hawthorn has finished strongly, and he'll win that by half a canvas. So, well, finish 4th, in fact, by half a canvas, but win a spot through to the final. So a good finish from the second Tristan Kristevsky coach sculler in that race. So Hawthorn finished 2nd and 4th in the end. Louis Siritic 5th for Essendon, and 6th for Essendon is James Drew Finn in the male under 17 single scull. Some tight racing there for the minor placings, but the Bailey brothers look like they've set the standard now, winning both heats of the male under 17 single scull. We're about to go back to finals racing now as well with race 133. So we've concluded our heats, I think, for the morning's racing. Plenty of state championship medals to be decided here over the next hour or so on the second morning of the Victorian State Championship Regatta for 2025. The morning session will conclude with the para single scull at 11:35, so just over an hour from now, and there will be slightly more civilised lunch break today than there was yesterday from after that race through until 12:50 when the afternoon session of racing resumes. So officials and athletes doing a great job to keep to schedule today. Utilising the 1,000-metre start, of course, for all of today's racing. So no held starts as there were yesterday at the in the 2,000-metre regatta. 101 races completed as part of yesterday's racing, and 89 more today on the second day of the Victorian State Championship Regatta for 2025. And the first of our 8 races for the day is underway. Race 133. This is the mixed 8. It's an all-school battle here between Gippsland Grammar School and Damascus College. So the east and the west of Victoria competing here in this particular race, the mixed 8. So Gippsland Grammar School, of course, from Sale in Eastern Victoria, racing in lane 4. A crew of Lily Canfield, Tara DeHood, Lagan Joshi, Connor Howard, Hagan Cook, Samuel Reynolds, Scarlett Tavaski, April Harrison and Lucy Hodges there for Gippsland Grammar School. And Damascus College from Ballarat in lane 5, Ivy Story, Meg Mason, Sebastian Irwin, Oscar Henderson, Declan Newman, Joachim Henderson, Catherine Code, Olivia Radicic, Ray Clark, the Cox. They're coached by Brad Butel, Cooper Reid, and Paul Blanchfield, the Damascus College Ballarat combination. So Damascus and Gibson Grammar School side by side in the early strokes. I reckon the narrow advantage off the start has gone the way of the crew from Damascus College, racing there on lane 5. This 1,000-metre 8 match race, in fact, nears the halfway mark of the course now as well, with Damascus having the edge on the crew from Gibson Grammar School. But great to see mixed 8s from these two strong rowing schools competing here for the state championship title. And once again mentioned Scarlett Tavaski and April Harrison sitting in the stern pair, at least on the listed program of that Gibson Grammar School crew, who have won 4 gold medals yesterday, both in the school and club events, racing for Mercantile. At one stage had such a quick turnaround they had to row the heat of a double scull. I think it was still in their Mercantile colours from the previous race in the quad, but they're going to possibly miss out on a medal here because it's only a 2-boat race, so it'll be gold medals only yet to be awarded. And Gibson Grammar School now trailing Damascus College Ballarat by a bit over a length. So the Damascus crew closing in on the finish line here with their mixed 8 in the first of our finals for towards the end of the morning session of racing. The Damascus College crew on about 35 strokes per minute now as they power down on the finish line. It's lifting, in fact, up to about 37 now, so making absolutely certain that they get the biggest margin possible here and leaving Gibson Grammar School behind. So Damascus College extending out to a 2-length lead, a little more in fact, still on 37 as they go towards the finish line. And Damascus College will be the mixed 8 champions of Victoria as they come across the line now. Damascus College lane 5 have taken the win, and they certainly did power away late by about 2.5 lengths. They'll record the win over the crew from Gibson Grammar School on lane 4. So Damascus College take out the mixed 8 title. Great win there for the school from Ballarat over Gibson Grammar School. Got another 8s race to come shortly as well. The female B grade 8, which will be contested between some club and school crews. And shortly the presentation will come to the gold medalist there from Damascus College in the mixed 8 race. Still a little while, I suspect, until race 134 is underway. Boats still being moved into line by our officials at the 1,000-metre start line. Well done to Damascus College, winners of the mixed 8 race 133, who've received their medals now, and they're coming down the course in the female B grade 8 race 134 with a field of 6 across the course here. Carrum lane 2, Banks lane 3, Loretto Ballarat lane 4, Mercantile in 5, Richmond in 6, and Loretto Ballarat again in lane 7. It's being fought out in the middle lanes at this stage between Loretto and Mercantile, the top 2 crews certainly. The Loretto crew is Marley Constable, Bronte Malloy, Sophie Robertson, Neve Griffiths, Matilda Kavanagh, Abigail Cartledge, Eve Watson, Eden Templar and Kate Hudson. And beside them from Mercantile, Elkie Karsnitz, Susanna Franklin, Megan Carr, Kate Morrison, Roisin Ray, Sophie Williams, Katerina Pivkova, Avery Romano and Erin McCarthy. And those two certainly have put a bit of a gap back on the rest of the field. A good race also up for 3rd and 4th beside them on the far side of the course. Banks in 3, Charlotte Watts, Freddie Donnelly, Iona Wasdell, Mia Tulloch, Kiana Baines, Emma Radmanik, Emily Carruthers, Jess Finicum, and Dayara J. Atissa, coached by Blair Baggett. And the Carrum crew in lane 2, Kelly James, Anya Lloyd-Smith, Cindy Plowman, Sally Glenn, Angelique Everett, Jackie Deeble, Jess Fishman, Sarah Hayward, and Jessica Cuddy, coached by Drew Holman, who have moved up into 3rd spot now ahead of Banks, and is setting out too after Mercantile. But Loretto Ballarat, the crew there in the bright yellow colours, they won a title yesterday in the under-19 at the Loretto College School, and racing here a different combination, it seems, slightly here on lane 4 in the female B grade 8, but every chance of another gold medal coming up here to Loretto College. Ballarat have had a big week, some great results at the head of the lake on Tuesday, some very good results yesterday as well, and now a state championship title coming up ahead of Mercantile in the female B grade 8. It is Loretto College who lead this by about 2/3 of a length, so Loretto Ballarat take the win in the female B grade 8. Mercantile will finish second, about half length clear of Carrum, who rode home strongly to secure the bronze, a length ahead of Banks in 4th spot. 5th then will be the second crew from Loretto Ballarat, and 6th place, lane 6 in the yellow boat there, that will be the Richmond crew. Race 135 on the course, the male A grade at Cox Quad Skull, Essendon lane 2, Richmond lane 3, Yarra Yarra in 4, Hawthorn in 5, and Wendouree Ballarat racing in lane 6. Through the halfway mark, on to the third 250 now, the field of 5 here. Wendouree Ballarat out in lane 6, the crew of James Shaw, Joshua Matheson, William Gilbert, Angus Murphy, and Zoe Edwards there. And a few athletes very busy over the course of the two-day regatta in that particular crew. Across on the other side, Essendon, Jed Tosto, Sven Hudeman, Alexander Hamilton, Isaac Siritic, and Lauren Facciolo. So either side of the course, our top two crews at this stage. Also Richmond in lane 3, Patrick Cook, Benjamin Wardle, Charles Wallace, Rupert Pearce, and Aline De Jager. Hawthorn lane 5, Max Curry, William Hexter, Dan Stute, Emil Stigter, and Guy Besley. Coxing that crew just ahead of Yarra Yarra lane 4, Gareth McShay, Brent Lucadoo-Wells, Timothy Naderbaum, Glenn Fishman, and Asher Benjamin. But Wendouree, Ballarat, and Essendon on either side here of the course. Lanes 2 and 5 going for the win in the male A grade at Cox Quad Skull, and still not much between them as they close in on the finish line. The Essendon combination just has their boat in front at this point from Wendouree, Ballarat, but close certainly between these two as they push towards the line. But the win is going to go the way of Essendon lane 2. Essendon take out the male A grade Cox Quad Skull by about 3/4 of a length on the line from Wendouree, Ballarat second. Third then is the Richmond crew. Fourth will be Hawthorn, and fifth the crew from Yarra Yarra in the male A grade at Cox Quad. Jed Tosto, Sven Hudeman, Alexander Hamilton, Isaac Siritic, and Lauren Facciolo have taken out the win. And congratulations to our medalists in the female B grade 8. On the presentation pontoon now, at least 2 of the 3 crews are. Gold medals to Loretto, Ballarat. Silver to Mercantile. And the bronze medals shortly to be handed out also to the crew from Carrum. And welcome to the Regatta 2 to Trevor Brown from Rowing Victoria joining in at the presentations. Fortunately, been given a dark blue shirt too to hide the pink one he was responding in first of all. But great to see all the Rowing Victoria staff here hard at work on the presentation pontoon, handing out the medals to today's state championship winners and place getters. Underway in our next race, which is the final of the male B grade Cox 4. 5 boats across the course here. Mercantile in lane 2, Ballarat High School in 3, Hamilton and Alexandra in lane 4, Banks in 5, and Richmond in lane 6. Two crews having a good race on the far side of the course. Mercantile and also Ballarat High, and then Banks certainly leading the crews on this finish tower side. The Banks combination of Luke Arati, Nick Johnson, John Lim, Jackson Reynoldson, and Dayara Jayatissa, coached by Blair Baggett. Mercantile well placed over there in lane 2 as well. Connor O'Callaghan, Callum Kelly, Lachlan Jones, Jason Nevins, and Rebecca Barrows, coached by Jordan King. Third place would be Ballarat High at this stage. Oliver Vermey, Zach Marios, Rufus Tomic, Jed Murray, and Jackson Davidge, coached by Robert Simmons. And then the crew from Hamilton and Alexandra in lane 4. Henry Russell, Benjamin Walker, Clive Dunstan, Harry Doherty, and Jake Alexander, which is the same crew that claimed the silver medal yesterday for Hamilton and Alexandra in one of the last race of the day, I think it was as well. Yes, race 100 of 101. The second last race yesterday was the first appearance we had from Hamilton and Alexandra. And I remember saying at the time they'd come a long way for that one race and claiming a silver medal, but it's great to see they're racing here today as well. A couple of entries from Hamilton and Alexandra in Sunday's racing here. But outside the medals in this particular race, it does look to be like the Banks crew have this race with a lead from Mercantile on the far side, then back to Ballarat High School in third, Hamilton Alexandra in fourth, and the Richmond crew, lane 5. Lane 6, in fact, back in 6th place. So Banks it is from Mercantile. Still not completely clear, but just enough for lead it should be as the Banks crew continue into the closing strokes of this race. The final of the male B grade at Cox 4. Banks have it by about 2/3 of a length, and they'll get the win ahead of Mercantile. So Banks first, Mercantile second in the male B grade at Cox 4. Third will go to Ballarat High. Fourth, then Hamilton and Alexandra. And 5th place, the crew from Richmond in race 136, the final of the male B grade Cox 4. And the winning crew there, Luke Barati, Nick Johnson, John Lim, Jackson Reynoldson, and Dayara Jayatissa for the Banks Rowing Club. Reminder of your food and drink options around the venue today. Don't forget the Oliver's Lane coffee van is open for business down in the boat park. For those in that area of the regatta, go along and visit Ali at Oliver's Lane for all your caffeine and hot drink needs there in the boat park. Also the Boost Juice truck is, as it was yesterday, near the finish line, and the Easy Your Cafe in the finish tower, run by the hard-working volunteers of the Nagambie Bowls Club here again today. Also in the boat park, you can visit Perfect Balance Rowing, Wintech, and also Laszlo Boats, all in attendance up there in the boat park. And for all your souvenir and other merchandise, Pontoon 776 BC, and also the Regatta shopper here for the second day of the Victorian State Championship Regatta for 2025. Female C-grade quad sculler, next race not quite yet underway. The race start time for 10:55. But congratulations in the meantime to our place getters in the male A-grade Cox quad. Gold medalist Essendon, silver Wendouree Ballarat, and the bronze medals to the Richmond combination. Great to see those three crews together. They're on the presentation pontoon for the official photos. And well done to our place getters in that race. Underway on the course once again now with race 137, the final of the female C grade Cox Quad Skull. Field of 8 in this race. Loretto Ballarat lane 1, Melbourne in 2, Corowa lane 3, Wrighton Girls in 4, Richmond in 5, Corowa again in lane 6, and 2 crews there from the Corowa Rowing Club, Essendon lane 7 and Wentworth lane 8. The Wentworth crew who snuck into the final with a very strong finish down lane 8 in their heat as well. They're that same position again now, but just trailing a bit, I would think, from maybe the Corowa crew lane 6, and also Wrighton there in lane 4. Second Corowa crew thereabouts as well. Plenty of action happening in the middle lanes of the course. The Wrighton crew is Gigi Zapp, Isla Carpenter, Isabella Heath, Isabel Nelson, Peggy King, coached by Catherine McCarthy, the winners of one of the 2 heats. Richmond lane 5, the other heat winners, just back a little bit from our leading couple of crews at this stage. Richmond are Emma Higgins, Marissa Arakelian, Harriet Ginest, Miranda Clark and Leonardo Davelli. They would trail it narrowly from Corowa lane 6 beside them. Charlotte Packer, Caitlin Nixon, Indy Hogan, Imogen Tomlinson and Edie Tomlinson, coached by Wes Canny and Dermot Ballum. And the second crew from Corowa across in lane 3, Eiley Taylor, Gretchy Brinsma, Wansick, Susan Scott, Elizabeth Sando and Hunter Mills, coached by Wes Canny and Dermot Ballum. Next to them too, I'd watch out for that Melbourne crew, who are very much in medal contention here. Abby Astridge Clark, Courtney Hill, Alenka Slepetsky, Yongli Zhou and Natalie Webster, the crew there from Melbourne. So 5 boats across the course looking for 3 medal opportunities here. Wrighton still maybe narrowly from Corowa lane 3, who look the better place now, those 2 Corowa crews, and then Melbourne alongside them. So the pace is on the far side of the course here now, with Melbourne certainly moving, Corowa and challenging Wrighton as well. Those 3 have gone clear of Richmond and Corowa lane 6 back on this side. Loretto Ballarat on the far side of the course, and also in 7 and 8, Essendon and Wentworth. But a line of 3 across the course here. Melbourne pushing strongest, but of these 3 crews, the Melbourne Rowing Club combination with their boat now in front by a half length or so. Corowa and Wrighton going for the silver medal here. Wrighton try and respond. Corowa's still there, but Melbourne will get the win. Melbourne first by half a length, and it will be Corowa holding on for the silver medal ahead of the crew from Wrighton. So Melbourne first, Corowa second, Wrighton third, Loretto fourth, all the crews on the far side. And then lanes 5, 6, 7, 8 in that order. Richmond finished 5th, Corowa 6th, Essendon 7th and Wentworth in 8th place, but a good win there. A hard-fought win to the Melbourne group on lane 2 in race 137, the final of the female C-grade Cox Quad Skull. Comes the final of the female A-grade double scull. Yarra Yarra lane 1, Essendon lane 2, Bankton 3, Mercantile in 4, Richmond in 5, Essendon in 6, and Hawthorn lane 7. Strong field assembled here, being led out again by the defending national champions in the club double scull, Helen Pearce and Kate Dybel, who picked up a bronze medal yesterday in the double scull, silver in the pair. A chance here to go, but the gold in the A-grade double. They lead it from Mercantile lane 4 and Ellen Pinecki and Amy Florence, and also Essendon lane 6, Rachel Hatherley and Jessie Freestone. And then over on the far side too, in the red colours of Yarra Yarra, Abigail Schlicht and Constantina Kafasas, who had a successful regatta yesterday, certainly in a number of events as well. But they're sitting in 4th place ahead of Essendon, Zara Mason and Sophie Robe, Banks Ariel Vanderpoel and Emily Rouse, and also Hawthorn, Poppy Page and Bridget Tam. But it's Richmond here leading it by about a length. They've got pressure either side, but Mercantile and Essendon trying to close the gap. But on this very experienced double scull from the Richmond Rowing Club, who now try their hand at sweep oar rowing from time to time as well in the pair. But here back in the double scull, the boat they won the national title in 2024, they will take out the female A-grade double scull by a length. Richmond first. It'll be Essendon second and Mercantile third. Fairly tight between those two. But that will be the order in which they finish the race. Even more tight for fourth and fifth on the far side, Yarra Yarra or Essendon. Not sure about that one. Banks will finish sixth and Hawthorn seventh down lane 7. But Richmond it is who take the win. Helen Pearce and Kate Dybel win the female A-grade double scull. Essendon second and Mercantile third. Right, now again about our food vendors around the Regatta venue today. Don't forget that Ali from Oliver's Lane Coffee is available up in the boat park. So if you're in that part of the venue or after a coffee from anywhere around Nagambie Lakes, head up to the boat park and see Ali at the Oliver's Lane Coffee van in the boat park. Boost Juice as well, still open down here near the finish line, and the Easy Your Cafe in the finish tower itself. Here comes the final of the male A-grade pair. One crew scratched here from Wendouree Ballarat, but it's Mercantile on lane 6, Michael Kelly and Benjamin Cool, who continue to lead this race well as Mercantile looks to maintain their spot atop the medal count for today's racing, or for the regatta as a whole. And they'll do that, you would think, here with a gold medal likely coming up to Michael Kelly and Benjamin Cool. Carrum and Wendouree Ballarat fighting out second and third. Connor O'Dwyer and Harrison Grant for Wendouree Ballarat, just ahead of Stuart Gilbert and Drew Holman of Carrum. And then Powerhouse back in fourth, Nicholas Andrew and John Atchison. So a medalist well clear here, and it looks like it is another gold medal that will go the way of the Mercantile Rowing Club of Melbourne in a few strokes' time as they power their way towards the finish line here. 2 lengths clear of Wendouree Ballarat and also the Carrum combination in the bright fluoro colours behind them. But the state title in the male A-grade pair will go to Michael Kelly and Benjamin Cool for Mercantile. Just over 2 lengths the gap back to Wendouree Ballarat, who will take silver, and bronze will go to the crew from Carrum on lane 4, with Powerhouse to finish in 4th position. While you're in the boat park getting your coffee from Oliver's Lane, don't forget that plenty of our boat and equipment vendors are here this weekend as well. So make sure you stop and check out Perfect Balance, Wintech, and Laszlo boats, all on display in the boat park area. And also on the banks of the course, you will find Pontoon 776 BC and the Regatta shop for all of your official regatta and other merchandise that you wish to take back with you here from Nagambie Lakes and the Victorian Championship Regatta for 2025. So thank you to all of those hard-working vendors and supporters of this regatta. Well, C-grade double skull. The race currently on the course. Our presentation has just concluded also for the female A-grade double skull. Well done to the Richmond crew there, Helen Pearce and Kate Dyball, who picked up the gold medal there in race 138. Presentation soon also for race 139, but now on the water, race 140, the male C-grade double with a field of 8 here. Horsham City on the far side in lane 1, Essendon lane 2, Richmond in 3, Melbourne in 4, Horsham City again in 5, Richmond in 6, Essendon 7, and the Melbourne Argonauts racing in lane 8. And it is the 2 heat winners in the centre lanes who look to have having a good race at least down the course here. Melbourne in lane 4, Joe Murphy and Gregor Theinschnack, coached by Joe O'Neill, and Horsham City lane 5, Jeremy Matheson and Joseph Shepherd, coached by Ray White. And the other crew to watch out for over in lane 2 from Essendon is Matthew Jones and Ben Stevenson. And we're certainly making a bold bid for victory there towards the far side of Nagambie Lakes. Behind them in 4th, it'll be Richmond, Will Golding and Jason Ludwig. And then a bit of a gap back to the 2 crews back on this side. Richmond again in lane 6, Vinicus Salazar and Sam Lincoln, ahead of Essendon, Dion Mitchell and William Drew Finn. So some chances right across the course here, certainly as far as our silver and bronze medals are concerned, but Essendon making a good charge here out in lane 2, Matthew Jones and Ben Stevenson. Melbourne lead in the middle from the Horsham City combination, and Richmond lane 3 not too far away from that bronze medal crew either, but it certainly continues to be Essendon over in lane 2 who have the lead here. For Melbourne, who've pushed up into a clear second now, and Richmond really challenging Horsham City late in this race in the battle for 3rd and 4th, and also 5th and 6th. It's very tight between Essendon lane 7 and Richmond lane 6, but it's going to be the Essendon crew across on lane 2. They've got a substantial lead now with only a few strokes to go, and Essendon will go across and take the win. Matthew Jones and Ben Stevenson win the male C-grade double skull championship of Victoria. Essendon first, Melbourne second, or third will be tight. I think Horsham may have stopped a little before the line there, unfortunately, and may just have missed out on a medal there. It's certainly Essendon and Melbourne first and second. 5th is going to go the way of the Essendon lane 7 crew. 6th place beside them to Richmond lane 6. The Melbourne Argonauts will finish in 7th place, and 8th will be Horsham City over in lane 1. So Essendon, Melbourne, and a photo for 3rd in race 140, the male C-grade double skull. And the bronze will indeed go the way of Richmond in race 140. So 1st place, lane 2, Essendon. 2nd, lane 4, Melbourne. And 3rd, lane 3, Richmond in the male C-grade double skull final. Very tight finish there for 3rd and 4th, but Richmond edging out Horsham City. Female C-grade pair makes its way down the course. Wentworth in 3, Bairnsdale in 4, Melbourne in 5, and expecting to see Richmond lane 6, but not seemingly in this race. In fact, Richmond were in the race, but had an equipment issue in the early stages, so have rode off the course and straight back to the boat park. So unfortunately for Richmond, unable to complete the race. But the other three crews are having a good contest here. Probably Bairnsdale just in front, Belinda Pownall and Joe Campbell, who were narrowly beaten for a gold medal an hour or two ago. But back in now in the B grade pair, looking to go one better, and they have the lead over Wentworth in lane 3, Alexandra Lawler and Morgan Chandler. And Melbourne in lane 5, Charlotte May and Tara Schmidt, coached by Joe O'Neill. So certainly the length and breadth of Victoria and even southern New South Wales on display here in this race, with crews from Melbourne, Bairnsdale and also Wentworth. But it is the combination from the Bairnsdale Rowing Club there in lane 4 who do lead this race by a bit over a length now. Belinda Pownall and Joe Campbell. They have a tight battle for second place, probably Wentworth at this stage, just in the ascendancy from the Melbourne Rowing Club crew. But it is Bairnsdale in front here as they come inside the final 100 metres now of this race in fantastic racing conditions here again at Nagambie Lakes once more on the second day of the Rowing Victoria State Championship Regatta for 2025. Bairnsdale out by 2 lengths now, coming home at 33, so comfortably maintaining their margin on these crews, and it's going to be a win this time around to Belinda Pownall and Joe Campbell of the Bairnsdale Rowing Club lane 4. They take out the female C-grade pair. So Bairnsdale first, Wentworth second, Alexandra Lawler and Morgan Chandler. And third will go to Melbourne. That's Charlotte May and Tara Schmidt, who will finish ahead of the Richmond crew, not able to complete the race there. Comes the final now of the female B grade at single scull. Field of 6 came through 3 heats earlier on this morning. It was just the top 2. There was some tight racing in the heats as well, and expecting the same in the final. Leanne Martin from Wendouree Ballarat racing in lane 2. Alex Conway of Corowa in 3. Emily Harridge from Powerhouse in lane 4. Louise Barker from Essendon in lane 5. Eve Gray of Banks in 6. And Lisa Yates from the Gambie racing in lane 7. It does look to be Emily Harridge who was, I think, the most impressive of the heat winners, at least in terms of margin. And she leads the race again here now from Leanne Martin from Wendouree Ballarat over on the far side of the course, who had to really work hard to get home into second spot in her heat, which is why she's in the outside lane now of this final. It sits what looks to be in second place behind the sculler from Powerhouse, and then a good race also for third with Louise Barker of Essendon and Alex Conway of Corowa, the next 2 scullers on the course. But certainly it is Emily Harridge here, the sculler from Powerhouse on lane 4. But Leanne Martin of Wendouree Ballarat, an experienced sculler there over on the far side of the Nagambie Lakes Regatta Centre, who's up close on the boardwalk side. They're still about a length or so behind our race leader from Powerhouse. So Emily Harridge has the margin at this stage, but it does look to be diminishing somewhat as she approaches the final 100 metres of the race. And, a couple of messy strikes there too from the Powerhouse sculler. So certainly now it is on in earnest with Leanne Martin of Wendouree Ballarat. A chance here to move right up alongside the sculler from Powerhouse. Tied also for third and fourth between Louise Barker and Alex Conway behind. That'll be a great race for the bronze medal, but Emily Harridge has recovered well here. She's still got her boat in front with 40 metres to go ahead of Leanne Martin from Wendouree Ballarat, and is powering towards the finish line now, although she is right on the line of boys there. Emily Harridge from Powerhouse, a couple of strokes to go. She's clear by a length, and she will get the win. Emily Harridge from Powerhouse wins the female B-grade single scull. Great pressure there late in the race from Leanne Martin from Wendouree Ballarat, who will win a silver medal, and bronze will go the way of Louise Barker from Essendon on lane 5, and length or so in the end ahead of Alex Conway from Corowa, who will finish in 4th. 5th, the Nagambie sculler on lane 7, Lisa Yates, and 6th place will go to Banks, Eve Gray on lane 6. But well done there to Emily Harridge from Powerhouse, who certainly had to work in the last couple of 100 metres under immense pressure from Leanne Martin of Wendouree Ballarat. They're the top 2 in the female B-grade single scull, and bronze will go to Louise Barker of Essendon. Another single sculling race coming down. This is the male under 17 single scull. Full field of 8 that came through 2 heats earlier today, and the 2 heat winners were the Bailey twins from Corio Bay in lanes 4 and 5 here. Taj lane 4, Xander lane 5. And it would be Xander Bailey who leads this race here ahead of his twin brother. Good race behind them too for the bronze medal. Lucas Davies of Hawthorn lane 3, Thomas Berglund Mercantile lane 2, Cameron Belville of Wendouree Ballarat on lane 1. Looks like the bronze medal will come from that side of the course, and back a bit further on this northern side to Luca Mikas of Hawthorn, Austin Locke of Mercantile, and Hunter Penman from Hawthorn racing in lane 8, who absolutely had to fly home, Hunter Penman, to grab the last spot in this final. Coming down the outside lane, so he's racing now in the same part of the course, but a fair way back from our race leaders. So it is Xander Bailey of Corio Bay, coached by Jeff Watt, along with his twin brother Taj, who is only probably a length or so away from him now. They've had some great contests in recent years, these two. Pretty sure that Xander's been rowing slightly longer than his twin brother, so marginally more experienced in terms of years of training and racing, but the gap between them certainly diminishing here as Taj Bailey goes for a push and tries to reel in his twin brother Xander. And how about the race behind for the bronze medal too? Lucas Davies, Cameron Belville and Thomas Berglund there as well. But it is on in earnest between these two scullers from Corio Bay. Xander Bailey maybe maintaining just a longer rating here as Taj has really gone for a late push to try and really his twin brother in. And on the far side of the course, Cameron Belville from Wendouree Ballarat trying to spoil the Corio Bay party here, but I think it will be a Quinella to the Corio Bay Rowing Club. Xander Bailey still just in front of Taj with only 2 or 3 strokes to go. The Hawthorn sculler Lucas Davies will roll up into third, but it's going to be Xander Bailey who has a look out to the side and just make sure he's got enough of a lead, and he goes across 2/3 of the length clear of his brother. So Xander first, Taj second for Corio Bay. The bronze goes to Lucas Davies of Hawthorn. 4th will be Cameron Belville of Wendouree Ballarat. 5th, Thomas Berglund from Mercantile. 6th then, the next of the Hawthorn scullers, Luca Micus. 7th to, in fact, I reckon Hunter Penman will move up into 7th here late in this race, ahead of Austin Locke of Mercantile. Still a few strokes to go for those scullers. So 3 Hawthorn scullers there in that race. They will get a bronze medal. But the top 2 spots going to the 2 scullers from Corio Bay, who combined yesterday to win the schoolboys double scull for Western Heights College, and now 1st and 2nd in the male under-17 single for Corio Bay. 7th does go to Hunter Penman of Hawthorn, and 8th place to Austin Locke of Mercantile. So some good racing there. The male under-17 single scull presentations to follow soon. Just seen the presentations also to our winning scullers in the female B grade single scull. We have another sculling race on the water right now too, which is rapidly approaching here. So it is the male under 15 single scull, the youngest age category on the regatta program here. 2 scullers from Corowa and 1 more from Corio Bay, and it would be the Corio Bay sculler who leads here. So they look set maybe to claim gold medals in consecutive races here, the Corio Bay Rowing Club. It's James Trott rowing for Corio Bay in lane 5 with a lead, but only about a length or so his lead over Corowa in 2nd place. It's the lane 4 sculler from Corowa. So Marcus Davies there, who's coached by Wes Canny and Dermot Ballum, as is the 3rd sculler in the race, Harvey McFarlane in lane 3. You see he has a strong family connection there with the Corowa Rowing Club. So Harvey McFarlane there in the red boat at the tail of the field. But a good race developing here between James Trott of Corio Bay being challenged now by Marcus Davies of Corowa as these 2 scullers head inside the final 100 metres. Now it still is Corio Bay in front. James Trott has this by a bit over a length now. He's had a couple of looks at the chasing sculler from Corowa. Needs to maintain his focus in his boat, but he's doing enough here. Rating right on 30 in the closing strokes of the race, and he'll take it out by 2 lengths. So Corio Bay do go back to back. James Trott wins it for Corio Bay in under 15 after they won 1st and 2nd in the under 17 single the previous race. Marcus Davies finishes 2nd for Corowa on lane 4, and it'll be 3rd place shortly to the diminutive form of Harvey McFarlane from Corowa in the bright red boat. He's got a few strokes to go still to complete the 1,000-metre course here, but he will get across in 3rd place as well. Congratulations to our medalists in the male under-17 single scull. Gold to Xander Bailey of Corio Bay, silver to Taj Bailey of Corio Bay, and the bronze to Lucas Davies of Hawthorn. Here comes Harvey McFarlane too in the red boat from the Corowa Rowing Club. Great to see him rowing it all the way out to the end of this 1,000-metre race in the final of the male under 15 single scull. We'll have presentation shortly to our gold and silver medalists, and Harvey McFarlane across now in 3rd place as well to complete his race in the under 15 single scull. So it's Corio Bay the winners there for the 2nd race in a row. James Trott takes out the male under 15 single. And we're up to the para single scull. So, in fact, this is the last race of the first half of the day. Race 145, the para single. Featuring Kim Hampton of Bendigo, Aaron Skinner of Nestles, and Oscar Mugavar of Melbourne Rowing Club as well. So, Bendigo sculler in 3 and Melbourne in 5, both away off go. Aaron Skinner, a 60-second handicap he has given away here. So, an entire minute he sat at the start line and is now trying to run down the other 2 scullers ahead of him. We saw Aaron Skinner also competing yesterday in the single sculling events. So he's had a race already over the course, as he did also at the Nagambie Regatta 2 weeks ago, competing both in the para events and the open single scull as well. And it is still at this stage Kim Hampton from Bendigo who leads this race on lane 3. Oscar McGurver of Melbourne in second place, but the red boat is coming. It's moving through quickly. Aaron Skinner from the Nestles Rowing Club in Warrnambool, who has certainly been dominant force in Victorian para rowing for a number of years now. He's been challenged here certainly by the handicap system as well, giving away 60 seconds at the start. He's just about on terms now with Oscar Mugavar of Melbourne and about to move up into second spot. And then he'll set out after Kim Hampton of Bendigo, who's still about 2 lengths ahead. The Bendigo sculler there. But I think Aaron Skinner is closing with every stroke he takes here as they come inside the final quarter now of the para single scull. So we're heading towards the end of the morning session of racing. There is a lunch break coming up for about an hour and a quarter, of course, in a little while. But it looks like Aaron Skinner is going to claim the victory here in the last race before lunch in that distinctive bright red boat he's got from the Nestles Rowing Club in Warrnambool. So again, an athlete who's travelled a fair way to be here today, as he has to do for, of course, most regattas he attends around Victoria and around Australia, and he's extending his lead now on Kim Hampton of Bendigo and also Oscar Mugavar of the Melbourne Rowing Club, who'd be back in 3rd place. Kim Hampton still 2nd, looking to take a silver medal back to the Bendigo Rowing Club. But it's Aaron Skinner dominant once again here in the para single sculling event, race 145 at the Victorian State Championship Regatta for 2025. He's got about 4 strokes to go and he's extending his lead with every stroke he takes. So 60 seconds wasn't enough of a margin. He's rode that back, got in front, and he'll win the race by 3 lengths. Aaron Skinner takes out the para single scull for the Nestles Rowing Club. Kim Hampton will finish in 2nd for Bendigo, and 3rd place will go to Oscar Mugavar of Melbourne on lane 5 as he's about to come across the finish line now and conclude his race as well. So well done there to our para single scullers. Couple of presentations still to take place here. Our officials' boats heading in after following that last race. For those watching on the live stream, you'll see the procession shortly of catamarans and safety rubber duckies and the various boats that have been out there on the course, ensuring safe and fair racing for all competitors through the morning session of racing, which has now just about come to its conclusion, although we still do have a couple of presentations to take place. We're seeing the presentation right now on the pontoon to the under 15 single scullers. So well done there to James Trott of Corio Bay and Marcus Davies from Corowa, who were 1st and 2nd in the under 15 single scull. Great to see the young athletes here competing at this regatta. Just one presentation remains also still for the para single scull. So as we head towards lunch, a reminder, of course, that Oliver's Lane Coffee are available in the boat park area. They'll be been there all yesterday and all of today in the boat park. So please head along and see Ali from Oliver's Lane. Boost Juice near the finish line as well, and the Easy Or Cafe located right here in the finish tower. So plenty of refreshment options around the venue available today. Also Perfect Balance, Windcheck and Laszlo boats located in the boat park. And for all your merchandise requirements, Pontoon 776BC and also the Regatta shop. The next race will come down at 12:50 daylight saving time, so just under an hour and a quarter from now, the next race on the course, which are the heats of the women's B coxed quad scull. So racing will resume in just under an hour and a quarter's time. We first have some more medals to be presented here to our medalists in the para single scull. So congratulations to our medalists there in the para single scull. The win once again going to Aaron Skinner from Nestles Rowing Club. Silver medal to Kim Hampton from Bendigo. And the bronze will go to Oscar McGovern from the Melbourne Rowing Club in the para single scull. Well done to all three participants. And our medalists there in race 145. A few more photos being taken on the presentation pontoon right now, but that does end the activity here on the water for the next hour and 10 minutes or so. Don't forget to get around the venue to Oliver's Lane Coffee, Boost Juice and the Easy York Cafe during the lunch break, and racing will resume at 10 minutes to 1 with the heats of the women's B Cox Quad Scull as we move into the afternoon. The final 45 races, in fact, coming up in the second day of the Victorian State Championship Regatta for 2025. Getting ready to go racing again shortly, about 10 minutes time until we're back underway here for the afternoon session of racing, the second day of the 2025 Victorian State Championship Regatta, race 148, not too far away. The first heat of the female B-grade Cox Quad Scull in what does appear to be slightly windier conditions than we had an hour or two ago, but you can see plenty of boats ready up behind the 1,000-metre start. The umpires on their way as well, so we will have racing on the course shortly for the final quarter of this regatta. Just a reminder to all crews to ensure you return your bow numbers. So I'm told there's still a few outstanding bow numbers from earlier today, so can all crews who are still in possession of a bow number that's been used, make sure you return that immediately to the bow number collection area in the boat park, please. Just about ready to go racing again here for the afternoon session of racing. They are being lined up now in Heat 1 of the female B grade Coxed Quad Skull. So settle in here around Nagambie Lakes, and for those watching on the live stream too, a big afternoon of racing coming up here. The final 4 hours or so of the Victorian State Championship Regatta for 2025. A little bit of breeze blowing down the course. It is pretty much a straight headwind at this stage, so still very fair, if slightly more challenging conditions out there for the athletes. I wouldn't expect any world records to be broken in these conditions this afternoon, but reports from the start line suggest still fair conditions for all crews across all the 8 lanes in use here today. Reminder again to please ensure you return your bound numbers. My spies in the boat park tell me that not all bound numbers from the morning have yet been returned, so please, if you still have a bound number from earlier today, or dare I say even yesterday's racing, please ensure you take that back to the point you collected it from in the boat park, and of course the same throughout the rest of this afternoon's racing, so those alphanumeric numbers can be put to use again in future regattas. And while I have your attention, just to repeat that earlier announcement about those still waiting for medals from the Nagambie Regatta. It was raced here 2 weekends ago. You may recall there was a late change to the scheduling which required some additional divisional races, and the short story was, of course, there were many more medals required than were actually had been allowed for before the regatta. So the Nagambie Rowing Club have ordered the additional medals. They are on their way. It was hoped they would arrive before this weekend, but with transit systems being the way they are at the moment, that was not the case, so they are still in transit. But once those medals are received by the Nagambie Rowing Club, which we expect to be likely in the early part of this week, they will then be distributed to all clubs involved, or potentially in some cases made available for collection at future regattas. So those who won medals at the Nagambie Regatta, do not fear, your medals are on their way here, and will soon find their way to those crews who won races here 2 weekends ago on what was a slightly windier weekend, certainly 2 weeks ago. And conditions here still this afternoon. It looks like we are just about underway. In fact, the crews are moving down the course in the first of the post-lunch races. .200 or so metres gone, in fact, between these 8 crews it is in the first heat of the female B grade Cox Quad Skull. Richmond racing in lane 1, Corowa lane 2, Loretto Ballarat in 3, Essendon lane 4, Wrighton Girls in 5, Hamilton Alexandra lane 6, Banks in 7, and Loretto Ballarat racing in lane 8. A good mix of school and club crews here as well. 2 crews from Loretto Ballarat, 1 from Wrighton, also Hamilton and Alexandra College from Hamilton, of course, in Western Victoria as well. Richmond crew in lane 1, but doing a good job here in the middle stages of this race. They're heading up towards the halfway mark now, in fact, the field, with Richmond certainly well clear of Coral beside them. 2 crews from Loretto in the bright yellow colours sitting a couple of places back, in fact. I think the other crew to watch out for, right across in lane 7 from Banks, Ella Mitch, Katja Finnegan, Louise Roach, Jessica Lennon, and Dayara Jayatissa. That crew coached by Blair Baggett. And still Richmond there, lane 1 as well. Aline De Jager, Victoria Marr, Beth Rosenberg, Phyllis Barter, and Ainsley Raggett, the cogs of that crew from Richmond. And then towards the centre lane we have in the dark colours there of Essendon, it is lane 4, Zoe De Silva, Abba Wickram, Gemma Williamson, Bronte Basil, Jade Williamson, and Alessia Siritic. They are coached by Rhett Spiller. And it was quite the morning for the Essendon Rowing Club too, as they climbed up the medal tally from this regatta with a number of medals in the earlier races today. Now sit 3rd overall, Essendon, only behind Mercantile and Melbourne Uni. And Mercantile did most of their damage, of course, yesterday. I think 14 gold medals yesterday for the Mercantile Club and 10 for Melbourne Uni. Essendon now have Well, 7 3/4 gold medals, of course. In fact, with some composite crews involved there as well. And a good chance here in this event with the crew doing well in the heat. Regatta Ballarat alongside then the crew of Sophie Huff, Matilda Grant, Ella French, Lucy Barlow and Gracie O'Connor there for Loretto. And the yellow blades there of the Wrighton crew as well. Zara Grogan, Millie Robinson, Ruby Jansen, Ravinda Gunasekara and Zoe Higgins as they come into the final 200 metres now. 4 spots on offer here in the final of the female B grade Cox Quad Scull. I reckon Loretto Ballarat have their boat narrowly clear now of Essendon. Richmond still there, the far side as well. Banks now battling out with Wrighton possibly for 4th and 5th. Narrowly from Hamilton and Alexandra. The second Loretto crew lane 8 and also Corowa there across on the other side in the red, white and black colours. So Richmond still with Loretto and Essendon battling out in the centre of the course. The Wildlife about to have their solitude shattered by this field of quad sculls streaking through the middle lanes of the course, but on the far side it's going to be Richmond who takes this race out, I reckon. Loretto finishing fairly quickly in the race for 4th. Very, very interesting indeed, but Richmond will go through with Loretto in 2nd place as our top 2 crews approach the line. Richmond 1st, Loretto 2nd, Essendon 3rd. But the interest is in 4th place, Corowa and Wrighton stroke for stroke with a couple to go. Maybe Wrighton just in front. They'll hit the line close together. Oh, and Corowa surged late there and may have got 4th place. We'll wait on the call there for the last of our qualifying crews. Banks will finish 6th. 7th will go to Hamilton and Alexandra, and 8th Loretto lane 8. It's a reminder to all here that with the winds increasing here and potentially slightly more over the course of the afternoon, please ensure you do tie your boats down at all times in the boat park, either on the trailers or on the racks there. But please ensure your boats are secured throughout the remainder of the day so we don't have any wind damage here. Race coming down, race 149. I'll get a result from 148 as soon as possible, but haven't quite got confirmation yet of the final qualifier there from the previous race. But Heat 2 continues here. The female B grade at Cox Quad Scull with Richmond again racing in lane 1, Corowa lane 2, Hamilton in 3, Banks in 4, Loretto in 5, Wrighton Girls in 6, Gippsland Grammar School in 7, and Corowa in lane 8. And the 8 crews well and truly on their way past the halfway mark now. Again, as was the previous heat, a couple of good crews racing on the far side of the course and 2 in the middle as well. You can see the Banks colours prominent there in lane 4. Mia Tulloch, Hannah Danks, Emma Rabinick, Jess Vinicum and Charlotte Watts, coached by Blair Baggett. Loretto beside them. We've had 3 crews across these 2 heats. Abigail Cartledge, Eve Watson, Eden Templar, Marley Constable and Danielle Grafmans. On the far side, Richmond lane 1, Wanling Emptage, Stephanie Mallow, Sarah Moffat, Amy Catlin and Pavel Oberon. And Corowa Girls School there in lane 2 as well with Tanya Nishabata in the boat there for Corowa. Jane Robertson as well, so a very well-credentialed crew there in this great event, of course. They're not required to be school students in this case. Charlotte Agars and Madeline Milton there as well, along with Tessa Plant in the Corowa crew. They are certainly our top 4. Corowa, the club on this side too in lane 8. Imogen Ragg, Phoebe Packer, Summers Hogan, Evangeline Broad and Hunter Mills, coached by Wes Canny and Dermot Ballum as they head up towards the final 150 metres of the race. So again, 4 crews to qualify here. Certainly the Corowa Girls School combination, that very, very well-credentialed crew there on lane 2. Clear by a bit over a length now from Richmond, Banks, Loretto and Corowa thereabouts as well, along with Gippsland Grammar School in lane 7. So plenty of chances once again here for the final qualifying spots, but the first of them from Heat 2 will go the way of the Corowa combination on lane 2. They'll take it out comfortably by a length, the Corowa crew. So Corowa first, Richmond second, lane 1. Third will go to Banks in the centre of the course. Fourth, once again, is going to be close, but with their supporters right beside them there, Corowa will come across and take out fourth spot and move through to the final of the female B-grade Cox Quad Scull. Fifth goes to Loretto, lane 5. Sixth place, Gippsland Grammar School. Seventh, Wrighton, and eighth will be the Hamilton crew on lane 3. Even better news for Corowa. We've got the result from the previous race, and they have qualified another crew through in 4th position. So Corowa, 2 races in a row, have got home in 4th. They've narrowly beaten out Wrighton girls in the closing strokes of race 148. So Richmond first in that previous heat in lane 1. Second went to Loretto. Third, Essendon. And 4th was Corowa, just ahead of Wrighton girls. That was race 148, and 149 just completed. It was Corowa with a K, the race winners there, the crew, including Tanya Nishbata and Jane Robertson in their number. Second place, Richmond, lane 1. Third place, Banks, and 4th, Corowa in lane number 8. So the Corowa club will have both of the outside lanes in the final of the female B-grade Cox Quad Scull. About to conclude here, race 150, the first heat of the male B-grade double scull, and Wendouree Ballarat in control here, and is Joshua Roberts and Harrison Grant in the first of only 2 qualifying spots in this race. Mercantile and Hawthorn will fight out the second spot. Mickelson Davies of Hawthorn, Berglund and Harrington for Mercantile, coming at them hard as Wendouree Ballarat lane 6 come across and take the win, and Mercantile will get up into second place. Thomas Berglund and Jack Harrington there just ahead of Luca Mikas and Lucas Davies for Hawthorn. Fourth will go to Melbourne, it looks like, on the far side of the course, Jet Yilmaz and Damon Mills. Fifth to Barwin, Drew Kent and Cooper McLeod. Sixth and seventh, pretty tight as well. Probably Richmond just in sixth place here. That's Emma Limonsayer and John Hellerstedt. Seventh to Hawthorn, Jack Shattuck and John Rashke. And eighth will go to Hamilton and Alexandra, Adam Cameron and Harry McDonald. In race 150 of this weekend's regatta, the first heat of the male B-grade double scull, the first of 3 heats, so a Big field in this event, and just the top two from each will go through. So Joshua Roberts and Harrison Grant from Wendouree Ballarat, coached by Paul Blanchfield. Our race winners there qualifying along with Mercantile's Thomas Bergelin and Jack Harrington from Heat 1 of the male B-grade double scull, and Heat 2 is already on the water as well. Here comes Heat 2 of the male B-grade double scull. Karen Wayne 1, Corio Bay in 2, Gibson Grammar School in 3, Mercantile 4, Powerhouse 5, Hawthorn 6, and Richmond 7, the field here. And Corio Bay out to a very strong middle section of the race with Karam alongside them too. I think our top two are both there on the far side of the course. So Henry Colson and Noah Brandy for Corio Bay, coached by Jeff Sykes. And Stuart Gilbert and Drew Holman for Karen, coached by himself. In that combination, they've been up and down the course a few times today in both pairs and double sculls of Holman and Gilbert of Karam, and they'd sit here certainly in what looks to be a qualifying spot ahead now, at the moment at least, for Jack Courtney and Stuart Ray from Gibson Grammar School, who are a clear third. Mercantile fourth, Connor O'Callaghan and Joseph Alexander, and Powerhouse next to them, Nicholas Andrio and John Atchison. But it's just the top two to go through, and it looks like they'll be the two on the far side, the boardwalk side of the course, here at Nagambie Lakes. A lead of a bit over a length still to Corio Bay, Colson and Brandy. So they're comfortably clear, but Holman and Gilbert have a good look back on the rest of the field, all stretched out too. On their bow side here in this double sculling event, they can clearly see the Gibson Grammar crew, who are third, but probably about 2 or so lengths away from a qualifying spot. Still Mercantile then, and Powerhouse behind them. But it is the Corio Bay crew who are just cruising towards the line here now. Karam comfortable in second place. They've got within a length, in fact, of our race leaders, and we'll get a bit closer than that by the end. But Corio Bay take the win comfortably enough. Karam finished second. They're both through to the final of the male B-grade double scull. It'll be Gibson Grammar School finishing in third, then Mercantile fourth, Powerhouse next, and Richmond from Hawthorn on the finish tower side of the course in 6th and 7th positions in the second heat of 3 in the male B-grade double scull. A bit of lost property handed in too at the bow number 10, so a call for Marley Constable. Marley Constable, if you've we believe you have lost your phone, and you can collect it back at the bow number area. So Marley Constable, please head to bow numbers to collect your phone. And also some headphones have been handed in at the bow number 10 too. So it's all happening down there in bow numbers. And you leave Lynn in charge of these things. Excitement follows everywhere she goes. So Marley Constable of Loretto Ballarat, your phone is at bow numbers, and there's also an unidentified set of headphones available for collection at the bow number area if you can prove that they are yours. And while you're there, of course, make sure you return all outstanding bow numbers as well. A further reminder again to ensure your boats are tied down throughout the rest of today's proceedings. It is certainly the case. The wind has increased over the past hour or two. So please ensure the safety of all of your boats and other equipment, but particularly ensure your boats are tied down at all times on boat racks or else on the trailers as you load as the day progresses. But in either case, do not leave your boats unattended and keep them tied down at all times. Here comes the third and final heat of the male B-grade double scull. Again, just the top two here will progress through to the final. So we have Yarra Yarra racing in lane 1. And yeah, well, up at the top couple of crews too. Yarra Yarra there in the red colours, right on the far side of the course. Mercantile lane 2 are back a fair way. The red boat then of Corowa in contention here with Barwon in 4, Hawthorn 5, Footscray City 6, and Essendon in at 7. And there's 4 chances here for 2 qualifying spots. I think it's fair to say, being Lucadoo Wells and McShay of Yarra Yarra, Seymour and Fitzgerald of Corowa, and then the 2 crews on lane 6 and 7, Lang and Doherty from Footscray City, and Kennedy and Fitzpatrick from Essendon. They are our top 4. The order yet to be sorted out. Essendon have the edge on Footscray City on this side, and they're pretty much on terms with Corowa. And I reckon Yarra Yarra over there in lane 1 have really pushed clear of all the crews on that side of the course, and may well be the first crew through here to the final from this last heat of the male B-grade double scull. So Yarra Yarra in the white boat with the bright red colours on the far side. The bright red boat behind them is the Corowa crew, but they're clearly in 4th place now. So I reckon the second qualifier is going to come from this battle on the finish tower side of the course. Brandon Kennedy and Tyler Fitzpatrick there for Essendon. They hunt more medals, the Essendon club, and Footscray City there as well, with Jeremy Lang and Thomas Doherty, coached by Trevor Wilson and Peter McSweeney. They've got about a half length or so to make up as Corowa start to surge again too in the red boat, but Yarra Yarra way out in front and doing it easily there. Brent Lucadoo Wells and Gareth McShay for Yarra Yarra down lane 1 here at the Nagambie Lakes Regatta Centre are going to get the win in the 3rd and final heats of the male B-grade double scull. And what a finish from Essendon too. They've powered away late, Kennedy and Fitzpatrick to take out 2nd, and the final qualifying spot, 3rd and 4th, very tight. The red boat maybe of Corowa just there. Seymour and Fitzgerald ahead of Footscray City, Lang and Doherty, but pretty close there. So wait for official results, but they'll be outside the qualifying spots. Mercantile 5th, Kelly and Locke. Barwon will be 6th, Dingle and Verstegen. And Hawthorn 7th, Perrine and Penman as they head up towards the finish line now too. So some good racing in the heats of the male B-grade double scull, as we've seen in lots of events with big fields of entries today, especially these cutthroat heats where only 2 boats can qualify. It really is all or nothing racing. And Brent Lucadoo Wells and Gareth McShay did it best there in Heat 1. They get the win for Yarra Yarra. Essendon finish in 2nd place. As that concludes our 3 heats of the male B-grade double scull. 2 heats required in the female A-grade single, which is our next event. Not quite yet underway, that race. Still, in fact, 6 minutes away from the scheduled start time. But I think most of our scullers are in their lanes and close to ready to go, so we may have that race underway before too long. The female A-grade single scull with a field of 5 to race over the 1,000-metre course shortly. A further reminder too, in case the first message didn't get through, to Marley Constable from Loretto Ballarat. Marley Constable from Loretto Ballarat, your phone is available for collection at bow numbers. All underway now in the next of the heats, the female A-grade single scull, the first heat. A couple of scratchings here from one each from both of the Geelong clubs. So lanes 1 and 5 vacant here. 4 scullers remain, and that does mean that the 4th place sculler likely to be eliminated from this first heat, with therefore just 3 to go through. So Jessie Freestone from Essendon is racing in lane 2. Abigail Schlicht of Yarra Yarra in lane 3. Summers Hogan of Corowa in lane 4. And Ebony Ebenwalder of Ballarat City is racing in effectively what is listed as lane 6, but she appears to have been moved across into the lane next to the Corowa sculler as well, with that earlier scratching of Barwin from lane 5. So a field of 4. Ebony Ebenwalder in lane 6, who's been both rowing and coaching in this regatta, coaching Ballarat Clarendon crew in yesterday's racing, as well as at the head of the lake earlier in the week, and racing as well in the club women's single. In fact, 3 of the top 5 from the club women's single are in this heat as they make their way down the course. Jessie Freestone from Essendon was 2nd in the club single, Ebony Ebenwalder 4th, and Abigail Schlicht from Yarra Yarra in 5th. So 3 of the top 5. The event was actually won by former Australian representative and Olympian Robin Selby-Smith, one of the many gold medals won by Mercantile yesterday. She's not competing here today, but she beat home Jessie Freestone in that final yesterday. And the Essendon sculler well placed here over on the far side of the course as well, ahead of Abigail Schlicht, who did finish a couple of places behind her in that final. And Summers Hogan from Corowa, the only sculler who wasn't in that club event yesterday. The Corowa athletes rowing in some different races, of course, around the school races especially, but all competing here in the first heat of the female A-grade single scull, and likely that one of these 4 will miss out on progression through to the final. But at this stage it's probably the Ballarat City sculler Ebony Ebenwalder with some work to do down the spectator side of the course, because it's being led on the other side by Jessie Freestone of Essendon, who's coached by Rhett Spiller, and she's being chased hard by Abigail Schlicht of Yarra Yarra too, in the red colours there, one in from the far side. Corowa also in the bright red, racing in lane 4. Summers Hogan there is coached by Wes Canny and Dermot Ballum, and then Ebony Ebenwalder from Ballarat City, currently in 4th place, closest to the northern side of the course, going just about past the merchandise area right now, where you can go along to visit Pontoon 776 BC and also the Regatta shop. And also an important message just in from our official photographer Andrew Guerin here today, that images from both today's and yesterday's racing can be found on the Australian Rowing Images site. So Andrew has been very busy down in the presentation area all weekend, getting plenty of photos of crews receiving their medals, and you can check that out on the Australian Rowing Images website, all photos from today's and yesterday's racing. Continues to beat Jessie Freestone narrowly here from Abigail Schlicht of Yarra Yarra. Tight between those 2, but both are going to go through very comfortably to the final, as I would think is the Corowa sculler in lane number 4, Summers Hogan, about 2 lengths clear of Ebony Ebenwalder from Ballarat City. But the 2 on the far side having a good battle. Bit of a late surge here coming too from Abigail Schlicht of Yarra Yarra, who wants the centre lane in the final to come later this afternoon, and she's going to get it too. That was a determined finish, a big 7 or 8 stroke burst from the Yarra Yarra sculler, and she takes the race win, and she comes across on lane 3. So first, Abigail Schlicht of Yarra Yarra. 2nd, Jessie Freestone from Essendon. 3rd, Summers Hogan from Corowa. And 4th, Ebony Ebenwalder from Ballarat City. Get to Oliver's Lane coffee available in the boat park. Boost Juice near the finish line, and the Easy Your Cafe in the finish tower too. Been run this weekend by the hard-working volunteers from the Nagambie Bowls Club. Here comes heat 2 of the female A-grade single scull. Full field of 6 this time around, so 4 will go through to the final, certainly. It is Phoebe Marr of Wendouree Ballarat in lane 2. Ella Durand of, about to say Gippsland Grammar, but of course rowing here now for Mercantile, a former student from Gippsland Grammar and still coached too by Nick Bartlett there at Mercantile. Ella Durand in lane 3. Lucinda Rodriguez of Powerhouse in 4. Molly Clark Fernandez, Corio Bay in 5. Lily Innes Irons from Richmond in lane 6. And Constantina Kafasis from Yarra Yarra in lane 7. And it is certainly the sculler from Mercantile here, Ella Durand, who's had some great success at the state championships in recent years. Recall her having a fantastic win in what was the schoolgirls single scull a couple of years ago, maybe even 3 years ago on Lake Wendouree, but a great finish there to secure a state championship title. And she's well placed here, certainly, in this heat of the schoolgirls single scull. She may well, the A-grade single scull, I should say. She may well be rowing in a dark green boat there of Gippsland Grammar School as well, but obviously racing in the red and white of Mercantile, which is well clear regardless of Phoebe Marr from Wendouree Ballarat. And then back on this side, some action between Lily Innes Irons, Molly Clark Fernandez, and also Lucinda Rodriguez for the 3rd and 4th qualifying spots. And Constantina Kafasis in lane 7 from Yarra Yarra looks just a little bit off the pace at this stage. She was 2nd in the under-21 single scull. A big day yesterday, beaten in that race by Zara Kafuri, who took out the Victorian title to add to her New South Wales title for a month or so ago. But she'll have to work hard in the closing stages to get up into the top 4 here. But no such problems for Ella Durand, who was 5th in that same under-21 singles final yesterday. She will comfortably take the win in the second heat of the female A-grade single scull. 3 lengths clear, and Ella Durand for Mercantile takes out the second heats, coached by Nick Bartlett. Second is going to go to Phoebe Marr of Wendouree Ballarat. Third looks like it'll be the Richmond sculler Lily Innes Irons on lane 6. And 4th then will be Powerhouse. Lucinda Rodriguez will be across the line. The last of the qualifying spots. Constantina Kafasis coming home quickly late, might be able to move up from 6th to 5th, and just will get that done, I think, lane 7. So Kafasis finishes 5th, and Molly Clark Fernandez for Corio Bay in 6th place, but just the top 4 there to go through to the final. And that should be quite the race, the final of the female A-grade single scull. Ella Durand beats Phoebe Marr in heat 2, and Abigail Schlicht beats Jessie Freestone in the first of the heats just finished previously. Comes heat 1 of the male C-grade single scull. full field of 8 scullers, or at least there should be across the course. And it does look like that's the case. So on their way and past the halfway mark as well, these 8 single sculls. William Drew Finn from Essendon, lane 1. Cadell Hawken, Horsham City in 2. Sam Lincoln of Richmond in 3. Chris Schlicht of Powerhouse in 4. Logan Kelk for the Melbourne Argonauts in lane 5. Matthew Jones of Essendon in 6, alongside Ben Stevenson from the same club. And Lachlan Lindorf from Horsham City racing in lane 8. So 3 Essendon scullers here, 2 from Horsham City. Top 4 to go through. Some good pace on the far side of the course too. William Drew Finn with Cadell Hawken. Sam Lincoln is there, who's coxing earlier today, then rode a double scull, now here racing in the Mal C-grade single scull. Chris Schlicht of Powerhouse there with our top few scullers as well. And on this side, Ben Stevenson would lead the Essendon Brigade. Matthew Jones behind him. Then Logan Kelk and Lachlan Lindorf. But it's just 4 to go through here. William Drew Finn well placed, but he's got an Armada out to his bow side now. Cadell Hawken, Sam Lincoln, Chris Schlicht, all thereabouts. And on this side, Ben Stevenson looks set, you would think, to take one of the qualifying spots. And Matthew Jones too, moving through for Essendon, who might be able to qualify 3 scullers here if they can time their finish correctly. But Sam Lincoln, Chris Schlicht and Cadell Hawken there in lanes 2, 3 and 4 will have something to say about that. But it's a restrained row from William Drew Finn over on the far side of the Nagambie Lakes course. And on this side, it is Ben Stevenson for Essendon moving up to try and get into our top 4. And I reckon he's doing exactly that too. The sculler and the Essendon colours closest to the finish tower. Then on the other side, Horsham City's Cadell Hawken still there. Sam Lincoln has to work. Chris Schlicht right alongside him. That's the battle now for the 4th and final qualifying spot. William Drew Finn will take out the race win here for Essendon. Cadell Hawken of Horsham City, or Sam Lincoln needs to go now. Chris Schlicht has gone past him, and Ben Stevenson too for Essendon. A couple of strokes to go as they charge towards the line. Oh, the order's anyone's guess, but it's going to be Hawken, Schlicht and Stevenson going through. Sam Lincoln, I think, has just missed out there in 5th place. 6th to Matthew Jones of Essendon. 7th to the Melbourne Argonauts, Logan Kelk. And 8th place will be Lachlan Lindorf of Horsham City. It was certainly William Drew Finn who got the win there for Essendon. And then looked like Cadell Hawken, Ben Stevenson on this side, and Chris Schlicht, who will take the qualifying spots. That is unofficial for now, but so I think Sam Lincoln has just missed out in 5th position in race 155, the first heat of the male C-grade single scull. And the second heat already on the course here, on its way down towards the, or through the second 500 metres. Field of 7 it is here in Heat 2. Tony Siritic for Essendon in lane 1. Matthew Sweeten of Banks in 2. Vinicius Salazar of Richmond lane 3. Jeremy Matheson of Horsham City in lane 4. Luke Williams of Essendon lane 5. Joseph Shepherd of Horsham City in lane 6. And Samuel Krutop of the Melbourne Argonauts racing in lane 7. Past halfway now. We'll confirm the result of the next race at the conclusion of this one. But if we look for our 4 next qualifiers through to the final of the male C-grade single scull. In lane 4 there is Jeremy Matheson from Horsham City. Matthew Sweeten of Banks is up in a qualifying spot as well. On the far side in the dark boat there is Tony Siritic from Essendon. And on the spectator side of the course, lane 6 is Joseph Shepherd of Horsham City. So Horsham well placed here with 2 scullers in the top 4 or thereabouts, although rule out the Richmond sculler here, Vinicius Salazar, in lane 3, and Luke Williams from Essendon there in lane 5. Samuel Krutop for the Melbourne Argonauts racing it down lane 7. Certainly out in front. We do have the bank sculler Matthew Sweetman, who's coached by Blair Baggett over there on the far side of the course. Jeremy Matheson there in second, battling it out with Tony Siritic of Essendon. And those three do have a bit of a gap back on the rest of the field. So once again, the race for fourth is going to be an important one. And it will be, I suspect, between Samuel Krutop, Joseph Shefford, and also Vinicius Salazar of Richmond, not out of contention. But the Melbourne Argonauts sculler finishing very strongly down this finish tower side of the course. We'll get a great view of that finish as they head towards the line, although he's also getting caught up on the boys there between lanes 7 and 8. But the win, regardless, will go to Matthew Sweetnam from the Banks Rowing Club in lane 2. He wins it by about 3.5 lengths from that grey boat it is of Tony Siritic of Essendon in second place. Third will indeed go to Horsham City's Jeremy Matheson. And it's Horsham City up against the Melbourne Argonauts for the final qualifying spot. But Joseph Shefford and Samuel Krutop, with Krutop just in front. I think he'll get there. Samuel Krutop for the Melbourne Argonauts will take the final qualifying spot. Fifth will go to Joseph Shefford of Horsham City. Sixth to Salazar of Richmond. And seventh to Williams of Essendon, who's just not quite over the line yet, but about to get the beeper now as he concludes his race in race 156, the second heat of the male C-grade single scull. And that, based on the heat racing, it should be a great race as well. So William Drew Finn took out heat 1. And Matthew Sweetnam for Banks will win heat 2. So after heat 4 now. So we're waiting a confirmed result 2 in race 155, but I think the top 4 were clear enough in that race. We'll bring you that result when it does come through. But for now, we have the first of our finals on the course. It is the female A grade 8 from the 1,000 metre start, race 157. So Loretto, Ballarat and Mercantile, the two crews here in the female A grade 8, and they're already halfway through this race, and the yellow colours of Loretto and Ballarat showing out in front here. Meg Lynch, Isabella Rosato, Mia McTeague, Avery Clark, Jessica Main, Annabelle Patuch, Amelia Phillips, Olive Lanyon and Bethany Atherton. There's been few substitutions in that crew. It's been a big weekend, big week in fact for Loretto Ballarat, but this is largely the crew, I believe, that also won yesterday the under-19 women's 8 race. So they are a crew in form, and largely also a combination of Loretto College's winning Division 1 Cox 4 and Division 2 Cox 4 from the head of the lake, where Loretto won 4 of the 5 open events and took home the girls' premiership trophy for overall points as well. So they're well placed here, the crew from Loretto. Mercantile is second, Elke Karschnitz, Susanna Franklin, Amrith Sidu, Kate Morrison, Roshan Ray, Sophie Williams, Katarina Pivkova, Avery Romano and Erin McCarthy there in the boat for Mercantile. But at this stage, they're no match for this strong school crew from Loretto College in Ballarat. Their school, of course, located just beyond the finish line on the Olympic course at Lake Wendouree. And it's great to see them racing in the big boats as well. So strong always, of course, in the Cox 4s, but now in the 8 as well. 2 lengths clear as they close in on the finish of this female A grade 8. The Loretto Ballarat combination clear of the crew from Mercantile in second place. And the lead extending, in fact, as Loretto make their way down towards the finish line now. About 2.5 lengths clear they would be. So they continue a very, very strong weekend for Loretto Ballarat. They won the women's under 19-8 yesterday, and today they take out the female A grade 8. So Loretto first, 2.5 lengths back to Mercantile in second place. Been advised too by the president of the jury that for races to, for the remainder of the day, that all heat winners will be drawn to the far side of Nagambie Lake. So rather than to the middle of the course, has been the case throughout the rest of the regatta, heat winners or the races, the finals to come, will be seated from lanes 1 and 2. So all crews, please be aware of that change due to the conditions on the course for the remainder of the day. That heat winners will now be seated to lanes 1 and 2 here at Nagambie Lakes through at this stage until the end of racing today, to ensure that they are put in the favoured lane by virtue of winning their heats. Next race underway is the male A grade at Cox 4 final. This is we're now back into finals racing, but I can now give you the confirmed result of race 155, that very close heat, the male C grade single scull a few races ago. And it did, I think, end up as suggested in the end, but some very tight margins here. Eston actually finished first and second, so William Drew Finn first, Ben Stevenson second. Cadell Hawken for Horsham City finished third, and Chris Schlicht of Powerhouse finished in fourth place. So they are our qualifiers for the final from Heat 1. Sam Lincoln just missing out there for Richmond. He was only 0.43 of a second away from fourth spot. And in fact, the margins make interesting reading. 1.99 seconds first to second, 0.46 second to third, 0.63 third to fourth, and 0.43 fourth to fifth. So about 1.5 seconds from second to fifth in the first heat of the male C-grade single scull. But it's William Drew Finn who gets that ahead of Ben Stevenson. Cadell Hawken and Chris Schlicht join them in the final of that event to come later on this afternoon. But here comes the final of the male A-grade Cox 4, Richmond, Wendouree, Ballarat, Hawthorn, Ballarat High, and also Damascus College and Hamilton and Alexandra down the spectator side of the course. But it's a race in two here between two crews, of course, from Ballarat in the Cox 4. Wendouree, Ballarat, lane 3. Angus Murfitt, Joshua Matheson, James Shaw, William Gilbert and Zoe Edwards. And Ballarat High School in 5. Reese Webster, Jules Jominoy, Rick Barber, Connor O'Dwyer and Jaden Howden, coached by Chris Nielsen, but it's the red and white of Wendouree Ballarat showing out in front at this stage. Hawthorn sit third for now. Max Curry, William Hexter, Dan Stute, Emil Stigter and Guy Besley, coached by Tristan Kristevsky, and Richmond challenging too on the far side of the course. Patrick Cook, Benjamin Wardle, Charles Wallace, Rupert Pearce and Sam Lincoln. Surely can't be back in the boat by now, but it's a Richmond crew regardless. The win will go to Wendouree Ballarat on lane 3. They win the male A-grade Cox 4 and they win it well on the end, about 2.5 lengths to Ballarat High. Will hold on for second place. And Richmond flew home to claim the bronze medal ahead of Hawthorn in 4th. Damascus College will finish 5th. And Hamilton and Alexandra will finish in 6th position. But a very strong race, a very strong crew there also from Wendouree Ballarat. Most of those rowers have been here throughout the weekend competing in a number of races over the course of the 2 days. So Angus Murfitt, Joshua Matheson, James Shaw, William Gilbert and Zoe Edwards, the winners of the male A-grade Cox 4. And speaking of winners, congratulations to Loretto Ballarat, who are on the podium now, receiving their gold medals for the female A-grade 8. And there's Hamilton and Alexandra cross in 6th place to conclude race 158, the male A-grade Cox 4. But it is the 2 Ballarat crews going 1-2 there, Wendouree Ballarat and then Ballarat High ahead of Richmond and Hawthorn. Mixed Cox to Quad Skull coming up next. Then is the 1:45 race, so still a few minutes away from the scheduled start time. Crews are approaching the start line, but not quite ready to go yet for race 159. Congratulations to our medalists here in the male A-grade at Cox 4, the winning crew there in the centre of the podium from Wendouree Ballarat. Ballarat High in second place, about to receive their silver medals. Thank you to Sue Andrews from the Nagambie Rowing Club and Rowing Australia's reigning Volunteer of the Year for assisting with medal presentations as well. And the bronzes have gone to the Richmond Rowing Club crew at the other end of the pontoon. Mixed Cox Quad Scull, the next event. A field of 6 in, I think it's the first of our mixed races for today. Well, in fact, no, there was an 8th race earlier today, which I think Damascus College beat Gibson Grammar School in that particular event, but they're about halfway through this race. Here comes the concluding stage of the mixed Cox Quad Scull, and it's being led by Gibson Grammar School. I think you did compete in that 8th race a little earlier as well. Here in 2 quads, they'd be sitting first and third maybe, but Corio Bay also a strong crew here coming down lane 7. Taj Bailey, Rio Smith, Beatrix Hearn and Xander Bailey hunting more medals as well, but Gibson Grammar School have it in lane 4 for now. April Harrison, Scarlett Tavaski, Hagan Cooks, Tamia Reynolds, Amia Del Buso, and April Harrison and Scarlett Tavaski, I think, about to claim their 5th gold medals individually of this regatta for both Mercantile and Gibson Grammar School. It'll be Gibson Grammar in lane 4 who take it by a length, so good race by them. Gibson Grammar School first on lane 4. Second will go to Corio Bay, lane 7. Third, Gibson Grammar School, lane 6. That's Lily Canfield, Tara DeHood, Lagan Joshi, Connor Howard and Lucy Hodges. Fourth goes to Corowa on the other side of the course. Anastasia McFarlane, Alex Conway, Simon McFarlane, Bradley Pearsall and Harvey McFarlane, the Cox, who we saw racing the under-15 single scull as well earlier today. So a great race from them as well. And 5th and 6th is going to go to the 2 Richmond crews. There's not much between them, but it might be narrowly Richmond lane 5 on this side of the course. who will get the nod, I think, over Richmond in lane 2. So Richmond and Richmond, but lane 5 gets it. And that concludes the mixed Cox quad scull. So a 5th gold medal there to April Harrison and Scarlett Tavaski, who I think that's their last race of the regatta, but that's some achievement over 2 days of racing. And I think the Corowa crew might have another race to get to fairly soon as well. It's been a packed schedule for those combinations. And a good crew also from Corio Bay that came down lane 7. So medals once again coming up for Tarjan Zander Bailey, Rio Smith and Beatrix Hearn, coxed by Eden Smith, who we did see rowing in the under 15 single scull earlier today. Great to see her back in the boat as well in the cox seat here. Now, a message from the Essendon Rowing Club. They've had a cox box go missing earlier this morning. An NK cox box complete with the distinctive blue bag has gone missing from near one of Essendon's trailers down in the boat park area. So please, if you know anything about the whereabouts of that Essendon Rowing Club NK cox box, can you please let Glenn or one of the Essendon members here know that we love to have that returned to them before leaving here today. So if you see a blue NK cox box bag or a lone cox box around the course, please contact Glenn or someone at Essendon, because it went missing sometime, it appears, after about 6:30 a.m. today. So please keep an eye out for that NK cox box of the Essendon Rowing Club. Congratulations to our place goes in the mixed cox quad scull. Gold medals going to Gippsland Grammar School to add to their impressive haul from this regatta so far. So Gippsland Grammar the gold medals, silver to Corio Bay, and the bronze also going to Gippsland Grammar. So there's 2 sets of medals in the one race there for the Gippsland Grammar School. Can hear the wind whistling through the window here, even in the usually safe confines of the commentary box. So a reminder once again to please ensure that your equipment and especially your boats are secured around the regatta venue for the remainder of today. Conditions still allowing for fair racing at this stage, but it is important to ensure your boats are always tied down so that there's no equipment damage over the remaining few hours still to come of the Victorian State Championship Regatta for 2025. Here come the crews Our next race, the female B grade at Cox Quad Skull. A field of 8 here across the course too, so a full field, and the boats coming down at pace. Richmond Lane 1, Corowa in 2, Richmond in 3, Loretto Ballarat in 4, Essendon in 5, Banks in 6, Corowa in lane 7 and 8, and it's that Corowa with a K crew over in lane 2. The crew made up of perennial national championship medalist Tanya Nishabata and triple Olympian Jane Robertson in the boat, who does run the rowing program at Corowa, but here racing in this B-grade Cox quad as well, with Charlotte Agers and Madeline Milton. Tessa Plant, the Cox, and they look to be our leading crew. Corowa in lane 2, Richmond there in 3, Loretto Ballarat 4, and then the 2 crews from the Corowa Club racing on lanes 7 and 8, but don't forget these crews now being seated from the far side of the course, from the boardwalk side. So our heat winners, Richmond and Corowa, racing in lanes 1 and 2. Richmond there also in lane 3, probably the second place crew at this stage. Wanling Emptage, Stephanie Mallow, Sarah Moffat, Amy Catlin and Pavel Oberon. And the Richmond crew right on that boardwalk side is Aline DeJager, Victoria Marr, Beth Rosenberg, Phyllis Barter and Ainsley Raggett. They look to be our medalists at this stage, but Banks in 6, Corowa in 7, Loretto in 4, Essendon in 5, all thereabouts, but just outside the top 3. But the Corowa crew, it's great experience there, with 1 length clear of 2 crews from Richmond, who are going to dead heat for the silver, I reckon. But Corowa take the gold. Corowa lane 2 win it. Richmond in 3, I think, have just got home over Richmond in 1 for the silver medal. Then it's Loretto Ballarat finishing 4th. 5th is Banks. 6th either Essendon or Corowa, maybe just Essendon, but tight there for the 6th and 7th spot. And 8th will go to Corowa Rowing Club, coming down lane 8. But the Corowa Anglican Girls School, with a very well credentialed crew there in lane 2, have taken the win in the female B grade at Cox Quad Skull. Next race is the female under 17 Cox Quad, so same boat, just a different category of racing here, with 4 boats on the course. Essendon in lane 3, Wrighton Girls in 4, Albert Park College in 5, and Loretto Ballarat in lane 6. And I suspect, to the delight of Virginia Lee here, it's the Albert Park crew that have their boat in front through into the final third now of this race. Coco Gleeson-Payne, Georgina Camillan, Elise Doig, Anna Lill and Daisy Merritt, the crew there for Albert Park. So Coco, I gather, the younger sister of Lulu Gleeson-Payne, who won ahead of the schoolgirls title, I think it was last year, but Albert Park College have won that many in the double sculls, especially in recent years. It is hard to keep up, but great to see that production line continuing at Albert Park College, with Virginia and Eric Strata as well, very involved in the coaching of those crews. And the Wrighton crew alongside them in second place, lane 4, Gigi Zapp, Isla Carpenter, Isabella Heath, Isabel Nelson and Peggy King, coached by Catherine McCarthy, who are making it a move here too on Albert Park College. So the gold medal not yet in the APC collection, but Wrighton coming strong with the bright yellow caps. Then we go to Loretto in third place, Leah Timpano, Bridget Mulcahy, Maya Templar, Hayley Gardner and Missy Davies, and the crew on the far side from Essendon, Elizabeth Drew Finn, Matilda Cowell, Millie Delaney, Emma Stevenson and Elliot Stevenson, coached by Barry Gardner and Glenn Buttrell. But a good race in 3, a length from first to third here. Albert Park College still have it just right in a closing, but with every stroke they take, there's still 5 or so to go on this race. Albert Park College respond, Wrighton and Loretto too, pushing them all the way down to the line. It's Albert Park College by a canvas, and they will get home by that margin. Albert Park first, Wrighton second, Loretto third, half a length there from first to third place So 3 very deserving medalists there in the female under-17 Cox Quad Scull. 4th place will go to Essendon on lane 3. But it's Albert Park College who held the lead there over the concluding strokes. Coco Gleeson-Payne, Georgina Camerlin, Elise Doig, Anna Lill and Daisy Merritt, coached by Virginia Lee. They win the female under-17 Cox Quad Scull. Who's coming down the female C grade Cox 4 at the moment with Mercantile in front, and the presentation taking place here also to the Corowa crew with the win of the female B grade C Cox Quad Scull. And thank you also to Jola Stewart, who's presenting the medals here to the Corowa crew. And Jola, who happens to be Sue Andrews' sister, is also the designer of the new medals being presented this year for the first time at the Victorian Rowing Championship. So thank you to Jola Stewart for their work. They look great there, and it's fantastic to see you can present some of the medals that you helped design here as well to that Corowa crew, a very, very experienced Corowa crew who received those medals. But thank you, Jola, for your work there. Here comes another great finish here too in the female C grade Cox 4. Mercantile and Carrum, our top 2 crews in lane 6 and 2. Lane 6 for Mercantile, Lucinda Gardner, Olivia Monkman, Rebecca Barrows, Corinna Rodriguez and Abby Wolf. And lane 2 for Carrum, Cindy Plowman, Sally Glenn, Sarah Hayward, Anya Lloyd-Smith and Angelique Everett, coached by Drew Holman, just trailing Mercantile. Then it's Melbourne, Wentworth and also Hawthorn. Several chances here for the bronze, close for the gold too, but Mercantile doing just enough, and the club atop the medal tally will extend their lead here once again. Mercantile lane 6 take the win. Carrum will finish with another silver medal. Bronze will go to Melbourne. 4th, I think, just was Wentworth there, narrowly ahead of Hawthorn, and 6th will go to the second crew from Melbourne, racing in lane 7. But a win there certainly to Mercantile, Lucinda Gardner, Olivia Monkman, Rebecca Barrows, Corinna Rodriguez and Abby Wolf, the female C grade Cox 4, ahead of Carrum and also Melbourne. So from the female C grade Cox 4, we go straight to the male B grade double scull. The next of our finals. Still a few more finals on the card for the this part of the afternoon. And then there is a slight gap before heats resume at 2:45. So another half hour or so of finals to come. First of all, plenty more medals to be presented to down on the pontoon. As we see the 6 doubles coming here in the male B grade double. Wendouree Ballarat have the lane on the far side of the course in lane 1. Karaya Bayer in 2. Yarra Yarra 3. Carrum 4. Mercantile 5. Essendon 6. So 6 different clubs represented here in this race, which is great to see. And it may well be the bright red of Yarra Yarra alongside Corio Bay look to be our top two crews here. Brent Lucadoo Wells and Gareth McShay of Yarra Yarra, Henry Colson and Noah Brandy of Corio Bay. These doubles did come through a set of 3 heats earlier today, which is why it's a 6-boat final, but again seated from the far side of the course, as all our finals will be for the rest of today. So Wendouree, Ballarat, Corio Bay and Yarra Yarra, the 3 heat winners. And certainly Corio Bay now, the Jeff Sykes coach crew just looks to be extending their margin on Yarra Yarra alongside them. Karam there as well, Drew Holman and Stuart Gilbert. On this side from Essendon, Brandon Kennedy and Tyler Fitzpatrick. He came through in second place in their heat, but they're a good chance of a medal here, certainly in contention, along with Wendouree Ballarat still on the far side of the course. But it's Corio Bay who lead it here with 150 metres still to race. Henry Colson and Noah Brandy of Corio Bay about probably 2 lengths clear now of Yarra Yarra, probably just second, and Essendon continue to close here down lane 6. So Brandon Kennedy and Tyler Fitzpatrick out after Brent Lucadoo Wells and Gareth McShay, and also still from Wendouree Ballarat, the Paul Blanchfield coach crew, Oliver Wright and Harrison Grant. It was still at this stage in the bronze medal spot on the far side of the course, and they're winding up now to Wendouree Ballarat to make sure of that bronze medal, but the gold will go to Corio Bay, almost 2 lengths the margin, so well done there, Henry Colson and Noah Brandy. Second goes to Yarra Yarra, Brent Lucadoo Wells and Gareth McShay. Third, Wendouree Ballarat, Oliver Wright and Harrison Grant. Fourth place to Essendon, Brandon Kennedy and Tyler Fitzpatrick. Drew Holman and Stuart Gilbert next for Karam in 5th place, and 6th goes to Mercantile, Thomas Bergelin and Jack Harrington in the final of the male B grade double scull. Further call on behalf of the Essendon Rowing Club for that missing Cox box. An NK Cox box in its blue bag has gone missing from the Essendon trailer, or one of the Essendon trailers in the boat park reasonably early this morning. So if you know anything about the whereabouts of that Cox box in the blue NK bag, can you please let Glenn or someone at Essendon know? Any information greatly appreciated as they look to get that Cox box returned to them. Reminder too about the images from today's regatta and in fact yesterday's as well. I can see Andrew Guerin from Australian Rowing Images hard at work on the pontoon once again. So please search that website, Australian Rowing Images, to see all the photos from yesterday's racing and today's racing here at Nagambie Lakes. Australian Rowing Images. And also recommend you take a look at Andrew's other website, the Australian Rowing History site, which is being regularly updated now and full of some fascinating history of rowing here in Victoria and right around Australia. It's an incredible resource for those rowing tragics who like to spend a few hours reading through about the history even of this state championship regatta and many, many other components. So have a look at that site too, the Australian Rowing History, and also Australian Rowing Images for all the images from this weekend's Victorian State Championships regatta. We're racing in the final of the male under 15 double scull. It is just a two-boat race here with Hawthorn and Corowa, the clubs represented here in the youngest category of racing at this regatta, under 15. We did have the under 15 single early on today as well for both males and females, and now we're seeing the double scull event as well. So the Corowa crew, Marcus Davies and Harvey McFarlane, who did also row in that single scull race, coached by Wes Canny and Dermot Ballum. And the combination from Hawthorn is the second boat in the race, Gerard Lynch and Nicholas Burke racing there in lane 4, a little bit off the pace being set by our lead crew from Corowa. Marcus Davies was second in the single scull earlier today, claimed a silver medal there for his work behind the sculler from Corio Bay it was who won that race, won it by about 6 seconds, so a fairly comfortable win. But Marcus Davies second, and Harvey McFarlane, the diminutive form, I think it's fair to say, of Harvey McFarlane, was third in that sculling race in the bright red boat. He's been coxing also today, and now he sits in the stroke seat of this double scull, does Harvey McFarlane, with Marcus Davies behind him in the bow seat. And they are well clear here of Hawthorn, so it will be a good reward for certainly a hard day's work, or a couple of days' work, in fact, here for the Corowa crews who've come a fair way, of course, to be at this regatta today and racing very well. They're about to claim yet another Victorian State Championship title here in the under 15, the male under 15 double scull. Marcus Davies and Harvey McFarlane as they come now inside the red boys of the final 100 metres of the course. So it's Corowa from Hawthorn in this race. The Hawthorn crew back just going past the 750 metre mark now too, and a good effort as well from those two as they make their way over the concluding quarter of the course. But the male under 15 double scull championship of Victoria is going to go the way of the Corowa Rowing Club on lane 5. Marcus Davies and Harvey McFarlane get the win, coached again, as always, by Wes Canny and Dermot Ballum. The Corowa combination, they will claim the gold medal, which will be presented to them shortly. And then the second place crew still approaching the finish line is the one from Hawthorn, Gerard Lynch and Nicholas Burke. But great to see his under 15 scullers beginning their state championship journey here with racing here in the double scull, and just a few strokes to go for the Hawthorn combination as they make their way now through the final 100 metres of the course. Gerard Lynch and Nicholas Burke in this male under 15 double scull. The race won by Marcus Davies and Harvey McFarlane of Corowa. And in a couple of strokes' time, Hawthorn will be across to confirm their second place finish in this state championship final. Three crews now in the female B-grade pair, spread out right across the course, using almost every lane here at Nagambie Lakes, despite the fact there's only three crews in the race. But the lead is with the Carrum combination, ahead of two crews from Loretto. In fact, I think one of those Loretto crews, the one on the spectator side, has had a few steering issues here in the B grade pair. It's a tough boat, of course, to steer the coxless pair. And most of these school athletes are used to training in coxed boats, of course, and racing here this weekend mainly in coxed 4s and coxed 8s. But great to see Loretto out here contesting the pair as well. But the race being led certainly by Kelly James and Jess Fishman of the Carrum Rowing Club in lane 4. Second would be Loretto on the other side of the course, Sophie Robertson and Neve Griffiths. And then third, lane 5, would be Abigail Cartledge and Eve Watson for Loretto as well. But it looks like a title coming up very soon to the Carrum Rowing Club once again. About 80 metres out from the finish line now. Carrum leading from these two combinations from Loretto Ballarat. Carrum well clear. Jess Fishman and Kelly James are in the boat, coached by Drew Holman, who's been a busy man today coaching all these Carrum crews, and they're racing several events as well. And they come across and take the win, Carrum lane 4. So Carrum first in the female B grade pair. Second is going to go to Sophie Robertson and Neve Griffiths from Loretto, who look to be members of their Division 3 Cox 4. So another of Loretto's many successful crews in recent weeks. They take out second spot, so they'll get a silver medal there for their work. Sophie Robertson and Neve Griffiths. And third will go to Abigail Cartledge and Eve Watson, who've done a pretty good job to get their boat back on track in the later stages of the race, heading straight down lane 7 in the concluding strokes. And they will be across shortly to confirm their third place in the female B grade pair. So Carrum first, Loretto second and third in that event. So in the presentation too, to a pretty happy Corowa double scull, the male under 15 double scull. So again, thank all of our presenters today. Adam Harrison, CEO of Rowing Victoria, down there at the moment, along with Delvin Oliver, also the Pathways Coordinator for Rowing Victoria. We had Kieran Mayer earlier today as well. And Sue Andrews, of course, from the Nagambie Rowing Club. And most importantly, Sue's sister, Jola Stewart, who I think might have finished her presenting duties now. But Jola is the designer of the new medals and ribbons that you will see for the first time at this year's State Championship Regatta. So thank you to her for great work designing those medals. And thank you to all of our presenters for their hard work today. And also yesterday, we were lucky enough to be joined at the Regatta yesterday by Stephen Donnelly, the president of Rowing Australia, who also took over some medal presenting duties. But here come the boats in the female A grade single scull. We had the heats of this earlier today. And bear in mind again, these crews now seated from the far side of the course. So our heat winners over in lanes 1 and 2 being Abigail Schlicht of Yarra Yarra, Ella Durand of Mercantile, Phoebe Marr of Wendouree Ballarat in 3, Jessie Freestone from Essendon lane 4, Summers Hogan from Corowa in 5, Lillian Irons of Richmond in 6, and the Cinta Rodriguez of Powerhouse Racing in lane 7. It looks to be Jessie Freestone, the Essendon sculler there, coached by Rhett Spiller, who's certainly got a bit of a lead of the scullers either side of her, although also Ella Durand of Mercantile there in lane 2, very much in contention as well. She's coached, of course, by Nick Bartlett, who's scored collectively across Gibson Grammar School and Mercantile, has had a very, very successful regatta indeed. But Jessie Freestone, who was second in the club single scull yesterday behind fairly well-credentialed rower in Robin Selby Smith, looks to go one better here today. Ella Durand was not in that club single race. She raced the under-21 single yesterday and finished in 5th position, but again, looks like she can go a couple of spots better here and certainly get up into the medals. So it's Freestone and Durand here at this stage racing for the lead. Abigail Schlicht from Yarra Yarra is there in 3rd place. She had a very strong finish to her heat where she determined to get the top lane and was able to grab a win in the last few strokes, but we'll have to see if she can have such a withering finish here once again. Then Summers Hogan from Corowa is next on the course. Then it's Lillian Irons, Jacinta Rodriguez and fact, that's Wendouree Ballard's Phoebe Mara, I should say, who's in 4th place, ahead of Summers Hogan. But the winner's going to go the way, certainly, of Jessie Freestone of Essendon. So she goes from 2nd place yesterday to 1st today in the female A-grade single scull. A good win there to Jessie Freestone, ahead of Ella Durand from Mercantile, who will claim a silver medal there. 3rd place, the bronze, will go to Abigail Schlicht of Yarra Yarra on the far side of Nagambie Lakes. 4th, then, it is in the red colours, Phoebe Ma of Wendouree Ballarat. 5th will be Corowa Summers Hogan. 6th, Lily Innes Irons from Richmond. And 7th, Lucinda Rodriguez from Powerhouse. So Jessie Freestone completes pretty good weekend's work here. Silver medal yesterday and a gold medal today in the female A-grade single scull. Ella Durand the silver, and bronze to Abigail Schlicht of Yarra Yarra. Presentation of medals taking place for the female A-grade single scull. Congratulations to our medalists there. Jessie Freestone from Essendon, the gold medal. Silver to Ella Durand of Mercantile, and bronze to Abigail Schlicht of Yarra Yarra. Two more finals to go for this part of the program, and we'll return to heats racing from about 2:45, so there will be a small break in the program after these next two races come down. The male C-grade single scull first of all, and the para double scull will be the race to follow. mentioned the medal tally a few times today as well. For those interested, you can get a live updated medal tally by both clubs and athletes on the Regatta page on the Rowing Victoria website. And if you go there, you will clearly see that Mercantile remain the dominant club at this regatta with 17 3/8 of a gold medal at this stage. Of course, they are prorated in the case of composite crews, as we had quite a few of yesterday. But Mercantile in front. Melbourne University still second, although they haven't raced here today. All their 10.5 gold medals were won yesterday. And Essendon now with 7 3/4 medals. So they are closing on Melbourne Uni with a number of wins here on day 2. Corio Bay are next. And Scotch College, who had a very strong day yesterday, 6 gold and 2 silver medals, sit in the top 5 as well for now. But there's still plenty of races to go. And individually, I've mentioned a few times, but it's April Harrison and Scarlett Tavaski who have won 5 golds and 1 bronze between them now for both Gibson Grammar and also the Mercantile Club. So they do sit alone atop the medal tally. And Freya Axton of Mercantile, who won 4 golds yesterday as well, is next on that list. But have a look at the website. You can go through those numbers to your heart's content to see how the clubs and individuals line up from today's regatta. And don't forget also to download the Rowing Victoria app for all the latest regatta information and plenty of access straight through to live regatta results and draws. The best way to keep up with all the action happening, and not just here this weekend, but a few big regattas to come across the state, of course, in the next few weeks. The head of the schoolgirls coming up on the Barwon River in Geelong in 2 weekends' time. The Scotch Mercantile Regatta also here at Nagambie Lakes on Saturday the 15th of March, and the Heads of the River here at Nagambie on Saturday the 22nd of March, all in the lead up to the National Championships coming from Lake Barrington in the last week of March, beginning on Monday the 24th of March. Here come the crews, but in the male C-grade single scull, well, the scullers at least I should say. Matthew Sweetman from Banks in lane 1, William Drew Finn of Essendon in 2, Tony Siritic from Essendon in 3, and Ben Stevenson from Essendon in 4. So 3 Essendon scullers all here side by side. 2 from Horsham City, although I can only see 1 on the course at this stage, Jeremy Matheson in lane 5. Cadell Hawken was listed, but I think he's on the course, but a long way back. Chris Schlick from Powerhouse is in lane 7, and Samuel Krutop of the Melbourne Argonauts in lane 8. So a chance here for Essendon to add to their collection of gold medals and move up the medal tally. Tony Siritic certainly leads from those 3 Essendon scullers, all side by side, lanes 2, 3 and 4. But his danger is Matthew Sweeten of Banks out in lane 1. And the Banks sculler there in the white boat moving along the boardwalk side of the course is well placed here in the closing 150 metres of this race. And behind those 2, a race for bronze between Ben Stevenson and William Drew Finn. So either way, you'd think a couple of medals coming up here for the Essendon Rowing Club in this race, the male C-grade single scull. But can Matthew Sweeten of Banks keep his run going down the outside lane of the course, or will it be Tony Siritic of Essendon there in the grey boat on lane 3? They're the 2 chances here for the gold medal, it seems, as they push now into the final 60 metres of the race. Still the Banks sculler looks to have his boat narrowly in front, so it's Matthew Sweetenham for Banks, Tony Siritic for Essendon trying to close, but Sweetenham, I think, is pulling away now in the last couple of strokes. He is clear by just over a length, and Matthew Sweetenham for Banks will take out the male C-grade single scull championship of Victoria. Tony Siritic second for Essendon, and 3rd and 4th will be close too. It'll definitely go to Essendon, and the bronze will go to Ben Stevenson, just edging out William Drew Finn. 5th will be the first of the Hawthorn scullers here. That is the lane 5 sculler, Jeremy Matheson, will be across next. 6th to Samuel Krutop from the Melbourne Argonauts. 7th, Chris Schlicht of Powerhouse. And 8th, hopefully able to complete the course, is Cadell Hawken from Horsham City, who seemed to have an issue earlier on in the race, but he's moving again now. Coming down the edge of lane 7. And the para-double race behind him, not yet underway. So he will have safe passage here through to the finish line as well. But the win there in race 167 goes to Matthew Sweetenham of Banks. He's coached by Blair Baggett. And he's ended up in the water too after the race. Look away for a few seconds. And the winner is having a swim, but I can see some movement there. He looks able to hopefully get himself back in the scull under the watchful eye of our officials. And indeed, a great demonstration of how to get back into a single scull on your own as well. So well done to Matthew Sweetenham. Celebratory swim complete. Back in the boat, and he'll come through to receive his gold medal shortly. Silver then went to Tony Siritic of Essendon, and bronze will go to Ben Stevenson of Essendon, our top three there. And here comes Cadell Hawken, coached by Ray White at the Horsham City Rowing Club. Be across shortly to conclude his race as well. The second of two scullers from Horsham City in this particular event. And Cadell Hawken across now in 8th position. Para double scull, the last of our finals for now, with some heat racing to resume at 2:45. Not quite yet underway. It looks like the para double. It will be a handicap start, as was the para single, which we had just before lunch. Congratulations to our place getters in the male C-grade single scull, receiving their medals now from Sue Andrews. Bronze to Ben Stevenson of Essendon, silver to Tony Siritic of Essendon, and the gold medal will go to Matthew Sweetenham from the Banks Rowing Club. Congratulations to all three athletes there, our medalists in the male C-grade single scull. We are racing also in the para double scull. There are a couple of invitational crews in this race, so not to be judged possibly for having only one eligible para-athlete in the boat. It may well be. I can see Cadell Hawken of Hawthorn listed in this race too, who just finished in the sculling race. So I think that can be the case, but there have been a few substitutions into these crews. We have 4 boats here, most importantly on the course, although Horsham City Lane 3 and Wendouree Ballarat Lane 6 are racing by invitation, so won't be judged in the official results, which does mean it's a race for the gold medal between the Nestles Hamilton composite crew racing in lane 4, Alan Clarence and Aaron Skinner. And the crew beside them, which looks in fact from here like a Melbourne Hamilton composite crew. It's listed as Chet Yilmaz and Oscar Mergavar in that boat, but I'm not entirely sure if that is the crew as they've appeared. But in any case, it is all 4 crews making their way down. Wendouree Ballarat in lane 6, Leanne Martin and Tracy Robertson. And Horsham City lane 3, Lachlan Lindorf and Cadell Hawken. They are the 2 crews that are not to be judged. So the race is on between lanes 4 and 5 here for the win. The Melbourne crew including Chet Yilmaz there, was away off go, and there was a 10-second handicap applied to the Aaron Skinner crew. Should be Aaron Skinner and Alan Clarence, who've certainly rode together in some para double scull events before. They did start 10 seconds back, like the 60-second handicap that Aaron Skinner was able to reel in the para single scull earlier today. But I don't think 10 seconds has been enough here, because they've certainly taken the lead now with still 300 metres to race. So it is Nestles and Hamilton, who were listed as lane 4. In fact, looks like coming down lane 5. Certainly their familiar form there of Aaron Skinner. The Nestles colours in the stroke seat of that boat. The big N on his back. And it's the Hamilton sculler there in the boat with him, Alan Clarence. It is an all-Melbourne crew in the boat beside him, so it is the correct colours. Now they've got closer. We can confirm Chet Yilmaz and Oscar Mergava of Melbourne. So Oscar Mergava finished in 3rd place in the para single scull earlier today, with the sculler Kim Hampton from Bendigo in between in 2nd. Of course, Aaron Skinner was our winner there, and he's looking to take, or trying to take here, the para double title too. But Melbourne chasing hard, as are Horsham City over there in lane 3 in the yellow boat. The Horsham combination not officially judged in the race, but they are every chance of moving up, possibly to get line on us here as well. Horsham City really moving in that yellow boat down the far side, and then Wendouree Ballarat here in lane 6. But Aaron Skinner once again is going to add yet another Victorian Championship title to his collection, in company here with Alan Clarence of the Hamilton Rowing Club. So Nestles Hamilton take the win by a length. Horsham next across, but Melbourne will be officially 2nd, and then the crew from Wendouree Ballarat complete the field of 4 in the para double scull. But it's going to go the way. They did swap lanes there from the advertised program, but no doubt about our race winners. It was Alan Clarence of Hamilton and Aaron Skinner of Nestles who take the gold medal. 2nd will go to Chet Yilmaz and Oscar Mergava of Melbourne Rowing Club. Horsham City across the line quickly as well. And then the crew from Wendouree Ballarat in the para double scull. So we'll have another presentation shortly. And then racing not due to commence till, well, 1:45, so about 9 minutes away. But I can see many keen crews already close to being in position up at or just behind the 1,000-metre start. So there won't be too much of a break in the program here. I'll just once again repeat that message on behalf of the Essendon Rowing Club. I've not yet heard they've been reunited with their Cox box, so make sure we spread that as widely as possible. And NK Cox box in the blue bag went missing from the Essendon trailer sometime after 6:30 this morning, and Essendon are very keen to get that back. So if you happen to know of or find a stray Cox box in bag around the regatta venue, please ensure that you return that to Glenn or any other member of the Essendon Rowing Club, who are very keen to have their Cox box back. Congratulations to our medalists in the para double scull, the composite crew there of Alan Clarence from Hamilton and Aaron Skinner from Nestles, who were 2nd in this event last year, beaten on Lake Wendouree by a local crew from the Wendouree Ballarat Rowing Club, but they turn 2nd into 1st place in 2025. And it's the Nestles Hamilton composite crew, the winners of the para double scull, with Melbourne then finishing in 2nd place. Chet Yilmaz and Oscar Mergava for Melbourne Rowing Club there in 2nd. Congratulations also to the Horsham crew there receiving their medals for the para double scull. I have the crew listed as Lindorf and Hawken, which I don't think is correct, but in any case, well done to Horsham for their race there in the para double scull as well. But it was Nestles Hamilton who took out the win, so great to see the three para crews there on the podium at the conclusion of race 168 of today's regatta, the second day of the Victorian State Championships for 2025. And we weren't due to commence until 2:45, but so officials might be keen to get to the end of the day here because our 2:45 race already coming. It is the first of two heats in the male A-grade double scull, as we have around about 22 races to go here to conclude the Victorian Championships for 2025. And this heat will see three crews move through to the final. Three of the five will qualify here. Essendon lane 2, Yarra Yarra lane 3, Richmond in 4, Banks in 5, and Damascus College from Ballarat in lane 6. A little bit off the pace too, it would look like here. The Damascus crew, they will be the Henderson brothers there, Oscar and Wakim from Damascus College, but they've got some work to do to get up onto our top 4 here. It's been a big weekend for a lot of these school crews who are racing many races yesterday as well, over 2,000 metres, and staying on too. Great to see for the 1,000-metre racing here in the Grade and Masters categories on the Sunday of the Victorian Championship Regatta. But Essendon lane 2, Sven Hudeman and Isaac Siritic well placed here as they go past the yellow buoy to mark out the final 250 metres of the course. And then two crews in the centre lanes having a fairly good struggle for for second spot, I think it would be, but both look likely to go through. Richmond, they're in 4, Charles Wallace and Patrick Cook, coached by Ainsley Raggett. And Banks in lane 5, which may also be a set of brothers there. Angus Rose and Lockie Rose of Banks in 5. And they're not too far back behind them, Yarra Yarra as well. Timothy Naderbaum and Glenn Fishman, the crew from Yarra Yarra, who are starting to eat into the Banks crew. Who'll have to find something else, I think, if they want to stay in the top 3 here. Richmond still there in second, and well clear is the Essendon crew of Sven Hudeman and Isaac Siritic across on lane 2. It's been a good little while for the Siritic family, with Tony receiving a medal. Only a few races to go, and now it's Isaac who wins his heat along with Sven Hudeman. So Essendon first on lane 2. Will be Richmond second, lane 3, and Banks do respond and will hold on to third place just by a canvas. The Roses get there. Angus and Lockie Rose third. Timothy Naderbaum and Glenn Fishman in 4th, and 5th will go to Damascus College in lane 6 in the first heat of the male A-grade double scull. Second heat now of the male A-grade double scull on the course and nearing the halfway mark. A field of 4 and 3 will go through to the final, which is race 184 on the program, to be raced towards the end of today's proceedings. In fact, at 4 o'clock exactly will be race 184, so half an hour before the end of the regatta. Field of 4, Essendon Lane 3, Corowa Lane 4, Corio Bay in 5, Wendouree Ballarat in 6. Sergeant Xander Bailey back on the water here for Corio Bay. They won a gold medal yesterday in the schools events for Western Heights College. They won a medal too in the mixed race a little earlier today as well. So it's been a productive trip to Nagambie, certainly for those two, and they're well placed here. We potentially claim a heat win here in the male A-grade double scull. They're coached by Jeff Watt, the combination from Corio Bay. They would have a bit of a lead on the crews either side of them, but maybe just on terms at least with Jed Tosto and Alexander Hamilton of Essendon across there in lane 3. They are certainly our top two. So 3 will go through here, just 1 to miss out. Third looks like Wendouree Ballarat at this stage, Angus Murfitt and William Gilbert. Murfitt was third in an all Wendouree Ballarat trifecta in the men's under 21 single scull yesterday, so it's been a big weekend for a lot of these Wendouree Ballarat rowers. They've gone past the Baileys now up into the race lead almost, I reckon, on terms at least with Essendon on the other side of the course, and Corowa back in 4th place. Simon McFarlane and Bradley Pearce look to be the crew that will miss out here in this second heat. So it is Wendouree Ballarat powering away now ahead of Essendon. Corio Bay still there in 3rd, a length clear of Corowa. So our qualifiers have sorted themselves out, and the win will go on lane, stopping almost a bit early there, Wendouree Ballarat. They've got there on lane 6. Second goes to Essendon. 3rd, Corio Bay. And 4th will be the Corowa combination. So margin a little smaller than it may otherwise have been, but it's still a win regardless to Angus Murfitt and William Gilbert of Wendouree Ballarat in the male A-grade double scull. They go through to the final, along with Essendon and also the crew from Corio Bay in race 170. The second, in fact, of those 2 heats required in that race, and the top 3 go through to the final race. 184 at 4 o'clock this afternoon. An hour and 10 minutes from now. Further reminder to ensure you keep your boats tied down throughout the remainder of today. Please ensure no boats are left unsecured on trailers or on the racks in the boat park as this wind continues to blow down the course. And as advised earlier, all these heat winners will be seated to the far side of Nagambie Lakes to maximise the value of winning their heats for those crews who managed to do so. So the top seeded crews will go into lanes 1 and 2 for the rest of today's racing. Mixed double scull is coming down next. A big field here, so 2 heats required. Not often we see heats in a mixed race, but it's certainly the case here. They're on their way in the first heat of the mixed double scull. Some interesting combinations here in this race, including I see Ella Durand rowing with her coach Nick Bartlett there in the Mercantile colours, and also another appearance yet again from Scarlett Tavaski in hunt of one more medal here, it would seem. Also Alyssa Mirabelli in the Essendon crew with Reece Davey. She swept the female lightweight events yesterday and was out there coxing earlier today as well, so it has been a busy regatta for many of these athletes, but they continue to race down here in this first heat of the mixed double sculls. So it's field of 8, 4 will go through to the final later on today. Not surprised to see that Mercantile combination out towards the lead here of Nick Bartlett and Ella Durand. They've got a Gibson Grammar School crew next to them, which is Hagan Cook and Scarlett Tavaski, but it would be Mercantile ahead of them by at least a length or so. And then Corowa, the next crew, Wendouree Ballarat, I should say, next to them. Olivia Wright and Phoebe Ma, who raced in a single sculling race, surely less than about 45 minutes ago, but is back on the water here in the mixed double heats. And then on this side of the course, we do have that Essendon combination, Alyssa Mirabelli and Reece Davey, coached by Rhett Spiller and Bill Nugent. Number of state titles between them. Reece Davey won the schoolboys single last year too, so success over a couple of years for that Essendon combination. And the crew between them and Mercantile would be Corio Bay. That's Noah Brandy and Matilda Murray there for Corio Bay, who are in contention here for a qualifying spot, as are on the far side Charlotte Watts of Banks and Jackson Morish of Mercantile. So 4 crews to go through here and probably 5 chances across the course. They'll need some handy finishes in these heats to ensure progression here. So the far side, Mercantile Banks, and it's Mercantile on the centre in that dark coloured boat. Certainly they're ahead of Gibson Grammar School, but the crew to watch on this side is that Essendon combination of Alyssa Mirabelli and Reece Davey as well. They look comfortably in the top couple, maybe just even ahead of Mercantile. Gibson Grammar now moving well, Hagan Cook and Scarlett Tavaski, and they've left Corio Bay in their wake at this stage. That's Noah Brandy and Matilda Murray now 5th. 6th for Wendouree Ballarat would be Oliver Wright and Phoebe Marr, and then back further to Hamilton and Alexandra and the second crew from Gibson Grammar School. And on the far side of the course, Charlotte Watts of Banks and Jackson Morrish of Mercantile look set to secure themselves. Well, probably that same lane, in fact, for the final to come just after 4 o'clock today. It is Nick Bartlett and Ella Durand moving up into a clear second place, I think, although Essendon's still there in the final strokes as well. Mercantile Banks will certainly get the win. Essendon might just hang on for a second, or very tight between those two as they hit the line, either Mercantile or Essendon, but both will go through regardless. And Gibson Grammar School will finish in 4th place. Scarlett Tavaski will race later on today for one more medal from a huge weekend of racing. 5th has gone to Wendouree Ballarat. 6th place will be Corio Bay. 7th will go to Gibson Grammar School, lane 8, and 8th place Hamilton and Alexandra over in lane 5. So Mercantile Banks, the winners there of the mixed doubles scull. Charlotte Watts of Banks, Jackson Morrish of Mercantile. It's very tight for 2nd and 3rd, either Mercantile or Essendon, but both will go through regardless, although some interest, of course, as far as the lane allocations are concerned. And then 4th went to Hagan Cook and Scarlett Tavaski of Gippsland Grammar. Second heat of the mixed double scull concluding here. We'll get you the result from heat 1 shortly, but this is a race of 7 for 4 more spots through to the final of the mixed double scull. And it looks like Essendon and Wendouree Ballarat in front here. Mitchell Jacker and Zara Mason for Essendon. Joshua Matheson and Kelly Egan for Wendouree Ballarat. Gibson Grammar School there. Connor Howard and April Harrison still in the hunt too, as she goes for her 6th gold medal in the final of this race coming up later on this afternoon. And behind them in the last of the qualifying spots could be Banks Mercantile on this side, Megan Carr and Matthew Hale, or Cora or the far side, Anastasia McFarlane and Liam Fitzgerald. The win certainly goes to Essendon, Jacker and Mason in first place. Second to Wendouree Ballarat. Third, Gibson Grammar School there over in lane 2. Fourth will just, I think our photo finish operator is going to get tired soon, but it was either Cora or the Banks Mercantile crew. Will need a photo call on that one as well. 6th will go to Gibson Grammar School, lane 4. 7th will be Mercantile coming down lane 7. But tight once again. Great racing in the mixed double scull. And we'll confirm the results of both those races shortly. Results are through now, also in the mixed double scull. I'll run through those shortly, but we're nearing the end here of race 173, the female B-grade double scull first heat, with a field of 6 here. Richmond in lane 2, Loretto Ballarat in 3, Corowa in 4, Gibson Grammar in 5, Hamilton in 6. The crew out in front here, it looks like, on the spectator side of the course, and Mercantile lane 7, the remaining crew there. But it'll be, again, just 2 crews to go through here, in fact, so there's 3 heats in the female B-grade double scull, so a lot to race for at the head of the field. Hamilton there, Siobhan Wheaton and Jacinta Williams. Loretto at this stage would be in second, Abigail Cartledge and Neve Griffiths, but either side of them there are crews very close, including Richmond, Madison Harrington and Emma Cummins, and Corowa, Evangeline Broad and Alex Conway. They're the 4 chances, I reckon, ahead of Gibson Grammar School, Anna Taylor and Kate Edgar, who are coached by Nick Bartlett, who just raced a couple of races ago in the mixed double scull. He really is everywhere today. And Mercantile in 6th place, Karina Rodriguez and Kate Morrison. But the top 2 still clear. The green colours of Hamilton, bright yellow of Loretto from Ballarat. They've had a very, very successful week. It's a couple of different regattas here, and they may well just be ahead now, the crew from Loretto, in fact, on the far side of the course, leading it from Hamilton. Richmond trying to move up to make a late charge for second spot, but I think they've left their run a little bit too late, and Loretto Ballarat will go through and take the win here in race 173. Loretto first, Hamilton second. They're both through to the final of the female B-grade double scull. Third to Richmond, 4th is Corowa. 5th place then the crew from Gibson Grammar School, and 6th will be Mercantile on lane 7. For those who have not been checking on the website, the results are all through there for the mixed double scull on both the website and the Rowing Victoria app, but I can confirm that race 171, the mixed double scull, was won by Watson Morrish of Mercantile Banks, ahead of Essendon, Mirabelli and Davey. Mercantile, Bartlett and Durand were 3rd, and Gibson Grammar School, Cook and Tavaski were 4th. Just 900ths of a second in that race between Nick Bartlett and Ella Durand. And Cook and Tavaski of Gibson Grammar School, both will go through to the final regardless. So a very, very tight photo finish there in race 171. A couple of races to go. Here but comes race 174, the second heat of the female B-grade double scull, with 6 doubles once again going for 2 spots through to the final. Essendon look to be our race leaders here. Zoe De Silva, Abba Wickham and Jade Williamson, coached by Rhett Spiller. We have the red boat there from Cora, which has done a lot of laps of the course today. Phoebe Packer and Summers Hogan, coached by Wes Canny and Dermot Ballum. And on the other side, Gibson Grammar School, Emma Kewish and Catherine Bloomfield, coached by Nick Bartlett. Ahead then of would it be the crew from Hamilton, and Alexandra sits currently in 4th place, about a length away from a finals berth, I reckon. That's Belle Wallace and Georgina Russell, but they'll have to get past 2 of these crews ahead of them. Still led by Essendon lane 3. who've got about a length, a diminishing length, but on Gippsland Grammar School over in lane 2. Look to be coming home the strongest of these top 4 crews. Corowa next, then Hamilton and Alexandra, Corio Bay and Banks there as well. But the 2 crews on the far side, I think, are going to go through here. Hamilton and Alexandra coming home well and might finish ahead of Corowa in the end, but the win will certainly go to Essendon regardless on lane 3. Essendon win it by about 7/8 of a length there. Zoe De Silva, Abba Wickham and Jade Williamson first. Gippsland Grammar second. Third, very tight indeed, but the red boat there of Corowa look to get across the line first. Ahead still just of Hamilton and Alexandra. Then it's Corio Bay and also the crew from Banks. Just to catch up that one other close result, the second heat of the mixed double scull was won by Jacker and Mason of Essendon. Second went to Matheson and Egan of Wendouree Ballarat. Third to Howard and Harrison of Gippsland Grammar School. And fourth, the close one, Tulloch of Banks and Critchell of Mercantile, just ahead of Corowa in 5th place. In fact, there was 0.33 of a second, so given the 900th in the previous race, positively a large margin there, but it is Tulloch and Critchell who therefore go through to the final in the mixed double scull for Banks and Mercantile, just ahead of Corowa, narrowly missing out in 5th position. So some good racing there in the heats of the mixed double scull, and we'll have that final coming up in a little bit later on today's program. The mixed double scull, one of our final races, in fact, coming at 5 minutes past 4. As we go through to race 190 at 4:30 this afternoon. So the third and final heat now of the female B-grade double scull. One scratching here from the Wendouree Ballarat crew. So 5 remain, only 2 spots still on offer through to the final. Lisa Lettick and Marie-Cecile Lacoste of Albert Park, South Melbourne are in lane 2. Tammy Robichaud and Lisa Yates of Nagambie in lane 3. Vacant lane 4. Loretto Ballarat in 5. Matilda Grant and Ella French. Powerhouse in 6. Lucinda Rodriguez and Emily Harridge. And Essendon lane 7. Louise Barker and Cheryl Stevenson. And it looks to me like the Powerhouse crew are out in front here with Albert Park, South Melbourne, their closest competition. Albert Park, South Melbourne on the far side of the course. Powerhouse on the finish tower side. They look to be our top 2 crews here, certainly. Third, then probably just Loretto College from Ballarat on lane 5. Nagambie there in 3. And Essendon also in lane 7. But a pretty clear top 2, a length or so between them and the rest of the field. Bit of a zigzag there too, also from Loretto Ballarat. But they're not giving up the chase here in the closing strokes. The crew there in the bright yellow colours, but just behind also now Nagambie and Essendon, but still that Albert Park South Melbourne combination racing right across on the far side of the course. I think the first appearance at this regatta from the Albert Park South Melbourne club, in fact, but competing here in the female B-grade double scull, Lisa Lettick and Marie-Cecile Lacoste, and they have a final spot in their keeping here. Ahead also of Powerhouse there in 2nd place, who are keeping a watchful eye on all the chasing crews. Loretto, Essendon and Nagambie all looking to close late here. In fact, there's been some swapping of lanes. I think Nagambie Essendon very similar colours, but it is the correct side of the course. But it's going to be Albert Park South Melbourne who takes the win there on lane 2 regardless. Second goes to Powerhouse, Rodriguez and Harridge, and then it's Loretto beating home just Nagambie on the far side and Essendon on this side of the course. So Albert Park, South Melbourne and Powerhouse through to the final of the female B-grade double scull. That is race 186 on the program. That will be raced at 10 past 4 this afternoon. Two heats now of the male B-grade single scull. There were 3 scheduled originally. A couple of scullers have scratched, so we now just require 2 heats. And the progression simplified somewhat to be the top 4 in each of these 2 heats who will go through. So we'll have an 8-boat final rather than 6, as it would otherwise have been in the male B-grade single scull. With a full field of 8 in this opening heat of 2. Thomas Doherty from Footscray City in lane 1. Jack Courtney from Gippsland Grammar in 2. Hunter Penman of Hawthorn in lane 3. John Atchison of Powerhouse in 4. John Rashke from Hawthorn in 5. Ned Joyce of Corio Bay in 6. Nicholas King of Essendon in 7. And Brent Lucadoo-Wells from Yarra Yarra racing in lane 8. In the field, there are only 7 crews on birds on the course here. I don't know that Yarra Yarra here in this race, so it looks like a field of 7. But certainly Thomas Doherty from Footscray City, well placed on the far side of the course. And then back towards this northern bank, there's a couple of scullers from Hawthorn and Powerhouse as well. John Atchison might be in second place. Ned Joyce of Corio Bay is there as well. In between those two sits John Rashke, who's the better place of the 2 Hawthorn scullers. Then across to lane 2, Jack Courtney of Gippsland Grammar School. So I think our 5 finalists will come from those 4 scullers. A bit back to Hunter Penman of Hawthorn, who's had a busy day in the single scull already. And Nicholas King of Essendon from this field of 7 here in the first heat of the male B-grade single scull. But on the far side, it is the red, white and blue of Footscray City who look to have this race pretty much under control. They're Thomas Doherty, who's coached by Peter McSweeney. He's got about 2 lengths on good line across the course. The next 3 scullers, Jack Courtney, then John Atchison, and also Ned Joyce would at this point in time be in the top 4. But John Rashke of Hawthorn challenging hard too. And the Powerhouse sculler there, John Atchison, will have to certainly maintain a watch on the chasing pack behind him. Nicholas King next for Essendon, and also then for Hawthorn is Hunter Penman. But the win certainly will go to the sculler from Footscray City, Thomas Doherty, on the far side of the Nagambie Lakes Regatta Centre. Doherty finishes first. Second will go to Jack Courtney in the lane alongside him, and they're in lane 2. And just on a length then back to Corio Bay, and very close for 4th on the line, but holding on will be the Powerhouse sculler. So Ned Joyce 3rd, John Atchison 4th, John Rashke 5th, but charging late. 6th will go to Nicholas King, and 7th to the second Hawthorn sculler, Hunter Penman, in lane number 3. Good racing once again for the final qualifying spot. We've seen that a lot of times today. Our judges and photo finish guru Noel Lene upstairs having plenty of work to do to ensure the right order is recorded in a lot of today's races. And if you're watching the live results on the website or on the app, you'll notice that those are coming through promptly at the conclusion of each race. As soon as our officials have confirmed the result, they are appearing up on the live results section of the Rowing Victoria website, and also the new Rowing Victoria app, which if you've not already done, you should download. Also a great way to keep up to date with the premiership standings, both the school and grade and masters and overall club championship standings updated weekly now, so you can see at a glance after each weekend's racing where your club sits in the overall premiership race, as we certainly get down towards the business end of the racing season here, of course, with the state championships here this weekend at Nagambie Lakes. Next up, the second heat of the male B-grade single scull. So just 2 heats now required here. One scratching here from, I think, a Hawthorn sculler on lane 2. sign here, it looks like, of the Yarra Sculler in this race. So either way, it's 177, so it's a field of 6 in fact here. Chris Schlichter, Powerhouse in 3, Jack Harrington of Mercantile in 4, Brandon Kennedy of Essendon in 5, Lucas Davies of Hawthorn in 6, Henry Colson of Corio Bay in 7, and Stuart Ray from Gippsland Grammar School in lane 8. So it's top 4 once again here to go through to the final. The Mercantile Sculler, Jack Harrington there, coached by Anthony Berglund. He's in a tight battle with Brandon Kennedy of Essendon alongside him. And it would be Henry Colson of Corio Bay, the Sculler from Geelong, and Chris Schlick from Powerhouse over in lane 3. At this stage sits in the 4th qualifying spot. Interest in what the Hawthorn Sculler can do. Lucas Davies has had a busy day in single and double sculls here at Nagambie Lakes, coached by Tristan Kruszewski. And then Stuart Ray of Gippsland Grammar School is the other Sculler in the race. But we've certainly got a clear top 3 here. I think 4th spot not yet completely sorted out. But Mercantile's Jack Harrington, and coming through strongly, Henry Colson from Corio Bay. Maybe we'll have the race lead here. In fact, the Sculler from Geelong ahead of Mercantile on the far side. And then the Essendon Sculler, Brandon Kennedy, in between those two. And it still looks at this stage to be Chris Schlick to Powerhouse in the final qualifying spot across on the far side. But the Gippsland Grammar School boat of Stuart Ray moving pretty promptly too down lane 8 here. So some interest certainly still in that last spot, but it's the Mercantile Sculler, Jack Harrington, coming back now on Henry Colson of Corio Bay. They will hit the line almost locked together once again, and maybe just the Corio Bay Sculler, I think, has hung on there, but close indeed. Henry Colson and Jack Harrington, they'll both go through to the final. Brandon Kennedy will finish 3rd. 4th then will be the Powerhouse Sculler, Chris Schlick. So he's through to the final as well, just ahead of that fast finishing yellow boat from Stuart Ray. And then it will be the Hawthorn Sculler, Lucas Davies, who will finish in 6th position. But tight indeed. Mercantile, Corio Bay, Essendon, Powerhouse, the ones who'll go through to the final in the male B grade single scull from heat 2 of 2. Both now run and won. And we'll go to our next event, which is the female C grade single scull, as we continue through our last couple of heats, in fact, on this afternoon's program. Finals recommencing from 3:45. So after these 2 heats of the female C grade single scull, we will have the last series of finals for the regatta. Final 10 races, in fact, from 181 through to 190, but still one more set of heats to go to complete proceedings here. Two heats on the course in the female C grade single scull, race 179 and 180 to follow. Our last two heats of this weekend's regatta. Field of six here. Alia Adesava of Barwon Lane 2, Imogen Tomlinson of Corowa in 3, Millie Delaney from Essendon in 4, Poppy Page of Hawthorn in 5, Caitlin Nixon from Corowa in 6, and Alexia Kafasis from Yarra Yarra in lane 7. So 6 in the field, 4 to go through to the final here, which will be race 190, the final race of the state championship regatta. In fact, the final of the female C grade single scull. It's up at 4:30 this afternoon, and line of 4 really here, who look to be in those qualifying spots. Not a great deal between them at all. Maybe just Imogen Tomlinson of Corowa, Poppy Page of Hawthorn, Alia Adesava of Barwon, and Millie Delaney of Essendon in that order. But they'll all, at this stage, look likely to go through to the final. Caitlin Nixon is 5th for Corowa, and Alexia Kafasis in 6th place for Yarra Yarra in this first of 2 heats. Next heat not quite yet underway. So time to start, in fact, until 3:40 our next heat. But I think the boats will be on their way fairly shortly. This race still a good battle between Imogen Tomlinson and Poppy Page. Tomlinson in the red colours for Corowa. Of course, the Hawthorn sculler Page there in the horizontal stripes as always. Those two just narrowly clear of Alia Adesava of Barwon and Millie Delaney from Essendon. So certainly they continue to be our 4 rowers here in the qualifying positions ahead of Corowa and Yarra Yarra on the inside lanes of the course. But the order not yet entirely sorted out. Still Corowa just, I think, from Hawthorn. The Barwon sculler too on the far side there might be able to make a late charge and make up a spot or two. Remembering too, these finals will be seeded from that far side of the course. So advantage goes to the winning crews from these heats, but the Corowa sculler holding firm here. It is Imogen Tomlinson, coached by Wes Canny and Dermot Ballum, who looks like she wants to win this heat. She's still about 2/3 of a length clear of a Hawthorn. Barwon may be moving up into 3rd place. Essendon there as well. But Imogen Tomlinson certainly takes the win for Corowa. 2nd will go to Poppy Page. 3rd place, Alia Adesava. And 4th will be the Essendon sculler, Millie Delaney. Close also for 5th and 6th. Coming home quickly is Alexia Kafasis. She will finish in 5th place down lane 7 from Yarra Yarra. And 6th will go to Caitlin Nixon of Corowa. Second heat coming down quickly behind the first as expected in the female C grade single scull. A field of 5 this time around, and 4 of the 5 will go through to the final, the last race of today's regatta. In just under an hour's time, it'll be on the course. So race 180, second heat of the female C grade single scull. Imogen Ragg from Corowa in lane 2, Molly Sawyer of Carrum in 3, Matilda Cowell from Essendon lane 4, Ellie Taylor of Corowa lane 5, and Olivia Monkman from Mercantile in lane 6. And it's the Carrum sculler, Molly Sawyer, who had success in this course 2 weeks ago at the Nagambie Regatta. Still very early in her rowing career here, racing in the female C-grade single scull. She also raced the under-17 single earlier today, if I recall correctly. So it's been a busy day, certainly, for Molly Sawyer, coached by Drew Holman. But she'll get one more race too with a clear qualifying spot coming up here certainly, and potentially a heat win as well in the female C-grade single scull second heat. Next to her in the coral colours, Imogen Rag over there in lane 2, who's coached by Wesley Canny and Dermot Ballum, as is the second coral sculler in lane 5, Eiley Taylor, who also sits clearly in our top 4. In fact, not much between those two scullers from Corowa. Now they're a fair way apart across the course. And then possibly Mercantile, Olivia Monkman, just there in that 6th place with, in fact, lane 6, but in 4th place, ahead of Essendon's Matilda Cowell, who at this point would be 5th and in danger of missing out on a spot through to the final of the female C-grade single scull. So we had a win to Corowa. In heat number 1, Imogen Tomlinson has already qualified for the final, and they look likely here that Imogen Rag and Eiley Taylor will join her there in that final race of the regatta. A real interest here in the race for 4th and 5th, Olivia Monkman and Matilda Cowell, the two contenders there, with still the Mercantile sculler in 4th at this stage. But Molly Sawyer of Carrum must be enjoying her early foray into the sport, because she's got another race win coming up here in this heat of the female C-grade single scull. She leads it by almost 3 lengths, approaching the finish line now. So Molly Sawyer takes a strong win there for Carrum on lane 3, and she will get the inside lane in the final to come at the end of today's racing. Second place is going to go to the first of 2 Corowa scullers. The white boat of Imogen Rag finishes 2nd. The red boat of Eiley Taylor will be 3rd. And 4th will go to Mercantile's Olivia Monkman, so she will too go through to the final of the female C-grade single scull, just ahead of the Essendon sculler there, Matilda Cowell, who will finish shortly in 5th place in race 180 of 190 on today's program, or this weekend's program, I should say. We raced 101 races yesterday and 89 further for today, and just 10 remain, and they are all finals now through until the end of racing. So our medal presenters with a few more jobs to do before we reach the end of the State Championship Regatta for 2025 here at Nagambie Lakes. Again, a reminder, of course, that racing back here in 2 weekends' time. There's no regatta scheduled next weekend for the March long weekend, a rare regatta-free weekend at this time of year. But I'm sure plenty of crews will be in serious training for the big events still to come. But speaking of the big events, back here at Nagambie in 2 weeks' time for the Scotch Mercantile Regatta for schoolboys, and of course at the same time the big 3-day extravaganza that is the head of the schoolgirls on the Barwon River in Geelong takes place over Friday, Saturday and Sunday of the weekend after next. So plenty to come in 2 weekends' time. So the head of the schoolgirls, the 14th to the 16th of March, the Scotch Mercantile Regatta here on the 15th of March, and the APS Heads of the River here on the 22nd of March. So a couple of big Saturdays of racing certainly coming up here at Nagambie Lakes, and of course the 3 days of excitement that is the head of the schoolgirls from Geelong as well in 2 weeks' time. And of course those who are so inclined, the Australian Rowing Championships taking place from Monday the 24th of March at the Lake Barrington course in northern Tasmania. A fantastic venue to spectate rowing, or volunteer your time if you're going to be there to assist Rowing Australia with the running of this big regatta. And if you can't be there, then there is live streaming available for each of the 7 days of the Australian Rowing Championships from Lake Barrington, beginning on Monday the 24th of March and concluding on the afternoon of Sunday the 30th of March with the Interstate Regatta, and Victoria defending their titles this year in both the King's Cup for men and the Queen's Cup for women after memorable wins last year on the waters of the Sydney International Regatta Centre. So plenty to look forward to across the month of March in the rowing world. But we are racing again back on the course now in the final of the male B Grade 8. This is race 181, a straight final here, no heats required, so unseated the cruiser. The winner could certainly come from anywhere. Banks racing in lane 3, Hawthorn in lane 4, Mercantile in 5, and Richmond in 6. So 4 club crews. Great to see these 4-8s out there contesting this race. Possibly Mercantile in the early stages. They got away to the best of starts, and Richmond alongside them as well. Further across, Banks have the edge certainly on the Hawthorn crew. So 4 crews, there'll be a full set of 3 medals awarded here. So 3 of the 4 crews in this race, but Mercantile and Banks showing out most prominently now through the halfway mark of this race. The Mercantile crew, lane 5, Connor O'Callaghan, Lachlan Jones, Matthew Hale, Harry Roach, Callum Kelly, Benjamin Cool, Michael Kelly, Jason Nevins, and Rebecca Barrows, coached by Jordan King. They have a narrow edge on the Banks combination of Jack O'Donovan, Connor O'Donovan, Matthew Sweetnam, Samuel Doble, Nick Johnson, Luke Moretti, John Lim, Jackson Reynoldson, and Dayara Jayatissa. They are coached by Blair Baggett, the Banks 8. And there's not much between these 2 crews. They've gone well clear of the remainder of the field. Richmond and Hawthorn, the other 2 crews, battling out for the bronze medal now as well. Richmond crew, Pavel Oberon, John Hellerstedt, Emil Limensar, Jason Ludwig, Will Golding, Benjamin Wardle, Rupert Pearce, Christopher Men, and Sam Lincoln, coached by Ainsley Raggett. And Hawthorn there in lane 4, Adam Chang, Luca Micah, Simon Watts, Jack Shattuck, Dan Stute, Emil Stigter, Max Curry, William Hexter, and Guy Besley, the Cox, who also is running ahead of the Schoolgirls preview podcast in a week or so's time. I suggest you look out for that. There could be a special guest or 2 appearing on that particular edition, but it's the Mercantile crew that leads it here from Banks. Now they've gone out by almost a boat length in the closing strokes now of the male B grade 8. Banks there in second place, still tight for bronze, but Richmond and Hawthorn, the 2 crews competing there with about 100 metres to go in 3rd and 4th. But our race lead certainly is with the crew from Mercantile, who swept a heap of 8 races yesterday. And here on Sunday, they will win the male B grade 8 as well by a length and a quarter. Mercantile first, lane 5. Second will go to Banks. The race for 3rd, Richmond just edging out Hawthorn at this stage with a couple of strokes to go. Richmond and Hawthorn. Hawthorn surged late. And that one, once again, is going to need a photo finish for the bronze medal, which means one more trip up the stairs to check on the results here. Mercantile certainly first, Banks in second place, and Hawthorn and Richmond very close there on the finish line. Results confirmed in race 181. At first place in the male B grade 8 has gone the way of Mercantile. Second at the crew from Banks, and the bronze medal has gone to the crew from Hawthorn by 0.14 of a second it was on the line. So Hawthorn will finish in 3rd. Well done, Guy Besley. You can come in for your bronze medals now for the male B grade 8. Mercantile and Banks, the top 2 there, and very tight with Hawthorn and Richmond in the final strokes there of the male B grade 8. So presentation to come shortly. In fact, the Mercantile crew already properly into the pontoon and about to receive their gold medals for their win in that event, and a comprehensive win it was for club that certainly continues to now extend their lead on the medal tally for this regatta. Great race there in the male B grade 8. Medals being presented now by Adam Harrison, CEO of Rowing Victoria, and also racing on the water now in the female C grade 8 with a field of 4 here once again. So it will be a full set of medals to be handed out once more. Richmond in lane 3, Banks in 4, Melbourne in 5, and Loretto Ballarat racing in lane 6. But the two crews in the centre lanes are in the ascendancy at this stage. Banks lane 4, Sophie McPherson, Millie Meyer, Chloe Thompson, Annabelle Watts, Grace Easter, Scarlett Cohen, Winnie Roberts, Lizzie Gillard and Olivia McPherson. And alongside them, the blue colours of Melbourne Rowing Club, Abby Astridge Clark, Sarah Fly, Alenka Slepetsky, Prudence Dwyer, Courtney Hill, Yongli Zhu, Charlotte May, Tara Schmidt, Natalie Webster, and they're coached by Joe O'Neill, the Melbourne crew. So they look to be our two contenders here for the race win, with a lead of a bit over a length now, it seems to be, from Richmond on the far side of the course. Karen Davids, Virginia Hamilton, Gillian Burkett, Miranda Clark, Melanie Chapman, Harriet Guinness, Marissa Arakelian, Emma Higgins, and Meryl Evans coxing that crew for Richmond. And Loretto Ballarat on the water here once again. Sophie Sims, Zara Schultz, Megan Simpson, Sienna Templar, Annabelle McDonald, Piper Drew, Isabel Wise, Emma McConchy, and Olivia Valenzuela in the boat there for Loretto. But a clear top two here and not much between them, maybe just the Melbourne crew. And now with their boat ever so narrowly ahead of Banks alongside them, but still about 300. And it's a I think in the excitement of those couple of close finishes, we may have blown up the speaker system once again, but I believe we're back on air now here at the course as well. Confirming that previous race, the female C Grade 8 was won by Melbourne from Banks and Richmond. And we did just have the presentation as well of our winners and place getters in race 181. So Mercantile, Banks and Hawthorn, the place getters there in race 181 who've received their medals. And then a good race from Melbourne beating Banks and Richmond in the female C Grade 8. So congratulations to our place getters in the female C Grade 8. Gold medals going to the crew from Melbourne Rowing Club, presented by Sue Andrews. Silver medals to the crew from Banks, presented by Adam Harrison. And the Richmond crew will also shortly come through and receive their bronze medals for third place in the female C Grade 8. So some great 8s racing on the course over the last couple of races at least. Fortunately, that is now the last of 8 races for the regatta, so mainly small boats for the remainder of today. One quad scull event to the men's C Grade quad coming up. And in fact, the women's A4 will be our next race, which has just begun. So a couple of 4-seat boats and then some doubles and singles to conclude racing here. The final of the mixed double scull coming up in a little while too, which should be a rather interesting race. That'll actually be in 2 races time. The men's A double scull will follow the race now on the course, which is the women's A Cox 4, and that race is now certainly underway. From the 1,000-metre start, race 183. So it's Richmond in lane 2, Carrum in 3. 2 crews here from Loretto Ballarat, lanes 4 and 6, and also Mercantile racing between them in lane 5. And these being the A grade event do look to be the top rank crews from Loretto Ballarat as well. Division 1 crew there in lane 6, Meg Lynch, Isabella Rosato, Olive Lanyon, Mia McTeague and Eliza Dodd. The head of the lake winning crew from that regatta held on Tuesday, postponed from, it should have been a week ago last Sunday, but due to the weather forecast, held instead on Tuesday before. I believe there's still a pretty good crowd at Lake Wendouree in reasonable conditions as well. Next to Loretto in lane 5, the crew from Mercantile, Royston Ray, Sophie Williams, Katerina Pivkova, Avery Romano and Erin McCarthy. Loretto lane 4, Sophie Robertson, Jessica Main, Avery Clark, Bronte Malloy and Bethany Atherton. Karam in lane 3, Angelique Everett, Anya Lloyd-Smith, Jess Fishman, Jackie Deeble and Jess Cuddy, coached by Drew Holman. And then Richmond lane 2, Phyllis Barter, Amy Catlin, Kate Dybel, Helen Pearce and Aline De Jager. So a lot of medals amongst that combination, particularly Kate Dybel and Helen Pearce in the stern pair of this A-grade Cox 4 for the Richmond Rowing Club, who took out the double scull earlier today, and a few other medals from yesterday's racing as well in both pair and double scull racing. So Richmond, Loretto and Loretto look to be our top 3. The yellow-coloured crews standing out here. Karam just off the pace alongside Loretto there in the centre of the course. Worth noting too that Isabella Rosado and Meg Lynch certainly amongst that Loretto crew already have 3 gold medals to their name for this regatta, including a Coxless pair win yesterday. So they won the under-19 8 and the women's A8 earlier today, plus the A pair. Been a successful time for those rowers from Loretto College Ballarat. They'll get a medal here, but it might or may not be gold. We'll see how they go against the Richmond crew on the other side of the course. Also, as Helen Pearce and Kate Dybel look to add to their gold medal collection, along with Amy Catlin and Phyllis Barter in that boat, coxed by Aline De Jager. So Richmond the far side, Loretto Ballarat on this finish tower side of the course. Loretto also there in the centre lane, looking for a bronze medal at least, but Karam are moving on them now as well. And Mercantile back in 5th place. Only about a length and a half away from second, so it's tight here indeed. But Richmond are going for home on the far side of the course. Richmond lane 2 really powering away from this chasing pack of crews. Karam too looking to get a medal here late in the race. They'll get very close, but Richmond certainly will take the win on lane 2. Richmond win the female A-grade Cox 4. Second, Loretto College on lane 6. Third will be very tight indeed. Karam surging late, and Karam I think will get there for the bronze, just ahead of the second Loretto crew on lane 4, and 5th will go to the Mercantile crew racing on lane 5. So a win there certainly to Richmond lane 2. Barter, Catlin, Dybel, Pearce and De Jager take it out for Richmond, and Loretto lane 6. Another medal there for that strong squad from Loretto. They'll take the silver medal ahead, I think, of Karam, who will get the bronze just before the other crew from Loretto. Next race finishing quickly as well. We'll just confirm that Karam have won the bronze medal there in the female A-grade Cox 4. So Richmond lane 2 first, Loretto lane 6 second, Karam lane 3 third, and Loretto lane 4 just in 4th place. 0.23 of a second between 3rd and 4th there, but Karam will get the bronze medals. Here comes the male A-grade double scull final. Essendon the far side looking for yet another gold medal here. Sven Hudeman and Isaac Sirotic well placed ahead of Wendouree Ballarat, Angus Murfitt and William Gilbert. And back to this side of the course, Corio Bay. Xander and Taj Barty would be third, looking for another visit to the podium here as well, just ahead of Essendon, Jed Tosto and Alexander Hamilton. Then Richmond and Banks, but it's going to be Essendon on the far side of the course. Wendouree Ballarat finishing strongly too to ensure they get a silver medal here ahead of Corio Bay, but Essendon will take another gold. It's been a great day for the Essendon Rowing Club. Sven Hudeman and Isaac Sirotic the winners by 2 lengths ahead of Wendouree Ballarat. Angus Murfitt and William Gilbert there in 2nd place, and 3rd will go to Corio Bay. Taj and Xander Bailey finished with a bronze medal again to add to their collection from this regatta. 4th will be Essendon, Jed Tosto and Alexander Hamilton, and 5th beside them from Richmond, Charles Wallace and Patrick Cook. And 6th place will go to Banks, Angus Rose and Lockie Rose on lane 6 in race 184, the male A grade double scull final. Race 185 already well underway to the final of the mixed double scull. And presentations underway here to the winners and place getters in the female A-grade Cox 4. So well done to our place getters there. The gold medal will go to Richmond, and Sue Andrews will shortly hand out the medals there. Second place, Loretto Ballarat, who've already received their silver medals. And third place in a very tight finish, Carrum Rowing Club take out the bronze by 0.23 of a second in a very tight finish indeed. Lake on the Water racing here in the mixed double scull with a field of 8 who came through the heats earlier today. Mercantile Banks on the far side of the course, who were one of the heat winners. Charlotte Watson, Jackson Morris, Essendon lanes 2 and 3, and one of those Essendon combinations looks to be well out in control of this race here. Alyssa Mirabelli and Reese Davies is there in lane 3. So Alyssa Mirabelli, who swept the female lightweight events yesterday, already has 3 gold medals to her name. And then some interest too in these Gippsland Grammar combinations. Lane 5, Connor Howard and April Harrison. Lane 7, Hagan Cook and Scarlett Tavaski. Both Harrison and Tavaski with 5 individual gold medals to their name here at this regatta, but might struggle here, I think, to make it 6. And in between those two sits the Mercantile crew of Ella Durand and Nick Bartlett there, who of course coaches or has coached Ella Durand at both Gippsland Grammar School and now at Mercantile. They're looking for a medal in combination here, but have got some work to do to catch the crews on the far side as well. Essendon, Mitchell Jacker and Zara Mason are there, along with Charlotte Watson Banks and Jackson Morris of Mercantile. But this is a dominating display here out in front by the lane 3 combination. And Alyssa Mirabelli is in about 100 metres time going to claim her 4th gold medal of these championships, along with Reese Davey. They're coached by Rhett Spiller and Bill Nugent, and Essendon too will add to their impressive collection of gold medals from this regatta. Still a few strokes to go, but they're well clear. Great race behind them for the silver and bronze medals, but it's going to be gold to Mirabelli and Davey of Essendon. They might get the silver too. Jacker and Mason or Watson Morris on the far side here. Also comes Durand and Bartlett with a storming finish, but it'll be the far side that gets it all. I've no idea which crew, but they'll be silver and bronze certainly. 4th will go to Mercantile, Bartlett and Durand. 5th and Wendouree, Ballarat, Matheson and Egan. 6th will go to Gippsland Grammar School, Howard and Harrison, just ahead of Gippsland Grammar School, Cook and Tavaski. And 8th place will go to Mercantile and Banks, Mia Tulloch and Archie Critchell. So Alyssa Mirabelli and Reese Davey, the clear winners there of the mixed double scull. Now, silver and bronze medalists will need a photo finish to separate them. They were changing with every stroke they took, and it will come down to who got the surge in right at the correct moment there between the Mercantile Banks composite crew and also Essendon. But both crews will receive a medal regardless. But Essendon there, Alyssa Mirabelli and Reese Davey win the mixed double scull. Congratulations to our place getters there in the male A-grade double scull, receiving their medals. First place to Essendon, Sven Hudeman and Isaac Siritic. Second, Wendouree Ballarat, Angus Murfitt and William Gilbert. And third place, Corio Bay, Charge Bailey and Xander Bailey in race 184. It was close in race 185 as well, but you can confirm the placings now. It was first place, Essendon, lane 3, Mirabelli and Davey. Second has gone to Essendon, lane 2, Jacker and Mason by, would you believe, 0.12 of a second over the Mercantile Banks composite crew of Watts and Morris. So they will get the bronze medal, and Essendon will take gold and silver. So 3, 2 and 1 the placings in race 185. A great race. And the mixed double skull and a strong win there to Alyssa Mirabelli and Reese Davey, as Alyssa Mirabelli wins her 4th gold medal of these championships. Moves up alongside Freya Axton of Mercantile to sit with 4 medals, just behind the Gippsland Grammar Scullers of April Harrison and Scarlett Tavaski, who have 5 each. Here comes the 186th race of the regatta, the female B-grade double scull final with a field of 6. Albert Park, South Melbourne, lane 1, Loretto Ballarat in 2, Essendon in 3. Powerhouse lane 4, Hamilton in 5, and Gippsland Grammar School racing in lane 6. They have come through heats in this event, so the heat winners, and there were 3 heats in fact, so they're seated to the inside 3 lanes, 1, 2 and 3. Albert Park, Loretto and Essendon, the 3 crews there. And it looks like well, a very good race in 4 here between those 3, and also Powerhouse, Rodriguez and Harridge joining in the battle here for the medals in this event. Maybe the narrowest of leads here to the Essendon crew, possibly. Zoe De Silva, Abba Wickram and Jade Williamson, coached by Rhett Spiller. They went 1st and 2nd in the previous race. In fact, Essendon have won the last 2 races here, so looking to make it 3 in a row, which may well get them over the top, I think, of Melbourne University on the overall medal tally for this regatta. But they are in a contest here with the Powerhouse crew of Lucinda Rodriguez and Emily Harridge. 3rd then looks to be Loretto Ballarat, Abigail Cartledge and Neve Griffiths. And 4th then the far side, Albert Park, South Melbourne, Lisa Lettick and Marie-Cecile Lacoste there in the light blue colours of the Albert Park, South Melbourne club. Back then to Hamilton, Siobhan Wheaton and Jacinta Williams, and Gippsland Grammar School, Emma Kewish and Catherine Bloomfield. But it is Essendon looming up here ominously in the closing strokes of the female B-grade double scull. They've just won the mixed double and also the male A-grade double. Now in the female B-grade double, it is Essendon by about almost a boat length now, in fact, over Powerhouse in 2nd, Rodriguez and Harridge and Loretto Ballarat. They're in 3rd place, but once again, for the 3rd race in a row, it's going to be a win to the Essendon Rowing Club. They win it by 3/4 of a length, and De Silva, Aberwickram and Williamson take the win in the female B-grade double scull. Oh, it was tight behind them with Powerhouse, and then Loretto Ballarat coming across in 2nd and 3rd. 4th to Albert Park, South Melbourne. 5th will be the Hamilton crew, and 6th will be Gippsland Grammar. But close racing there for all the places, but Essendon once again for the 3rd race in a row will claim the win, this time in the female B-grade double scull. Been a very successful few minutes for the Essendon Rowing Club. Racing now in the male C grade Cox Quad Skull race 187. Big field here, and what is the last of our big boat races for this regatta. Essendon lane 1, Horsham City in 2, Hamilton Nestles in 3, Hawthorn in 4, Hamilton Alexandra in 5, Richmond in 6, Ballarat High in 7, and Hamilton Alexandra racing in lane 8. Hamilton Alexander crew looking good here in the middle of the course. They're in about lane 5. Edward Dabenig, Finlay Hunt, Archie Young, Rupert Merrin and Jake Alexander. They're certainly the leader of the crews on this finish tower side, and their competition really coming from the inside lanes right across in lanes 1 and 2, Essendon and Horsham City. Essendon looking for 4 wins in a row now, and they're a chance here too with that crew in lane 1. Luke Williams, Dion Mitchell, William Drew Finn, Hugh Brady and Elliot Stevenson, coached by Lisa Gandolfo. Right alongside Horsham City, just probably trailing Horsham City marginally. Their crew, Jeremy Matheson, Christian Eberson, Nervan Sewell, Joseph Shepherd and Lachlan Lindorf, the Cox, coached by Ray White. Hamilton Composite crew there in lane 3, including Aaron Skinner of Nestles, who's got 2 gold medals in the para races so far today, along with Alan Clarence of Hamilton, who won the double scull with him. Darcy Walker of Hamilton and also Paul McDonald from Hamilton, coxed by Charlotte Young. They sit in about 5th position at this stage. And on this side too, Ballarat High School, Jai Hamill, Ronan McKinnon, Van Kempen, Brady Davidge, Patrick Hill and George English there, coached by Zoe Edwards and Emily Coots, the other crew to watch out for. And Ballarat High, in fact, I think have made a substantial move here down the finish tower side of the course to look to have got themselves pretty much on terms now, certainly with Hamilton and Alexandra. And then on the other side, it is still Horsham City and Essendon. So 4 chances here in the closing strokes of the male C-grade Cox Quad Skull. Another close finish coming up here. Horsham City have made their move now on Essendon there on the far side, and maybe the crew to catch here. Ballarat High, Hamilton and Alexandra very close together on this side of the course, but it's a Horsham City combination clear by a small margin now with only a couple of strokes to go. It'll be very tight for 2nd, 3rd and 4th, but Horsham City are going to take out the win here in the male C-grade Cox Quad Skull. Horsham first, Essendon I think have got 2nd, and maybe Ballarat High will take out 3rd. Jubilation here amongst the Horsham City supporters on the finish line too. A hard-fought win there in the male C-grade Cox Quad Skull, edging out Essendon by about half a length. And I reckon Ballarat High have pinched 3rd ahead of Hamilton and Alexandra. The Hamilton Composite will finish 5th. 6th will go to the crew from Richmond. 7th, Hamilton and Alexandra on lane 8 with 2 crews, of course, in the race. And Hawthorn, lane 4, will finish in 8th position. But a win there to Horsham City. Jeremy Matheson, Christian Eberson, Nervan Sewell, Joseph Shepherd and Lachlan Lindorf. Crew coached by Ray White at the Horsham City Rowing Club. They win race 187, the male C-grade Cox Quad Skull. Result confirmed in race 187. First place, Horsham City on lane 2. 2nd, Essendon lane 1. And 3rd place has gone to Ballarat High School, lane 7. Narrowly edging out the crew from Hamilton and Alexandra. So Horsham City, Essendon and Ballarat High to soon receive their medals for the male C-grade Cox Quad. Go back one more time to the youngest category of racing at this regatta, the under-15 events, the female under-15 double scull. And the crew here from Corio Bay, Eden Smith and Sky Quirk, coached by Ian Bridgeland there at the Corio Bay Rowing Club, about 3 lengths clear of Hamilton Rowing Club in second, Hannah Young and Mary McDonald in the boat there for Hamilton. But looking very comfortable here, the Corio Bay combination out in front in this under-15 double scull events. Both these scullers were involved in the single sculling race earlier today as well, so getting some valuable racing experience here at the Nagambie Lakes Regatta Centre. Eden Smith and Sky Quirk here for Corio Bay. Just a couple of strokes to go to complete the 1,000-metre course, and they are the Victorian champions in the female under-15 double scull. So another gold medal goes to Corio Bay in Geelong, and second place will go to Hamilton, Hannah Young and Mary McDonald, as they approach the line now and go across in second place. Be the 7th gold medal won by Corio Bay at this regatta, which will actually, for the time being, put them ahead of Banks in 4th place on the overall medal count. And unsurprising with that run of wins today, Essendon have gone clear of Melbourne Uni into 2nd place. Of course, Melbourne Uni not here today. At Essendon, most of their gold medals having, a few yesterday, but certainly a great run of them today as well. And they sit now in 2nd place overall behind Mercantile, who certainly won't be caught with only a couple of races here to go. But this stage, Mercantile, Essendon, Melbourne University, Corio Bay and Banks, the top 5 clubs on the state championship medal tally with just 2 races to go. Male B-grade single scull looks just about set. In fact, might be already on the course, is it? From the 1,000-metre start, it is indeed. And the next race, Women's C singles lining up behind them. So we'll soon have the last two races of the state championship regatta on the course at the same time, I suspect. We might be done a few minutes before the scheduled start time of the last race of 4:30 p.m. So great work here by our officials and athletes in fairly good conditions here today. The wind certainly has blown up a bit more this afternoon, but they have done very well to keep this regatta running to and even slightly ahead of schedule. So here come the rowers in the male B-grade single scull, a full field of 8 here across the course, about a third of the way through the 1,000-metre race. Thomas Doherty of Footscray City is in lane 1, Henry Colson of Corio Bay in 2, Jack Courtney from Gippsland Grammar School in 3, Jack Harrington of Mercantile in lane 4, Ned Joyce from Corio Bay in 5, Brandon Kennedy from Essendon in 6, and 2 powerhouse rowers in lanes 7 and 8 on the spectator side of the course, John Atchison and Chris Schlicht make up the field of 8 here in race 189. Male B-grade single scull final, heading up towards the halfway mark now of this race. A couple of scullers here from Corio Bay looking for maybe their 7th gold medal of the regatta. But Footscray City doing well. Should expect these races seated across from the inside lane. So Thomas Doherty there from Footscray City, who's coached by Peter McSweeney, and Henry Colson of Corio Bay next to him, coached by Jeff Sykes and Ian Bridgeland. And those two do look to have put a little bit of a gap back on the remainder of the field. Back on this side, but I would think that the Essendon sculler there, Brandon Kennedy, is certainly not without medal aspirations in the middle stages of this race. He's got his boat certainly ahead of Ned Joyce from Corio Bay. Jack Harrington of Mercantile is there. Jack Courtney of Gippsland Grammar School as well. And then the 2 scullers from Powerhouse, John Atchison leading, or in 7th place, leading Chris Schlicht, who's in 8th. But it is the 2 scullers still on the far side of the Nagambie Lakes who look likely to fight this one out as they're about to go past the yellow cylindrical buoy, marking the final quarter of this 1,000-metre course with 2:50 to race. So Thomas Doherty in the Footscray City colours and Henry Colson for Corio Bay, who are looking to make it 2 wins in a row as well. The Corio Bay crews here. And then Essendon looks set maybe for another medal here in 3rd place, although Ned Joyce from Corio Bay not far off. And it's the same story for Jack Harrington of Mercantile, who has his boat about half length ahead of Jack Courtney from Gippsland Grammar School. But it's Footscray City here. Thomas Doherty, who's surging away now with 150 metres to go in this race. A bit less than that now. In fact, he's almost inside the red boys of the final 100 metres of the course. Now, last race is underway too, about 7 minutes before the scheduled start time. But here comes the conclusion, first of all, of race 189, the male B grade single scull. And it's Thomas Doherty of Footscray City, leading by 2 lengths now ahead of Henry Colson from Corio Bay. A great race coming up for the bronze medal, but well behind our leading two. The gold will go in the male B grade single scull to Thomas Doherty. Henry Colson will be second. Another medal for Corio Bay, the Mercantile Sculler, and also Corio Bay here. Ned Joyce and Jack Harrington, stroke for stroke, looking for the bronze medal. Corio Bay surging late, and Ned Joyce will take bronze just ahead of Jack Harrington and also Jack Courtney. A great finish there in the male B-grade single scull. 6th place will go to Brandon Kennedy of Essendon, who was caught up in that final surge from the scullers to his stroke side. 7th will go to John Atchison of Powerhouse, and 8th, Chris Schlicht, also from Powerhouse. But Thomas Doherty is the Victorian champion in the male B-grade single scull. He beats Henry Colson and Ned Joyce, so Corio Bay will take a silver and bronze medal there. And just missing out in 4th place was Jack Harrington of Mercantile. So race 189 concluded. Presentations that still to come, but race 190 is on the course. The last of 190 races at the Victorian Rowing Championships for 2025. And what a weekend it's been here at Nagambie Lakes. Corowa Lane 1. That's Imogen Tomlinson. Molly Sawyer of Carrum in lane 2 alongside her. Poppy Page from Hawthorn, lane 3. Imogen Ragg of Corowa in 4. Eiley Taylor from Corowa, lane 5. Ayla Adasaver of Barwon, lane 6. Olivia Monkman of Mercantile, lane 7. And Millie Delaney for Essendon in lane 8. So 3 scullers here from the Corowa Club. We've again had a successful state championships here. 2 gold, 2 silver, 1 bronze medal for them so far, but they might be adding to that in the final race of the regatta. Imogen Tomlinson across on the far side. Looks to narrowly trail it, but from Molly Sawyer of Carrum, who's doing a good job too in the battle for the race lead, along with the next to the Corowa Scullers. That'd be Imogen Ragg there, lane 4, who is in the battle for the lead, I would suggest, with Molly Sawyer of Carrum. So 3 scullers from Corowa. The red boat there also is Eiley Taylor, and Poppy Page from Hawthorn amongst them as well is not too far off the pace. So medalist not yet decided here, but certainly the young sculler from Carrum, Molly Sawyer, coached by Drew Holman there on the waters of the National Water Sports Centre, is very, very well placed here. A couple of lanes across from Imogen Ragg of Corowa, who's coached by Wes Canny and Dermot Ballum. They look to certainly be our top 2. Then maybe Poppy Page or otherwise Imogen Tomlinson. Eiley Taylor there as well. So Corowa certainly have still 3 medal chances in this race. And back slightly to Olivia Monkman of Mercantile, Ayla Adasaver from Barwon, and also Millie Delaney from Essendon. But it is the Carrum Sculler out in front here now, and pushing away ahead, it would seem, of these 3 scullers from Corowa, who may yet be in 2nd, 3rd and 4th position. But the sculler from Carrum is looking increasingly comfortable out in front here in the final race of the Victorian State Championships for 2025, race 190 of this big weekend of racing, the female C-grade single scull. And it's Molly Sawyer from Carrum who's leaving the field in her wake here. It looks likely to be Corowa for silver and bronze at this stage. Imogen Ragg has it from Imogen Tomlinson, I would think. So the 2 Imogens from Corowa may well also be on the podium together. But what a win this is coming up to Molly Sawyer of Carrum, who's had success in this course 2 weeks ago at the Nagambie Regatta. She's now the Victorian champion in the female C-grade single scull. Well done to Molly Sawyer from Carrum and coach Drew Holman, the winners of the final race of the regatta. And Imogen Ragg, it will be in 2nd place, just from Imogen Tomlinson. The 2 Corowa scullers will both be on the podium. Poppy Page will be in 4th place for Hawthorn. 5th, the red boat from Corowa, that's Eiley Taylor. 6th place then to Mercantile's Olivia Monkman. 7th will be Barwin's Ayla Adasaver. And 8th place from Essendon, Millie Delaney, with a couple of strokes to go to conclude her race and to conclude this weekend's racing and to conclude a fantastic Victorian State Championship regatta for 2025. They're all across the line now in race 190, the female C-grade single scull, and a great win that was to Molly Sawyer, the sculler from the Carrum Rowing Club, to take out the final event of this championship regatta. Presentations also taking place here to the medalists from the previous race, the male B-grade single scull. Well done there to Thomas Doherty of Footscray City, Henry Colson of Corio Bay, and Ned Joyce of Corio Bay, our medalists in the male B-grade single scull. So Footscray City get a gold medal, and Corio Bay finish with 2 more medals, a silver and a bronze there in the final male race of the regatta, at least, with just one set of presentations that's still to come. While we wait for that presentation, I must thank the many people who've made this regatta happen, particularly all of the volunteers around the venue, our boat holders throughout yesterday's 2,000 metre racing, and all the volunteers here in the finish tower and right around the course. Our officials, of course, who've given up their weekend to ensure safe and fair racing for all. The staff of Rowing Victoria, who I think we're all here today, under the leadership of Adam Harrison, the CEO, and our various presenters as well, who've been hard at work over the course of the last 2 days to ensure the medals are all handed out. And we've just about reached the end of that process now, but there is still one set of medals to go, and it will be Molly Sawyer of Carrum who will come in to receive her medal. She must be enjoying racing on this course especially. She did win the female C-grade single, the same event at the Carrum Regatta just 2 weeks ago. She beat Imogen Tomlinson of Corowa on that occasion, who's finished in 3rd place in this race. And Imogen Rag has split the two of them in this event today. But soon to receive their medals, our 3 place getters in the final race of the Victorian State Championship Regatta for 2025. It looks like Sue Andrews has the honour of the final presentation of the day. So it's a silver medal, in fact, being handed over to Imogen Rag of Corowa. The bronze there also to Imogen Tomlinson of the Corowa Rowing Club. So 2 more medals to Corowa as well to add to their tally. And the gold medal down the other end of the pontoon. Looks like a very popular win amongst the fluoro green there of Carrum. And it goes to Molly Sawyer of the Carrum Rowing Club, who is now the champion of Victoria in the female C-grade single scull. A great result and a second race win on this course in the space of 2 weeks. So great to see for a fairly new entrant to the sport here, winning the female C-grade event to conclude the Victorian Championship Regatta for 2025. Please ensure you clean up your area as you leave the Nagambie Lakes here today, and return all unreturned bow numbers as soon as possible so that they can all be prepared for future regattas. And as I mentioned a few times earlier, future regattas are pretty exciting over the next few weeks. You've got next weekend off to refresh and recover, then the Head of the Schoolgirls and the Scotch Mercantile Regatta in 2 weekends' time. The Heads of the River the weekend after that here at Nagambie Lakes, and the Australian Championships to follow in the final week of March. So lots to look forward to, but for now, it's goodbye from the Nagambie Lakes Regatta Centre. We hope you've enjoyed the Rowing Victoria State Championships for 2025.